Welcome.
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 Welcome. Welcome.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Can't. Wait. Just give me a second there.
Be back live in the brewery. We said we'd have Housekeeping back, and of course Catherine Zappone had to wait until yesterday to open up the live entertainment industry. Thanks for that, Catherine. Welcome everyone. That was a little collage of some of the team in the brewery who've spent the past week putting Boxtravaganza together and putting Tapstravaganza together. For those of you who are participating in Boxtravaganza, wherever you are, and let us know where you are in the chat and down here, and smash the like button and subscribe. You'll note that we're having a small shindig outside the brewery. We have a little marquee. You'd need a marquee, the weather we're having. So we've brought a bunch of people together, about 130 people, and it's happening right now outside. So we are obviously delighted to be able to do something live here. The idea for Tapstravaganza is, of course, that we're opening a tap room. We've literally just finished building a tap room right next door here in the warehouse. And hopefully in the next couple of weeks, we're going to get you guys down, hopefully get a couple of government ministers down as well to make sure it's all above board, get some live bands in, etc. And ideally, we'll get you all to visit pretty soon. But for this year, for our birthday, it's Boxtravaganza once more. So a couple of things, bit of housekeeping before we start and before you get into the beer. I'm sure you're waiting, right? You haven't opened any beer. This has been a long year of Zooms and video calls and drinking on your own in the cupboard, pretending it's a hobby instead of a problem. And we're here for you. You've kept us going. We hope we've kept you going. We hope it's not going to last much longer, but we are very thankful to everyone who supported this event and every event we've done over the year. It's been, a long year, but some of it's been really, really enjoyable. So while we're fatigued from these type of events, let's try and make this one of the last big ones we do, hopefully. So enjoy it. Enjoy the day. Pace yourself. Drink responsibly, but drink often. Where possible. Firstly, we have to apologise as well to some people, especially those abroad who are watching or maybe watching. Brexit combined with COVID meant that some of the beers didn't make it here. We lost Bagby, we lost Green Cheek. Brexit in particular was responsible for Kirkstall. We only got the last of our beers here on Thursday morning in the brewery. We spent a furious day packing on Thursday, and DPD sent a special truck to get the beer out to everyone. We really hope everyone got their boxes. We had to replace one or two last minute, and any of the rest of you who haven't got it, you'll hopefully have it next week. This is being recorded and will be live for you to enjoy at some stage in the future with your box if you're on holidays or if you're not in person with your box. We also want to know where you are, how you are. What are you drinking and what are you doing? Who are you drinking with? We know there's a couple of Boxtravaganza parties happening around the country, so do feel free to get in the chat and let us know what's happening. Also, as you see technical glitches happening, just remind us of them. They're going to happen. There's going to be continuity errors. There's going to be lots of stuff going wrong. But yeah, just enjoy them. Roll with the punches. There's changes to the format this year. I'm not presenting on my own for the whole 7 or 6 hours or however long this is going to be. I'm going to be joined by a bunch of different people. I'm going to be joined by people who are experts in beer. I'm going to be joined by people who only started drinking beer this year, people who are suppliers of ours, customers of ours, and just people from the beer community. I suppose the last 6 months have made us realise that we've a very wide and diverse beer community, and sometimes we can be very internally focused. And we're going to try and change that. We're going to try and be a little bit more inclusive of everyone, full breadth of the community. And hopefully you'll see that represented in the brewers who are visiting us today and taking part, and also the people who are going to be here live in the studio, the wall of cans. We are also playing a couple of games. We've got Beer Bingo, which is essentially over-dropping words and phrases that are synonymous with craft beer. There's a bunch of different versions of the bingo card have gone out. So when you filled your bingo card, when we've dropped all the phrases, shout bingo at your wife or granny or whoever, strike off the numbers, take a picture of it, get it up into social, and first person to do that will win a prize. I think the prize is a box of Boxtravaganza. We also have the postal quiz. Now, I will give you a caveat. The postal quiz it doesn't have to be 100% correct answers. If you win the postal quiz with 6 correct answers, you should immediately join Mensa. The questions are designed to be impossible, but a bunch of you sent them back last year, and we'll try to take care of everyone with a prize who sends it in, unless, of course, all of you send it in, and in which case we'll just retract and cut this last bit out of the video. For anything that's published. And then, over the course of the day, just give us shout outs, ask us questions, especially if we're live with brewers. Some of them are pre-records, most of them are live, but where possible, we'll ask questions directly if they're relevant. And that's it. Okay, that's enough shit talk. We have an excellent brewery to start with, but before that, I want to introduce you to someone who's a friend of the brewery, long-time friend of the brewery, before indeed they were a brewer themselves. And we're delighted to have her here. She's a neighbour of the brewery. Can you please put your hands together for Carla from White Street Brewing? Carla, how are you?
How are you keeping?
I'm great, and yourself?
Good to be here today.
That's us there.
Yeah.
Me and you, the wall of cans.
Brilliant.
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, delighted to be part of the event today. That's great.
People obviously within the beer community in Ireland, especially in the brewing community, will know you from starting White Street Brewing. But before that, you've been a long-time supporter of breweries.
I can say that.
And you've been a regular on the festival circuit.
Yeah.
Maybe you give us a bit of background, because I think you've got a really interesting background as to how you ended up in brewing.
Yeah, I suppose I'm here. I'm coming here 7 years now, Bob. So it was good to get to meet the community. We started home brewing. Myself and my partner Sean, who we'll meet later on. We started home brewing, get into the craft beers, and just over 2 years ago we started our own brewery, based in the Midlands here. And it's been a great journey so far, and great to get to know other brewers. You know, the beer community in Ireland and overseas has been just fantastic to be part. Really sort of enjoyed, and that's.
You yourself are a Cicerone.
I just passed my CBS, the Certified Bee Server, and I'm just working towards the Cicerone there in the next few months. I was hoping at the end of September, maybe at the end of the year. I'm giving myself a bit of time. I did a bit of study for it, but we're getting there. Yeah, no,
that's amazing. There's not that many people who do it, who bother doing it in Ireland, and I think, obviously I had invited you to come and do this, and it was actually Sean said, well, actually, Carla's very well qualified for this. So
it's sometimes it's good to realise a little bit of the theory behind sort of what you've been tasting for so long, different styles. So it was good to put a bit of theory behind it and just to enjoy
And in terms of what that involves, and without getting too deep into it, what does the qualified beer server and then the Cicerone actually, that qualification involve? What type of?
So the certified beer server is just kind of an exam you take, and it's probably sort of accessible to anyone maybe who have a really good knowledge of styles, and so it's just an online test you take, but it's quite extensive. And then the Cicerone would be more tasting. It's kind of a deeper, kind of a level bit up from the CBS, and then there's a tasting involved. You have to recognise style. You have to pull taps. and like say what's wrong or troubleshoot. Like that's the whole sort of the
Okay, so you go
beer
back into actual serving, dispense as well.
Yeah, the dispense is a bit of a where I find it the hard bit because I've never really had that exposure. But so that's good. There's a bit of studying into it.
It's funny, we've had numerous conversations around how you educate bars, the on-trade, about your own beer and also craft beer in general. And one of the big gaps I've always found has been their knowledge of dispense, of the back of house, cooling systems, gas, kegs, etc. And a couple of breweries have, always kind of maintained that we need to educate the pubs to have them on board.
I think you have a point there. It's basically your product. They're handling the last sort of journey of your product that's been handled, from tap to glass, and you want that to be sort of top notch, like.
Yeah, it's where Guinness do it really well.
Yeah.
They do Guinness quality systems, and they nail it and make it easy for bars to pour really good quality beer.
There you go.
Yeah,
we've a lot to learn from there. Yeah,
we've a long way to go. We're just going to check in and see if we got our first guest. We're hoping to have Rick from the Kernel in London. Rick was on the line a little while ago, but has he dropped off?
No.
Rick's there.
Gone. Video's gone, but the audio's here.
The audio's there.
Yeah. I think is the audio. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Rick. I can hear you.
Yeah, good. You see, Bob. The problem is that video is not allowed with Brexit now.
Listen, every glitch, every problem we've had has been blamed on Brexit. So I'm delighted to hear you say this.
Well, it is. That's the only problems I've had for the last 2 years. That's for certain.
Okay, I was going to say I'd describe you, Rick, but I'll just let you describe yourself if you want. this is the unique experience.
I'll describe myself thusly. You're not missing anything with a lack of video. Right. The beer looks exactly the way it will do in your glass. The bottle looks the same. And that's really what it's all about anyway. So.
Brilliant. Well, look, I'm going to ask Carla because she is the expert here in beer dispense amongst us. I'm going to ask Carla to get it in the bottle for us. If you're at home, I hope you've got it chilled. This is quintessentially the beer that created the style, if that's fair to say, Rick. The table beer from the Kernel, right?
Well, I think in modern times you could say that.
Yeah.
But as I'll explain later, this is really a very traditional beer.
Sorry, and I would have meant modern craft beer. So the likes of
yeah. In terms of that, yes.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's very well known, and we're very lucky that people enjoy it as much as they do, and that it's as widely recognized as it is. But it's basically a beer to drink around the brewery, and we all know that there have been beers like that for hundreds of years. We know that the monks in the abbeys, and even if they're not monks, brewers have a beer that they have brewed, usually at a lower strength, just to drink around the brewery. Now, the difference between this beer and many of the ones like it these days is that while the ABV may be low, it doesn't. The pale and hoppy beer should be drunk very fresh and very soon after they're packed. That's usually a modern beer. That's what's going to happen. That's what you want. Whereas the Abbey beers, that the Westmalle, Westvleteren, some of the more famous ones, and the ones that aren't as famous, those beers, they can make 3,000 liters, and it'll keep for 2 years, and that'll keep one batch will keep the monks going for a long time. So because we brew at about 3,500 liters a batch, one batch of table beer, we need help drinking it ourselves, you see. So we have to sell it. And in that case, it's turned out to be it's our second best-selling beer after Pale Ale.
After Pale Ale, yeah. Carla.
Yeah, really enjoyed this beer.
It's amazing.
This is definitely.
So on your bottle, on the front, as Bob, you'll know that some of our, and Carla, you may have seen as well, pale ales and table beers from us.
Yeah.
We'll have the hops on the front of the label.
Yes.
That's right. Yeah.
Because with those beers, people are more interested in what the hops are. With table beer, they are less interested. It's more of a drinking beer. And by the time you start thinking about the hops, your pint is finished. And so
that's a really good way of putting it. But maybe you get
but we do put different, we brew it just like we do with the pale ales and the IPAs.
Yeah.
The hops are different in every batch.
Yeah.
While we do repeat certain combinations and many of the single hops, obviously. But the batch I'm drinking is from a guile. I can't read the number even; it's too small. But the hops are Hallertauer and Hallertauer Blanc and Simcoe. What have you got there?
We're on Citra, Nelson, and Soven. Citra, Nelson,
Oh,
Soven.
yeah. Very nice.
And
yours might be a bit bigger in flavour than mine.
Yeah, well, you got loads of Citra in there. 7th of July,
Very
super fresh.
Yeah. I was going to say it's
Citra
really
and Nelson.
quintessentially Nelson. Really, we're getting all those passion fruit fruitiness. It's bursting with the. Nice.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that's 3%. I've had this in the kernel. I've had it all over London, and it's as fresh in the bottle as it is in draft. That's really hard to achieve.
Thank you. That's the idea.
It is the idea.
No.
That's what
No.
we're at here.
The idea. Listen, how many times have you drank a bottle and then had the keg version of it? And there's a vast difference.
Yeah.
Good, bad to good, good to bad. And I'm not bigging ourselves up, but we really do work hard to, when we package both bottles and kegs on the same day.
Yeah.
From one packaging tank. And then we don't force carbonate. That's why there's so much sediment as sediment. It's bottle conditioned. It's very kind of old school.
Yeah.
And we keep the beers around the brewery for a couple of weeks in a warm room to help with this secondary fermentation in the bottle or in the keg, so that we get that mouthfeel that we want, which is somewhere not quite as big bubbly as some of the forced carbonated beers you get, because in my opinion, sometimes those big bubbles in a really big pale ale, big IPA, those bubbles can get in the way of the hop flavors and such, and you want something a bit smoother, where the bubbles carry but don't precede or overload the mouthfeel. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I was going to ask you, Rick, like, how do you manage to give it such body, given that there's so little ABV? Like, what's the key thing here, or the main challenge do you find with those beer? I mean, it's great to see them at 2.8, but most of the beer de table we see now are a little bit higher in the 4%. So I must say I really enjoy this. It's just, as you said, it's a beer you grab and you go back to grab more, and just with your lunch even,
Yeah, it's a lunch.
Well, the process is it's a bit different. Without getting too technical in it, there are a couple of different steps during the mash. What you want to do is make sure that you get out as much of the right sugars out of your malt as you do, because we're putting in a lot of hops into a 3% beer. But the basic premise of brewing, you'll know that you really aren't going to put in the IPA or pale ale, 5.5% pale ale malt bill, as far as quantity is concerned, that you would for a 3% beer. On the other hand, if you scaled it right down to 3%, you wouldn't get enough of the sugars out for flavor. You see, and you just had this real, and then if you hopped it like crazy, you just get this astringent, really overly bitter and completely undrinkable, 3% beer.
Yeah.
So there's a couple of extra steps to get some extra sugar out of it. We also you use oats for mouthfeel to create a fullness in it. Otherwise it'd just be completely thin. What you can compare it to in the old days, I'm sure there as well as here, really everywhere, 3% beers were dark, and they weren't all. Beers have never really been as hoppy as they have been in the modern era, and so dark milds, as they were called here, 60 and 70 shillings in Scotland, and whatever the prevalent low ABV old school beer in Ireland is. You didn't really have to worry about that kind of mouthfeel and balance with the hops because, well, the hops weren't really.
Yeah, they're not there. They're still not there.
They're
Still not there, Rick, in a lot of beer, which is the single biggest barrier to people, and it's also the single biggest probably advantage that you have to introduce people to beer, because they get into good beer and they're not going back, right?
Well, we would hope so. I've seen, I'm sure you guys, the two of you have seen it, where you do introduce something that you think is good. Not everybody's palate appreciates it and gets it, and that's that's okay actually, because for us White Hag, all the other smaller breweries, if everyone got it, there wouldn't be enough beer. We couldn't produce enough beer.
You guys wouldn't anyways. You guys are notorious for saying, "No, that's the amount of beer you get. Now away you go with your palate, and we'll see you again in a month's time." And I think it's brilliant. And Evan has built that kind of culture of there'll be beer available when there's beer available, and when it's ready, I'll give it to the person who treats it the best. And so it's appeared in Ireland. I think you guys appeared in Ireland this time last year for around the time of our festival for the first time in a long time.
Yeah, we're really happy to be there. Because it's just the proximity. Evan's got Irish roots, and we know that we know that there is good beer coming from Ireland.
Yeah. But it's important. It's important your beer is here as well.
It's a massive struggle for Irish breweries because of the government restrictions and regulations and big corporations. You're fighting a massive battle, but we're really happy to be there as long as we're not taking the space on somebody's bar or in somebody's refrigerator at home of a good local brewery, because
it's a standard beer.
We want to export beer. That's great, and we feel loved that people want our beer in other countries, but we don't want it to be at the expense of a good local brewery.
We're happy to have you.
We're very happy to have you. If there's a couple of other foreign breweries we'd like to displace. So we'll start with the green one, first of all, and you can take the place of those guys. There's a long list of breweries who have to get shoved out of the country to let you guys in, and we're happy to do that, all right? This beer is...
As long as it's those foreign macros, we'll take their place all day long.
Yeah. Look, Rick, this is a standard beer. I said earlier on, it's the quintessential table beer. I obviously meant in the modern era of craft beer. It's been around for hundreds, thousands of years, but you guys nailed it and have nailed it consistently. It's a brilliant way to open our festival. Watching the chat, most people are agreeing that it's the best possible festival opener, and it should and will be around for a long time. You are the standard bearer. Thanks a million for sending the beer. We really hope you're going. I know you tried to be here, and you were looking forward. Steve Grossman was going to be here as well, and then everyone had to pull back because of travel restrictions. But we're definitely going to have you here next year if you'll come.
Yeah, we will definitely be there. We're gutted that right up to the last week to see if there were regulations going to change last week to see.
Yeah.
But not to be this year. But we got another year to build up a thirst and to practice our party skills, because from what I've heard, it's a festival in the true sense of the word.
It absolutely is. It absolutely is.
You need
Now,
training.
You do need training. Now, you do have to bring your raincoat. I actually, when I was driving in earlier on, I saw a duck wearing a life jacket, just heading, and she wasn't even coming to the festival. So it's the kind of place you need to have your weather gear for. But look, we're going to see you next year. We're going to let you go. Rick, thanks a million.
Thanks, Rick.
Thanks for the voice note, and we'll see you soon.
Thanks to both of you. Thanks a lot.
Rick Brown.
Good luck.
I have a rule, right? I have a rule for this festival, which is there's 24 beers.
Yeah, how are you gonna do?
Don't drink all of the beer,
No.
especially half the beer. Don't drink it all. Have a
Yeah,
sip.
yeah.
I've nothing left.
I was thirsty and I anyway, have it. But no, yeah.
It's just
It's a
unbelievably
lovely
good.
beer.
Ah, it's
I
phenomenal.
must say, I'm delighted.
Have you had that before?
I was saying to you, yeah, we've tried, because Sean then was saying we had it before maybe not in the UK. I can't remember when he said we had it somewhere outside Ireland. But the other version.
Yeah.
Because it changes all the time.
New
Yeah,
versions
yeah,
all the
yeah.
time,
We probably had some of the previous version.
Only if you're as good as they are at brewing are you able to just release a solid core line that you change all the time.
We're not live, are we?
We are live.
Ah, sorry.
We're always live. Always live. This isn't just us talking shit here. This is what the
Here you
festival's
go.
about.
That's fine.
We're
Yeah.
still live. All right.
Yeah. I'll leave you to it.
You won't leave me to it. You'll stay here.
I'm staying, okay.
You're staying for the whole day. We are. Okay. I was watching the chat, watching the crack there. If you have any questions or observations, stick them into the chat. I'm on that camera there. We have some competition stuff that we need to run. Have I got it here? Oh yes. The first question in the postal quiz is going to be how many inches of rain fell today in Ballymote? I'm saying this because it's literally raining animals out there. So you'll obviously have time over the course of the day to research this. How many inches of rain fell today in Ballymote? Right, that's the first question. And we are now going to cut to Canduera. Next brewery up is Canduera. Okay, that was the Kernel, and now I have here with me our next co-presenter. It's Aidan Donlan from the Blue Note in Galway.
Pleasure to be here, guys.
Delighted
Delighted to be here for the invite.
big box of beer.
Big box of beer, yeah. Excited to speak to all the different breweries throughout the day, learn some new stuff, try some new beer. There's a lot of stuff, again, that I'm familiar with.
Technical hitches. Familiar with those?
Yeah.
There may well be
Ever so
glitches.
slightly, there might be glitches.
Yeah.
I'll disappear for a couple of sections and I'll be replaced by somebody else.
And come back in.
And then come back in. It'll be fine.
We're delighted to be with us. The Blue Note have been a great partner to us for the last couple of years, especially the last year since we've been pouring draft beer and grounder systems.
Yeah.
Lots of cans, involved in lots of wacky, crazy IT events. Yeah. Bingo.
All sorts of crazy stuff during the lockdown.
It's kept it alive, kept the brand alive, kept you guys going.
Yeah, definitely. Again, I spend most of the lockdown just selling beer through a window, and again, a lot of your own beer. Spectacular stuff when we put in our growler taps for the fresh beer, and again, also the cans. And
Good times.
yeah, great times. Because again, it did help us connect with a lot of our local community, and I'm sure there's a lot of them watching here today. Big hello to all of you. I'll be around again tomorrow, I'm sure, down that side of town.
Back, we're letting them back to Galway this
Basically,
season.
yeah, I'm on holidays here for the day. It's the only time I get off.
Good place to be on holiday.
Yeah, it's all right.
But look, thanks a million. It's important to have people from the community and from our kind of list of partners with us. So delighted to have Aidan. Okay, that was the Kernel, and now I have here with me our next co-presenter. It's Aidan Donlan from the Blue Note in Galway.
Pleasure to be here, guys.
Delighted
Delighted to be here for the invite.
big box of beer.
Big box of beer, yeah. Excited to speak to all the different breweries throughout the day, learn some new stuff, try some new beer. There's a lot of stuff, again, that I'm familiar with.
Technical hitches. Familiar with those?
Yeah.
There may well be
Ever
glitches.
so slightly, there might be glitches.
Yeah.
I'll disappear for a couple of sections and I'll be replaced by somebody else.
And come back in.
And then come back in. It'll be fine.
We're delighted to be with us. The Blue Note have been a great partner to us for the last couple of years, especially the last year since we've been pouring draft beer and grounder systems.
Yeah.
Lots of cans, involved in lots of wacky, crazy
Bingo.
IT events. Bingo.
All sorts of crazy stuff during the lockdown.
It's kept it alive, kept the brand alive, kept you guys going.
Yeah, definitely. Again, I spent most of the lockdown just selling beer through a window, and again, a lot of your own beer. Spectacular stuff when we put in our growler taps for the fresh beer, and again also the cans. And
Good times.
yeah, great times, because again it did help us connect with a lot of our local community, and I'm sure there's a lot of them watching here today. Big hello to all of you. I'll be around again tomorrow, I'm sure, down that side of town.
Back, we're letting them back to Galway this
Basically,
season.
I'm on holidays here for the day. It's the only time I get off.
Good place to be on holiday.
Yeah, it's all right.
But look, thanks a million. It's important to have people from the community and from our kind of list of partners with us. So delighted to have Aidan with us.
Oh.
All right. Next up is a really good brewery who've never been here, never been part of the festival before. Actually, Paul has been friendly with the guys and invited them along this year. They are based in the north of Italy, outside Milan, and we've got Diego and Alessio joining us from Canduera. Actually, have I said that right?
Everybody.
Hi.
Hi.
How's it going?
Hello.
Did we say the name right?
Canduera?
Yeah, yes, it's Kennedy Guerra. Not really easy to pronounce.
Yes.
Yes.
I can see.
It's not easy.
Yeah, it's not easy in Ireland, but we'll make up a name for it for sure. Thanks for joining us, and thanks for sending the beer.
Thank you for inviting and for ordering the beer. So what do you think about it?
Well,
We'll find out now.
we want you to tell us. Maybe we'll open the beer before we start talking shit, yeah?
Right.
It was the summer ale, yeah?
Yeah, get one beer as well. We'll get one beer as well.
Yeah. That's not a bad idea. Aidan's going to get them straight in the glass. Aidan runs the bar in the Blue Note in Galway, which is one of the best craft beer bars in the west of Ireland. And so he knows how to pour beer into glasses really quickly.
You know how to drink them too.
Yeah.
I'm good at that as well.
Yeah. So tell us a bit about the brewery while Alessio's getting the beer. You guys you're saying you're busy bottling and canning today?
Yeah, we are quite busy because now after all these lockdowns, things started again to work normal in Italy. So we are actually enjoying a good moment for craft beer, for not just for us. I think that all the sector is living a good moment, and we've been working very, very hard in the last weeks, in the last days, and we've been canning 4 new beers in the last weeks and bottling beer as well. And now we are starting. I mean, we are on the verge of the. How can I say? The season is at the highest moment, and so probably we'll have to see how things will work in autumn and winter. We look forward to understand how things will be after all this mess.
Yeah. And it is a mess, but I think there's an opportunity in this mess for craft beer, right?
Yeah, it seems so. I don't know if this is gonna last, but in this moment, it seems that a lot of people had the chance to deepen their knowledge, to understand quality in beer, and this is something that in Italy we are a bit behind other countries with a bigger beer culture. Say,
Yeah. So what I found
we started in 2015 brewing, so 6 years ago, and I can tell you that the many things changed, and the last big change has been beer in can, because until a couple of years ago it was not very popular, and now it seems that that's the future. We are working on that. We used to put all of our beers in bottles, just in bottles. We did some one-shot canned beer here and there, but now we're thinking of switching to cans from next year.
Yeah.
was going to say that's interesting where you guys are based in northern Italy. Like you're in the heart of Piedmont, which is primarily wine country. There's some very famous big reds. So like tradition must be a big thing for people there. You know, maybe they prefer, as you were saying earlier, the bottle as opposed to the can, and it's harder to get the can into the hand.
Italy was a big market for German beer during the 80s and even before, but during the 80s and 90s was a huge market, and I think that the vast majority of beers here sold in Italy were German. And so consumers tend to think that beer in can is less quality, less good, let's say. Things are changing now, but just in the craft beer sector. If you ask a person of a 50 years old customer, probably would prefer a bottle. If you ask a 20 years old customer, he'd prefer can. So I don't know if it's the same in Ireland.
Yeah, definitely. Attitudes are constantly changing. And I mean, the thing that you described there was definitely in the Irish market, we'll say 5 and 10 years ago, and it's changed dramatically, definitely in the last 3 years anyway. Yeah. And Bob, you see it yourself, I'm sure.
Yeah, this is a stack of maybe 20,000 cans, and this is part of a delivery of 300,000 cans of our. I think this is our summer ale right here. This is our session IPA, and it's the most popular one, and it's always available in can. But we don't make bottles anymore, apart from the barrel-aged beers. I don't think many craft breweries in Ireland produce many bottles anymore, apart from the really big ones.
Because even myself, running the bar that we have,
far better from a lot of point of view.
That are in bottle now. Everything else is can, which has been a big turnaround. You know.
Yeah, certainly all cans. But I think it's slower, So I know from Pietro and Brewfest would say they run cans and bottles at the same time. They package the same.
They started, I think, last year, and it has been a huge success as far as I can see. And they also use a half-a liter can.
Big one. No whole
Mezzo litro.
He sent us Spaceman for our subscription box.
Really
yeah, that's dangerous. As I was saying, half a liter is dangerous.
Very dangerous. It's very hard to fit it on your bicycle. He also sent us the bicycle beer. You know the one.
The one inspired to Giro d'Italia.
La Bassa.
La Bassa. Which La Bassa I thought meant death.
But La Bassa would be the low, let's say.
The flatland.
See the flatland, and it's also the way we call bottom fermented beer, bassa fermentazione.
I think in some languages the Bassa. If you're watching this, stick in the chat which language Bassa is death in, because when I saw it I just went, death, and then he said it was inspired by the cycle. I can't remember. Anyways, tell us about the summer ale, Alessio, maybe.
What is this?
Alessio,
Is there pointing character
about the beer?
It's a really simple beer, and we use English malt and classic. The hop are not really cool hop. I use a lot of classic hop like Simcoe, Amarillo, and but I really try to find the best in the market. So not really cool the name, but really cool the quality. I apologize for my English. I don't speak Italian, so I don't know how to speak in English.
Well, your English is getting better when you drink,
Yeah.
In a couple of beers, he will speak perfectly.
He'll be fluent. Come back in the end. Well, this is really great. Like we have started. You guys are starting at this early in the day because we want people to enjoy some easy sessionable beers to get themselves going. But this is really good. This is really, really sessionable. I can see people in the tap room drinking lots and lots of this. Yeah.
in Italy, the summer is really, really hot. So this beer is necessary.
We also have we are lacking a session IPA. We were lacking a session IPA in our range. We usually we filled this this lack with collaborations, but this year it has been impossible to do some international collaborations. So we decided to have this seasonal beer. Let's say we did a winter ale back in November, and then we thought of this summer ale, and we decided to put it in can because it's easier to consume during summer. So this is the beer for the beach.
Yeah, it's a beach beer. It's a beach beer.
Definitely.
So you guys are busy with beer right now because obviously people are on holidays for August.
Yeah. We are. I mean, this is the highest moment of the season, and we are trying to chase the demand because this year it has been crazy.
Yeah.
The demand is booming.
It's been a funny time.
It has been a funny time. And tell me again, rather than focus on it, there was quite a strict lockdown in northern Italy. Does that mean you guys had to shut down completely, or were you able to work around that, as in keep brewing essentially?
No, we are keeping brewing. We are not stopping. Let's say if the situation remains as it is now, so if they don't close us anymore, if there's no more lockdown, we expect to push through and not stop.
Okay, that was the Kernel, and now I have here with me our next co-presenter. It's Aidan Donlan from the Boon Oat in Galway.
Pleasure to be here, guys. Delighted to be here for the
big box of beer.
Big box of beer, yeah. Excited to speak to all the different breweries throughout the day, learn some new stuff, try some new beer. There's a lot of stuff, again, that I'm familiar with.
Technical hitches. Familiar with those?
Yeah.
There may well be
ever
glitches.
so slightly. There might be glitches. I'll disappear for a couple of sections and I'll be replaced by somebody.
And we're back. Next up, we have from Leith in Edinburgh, New Barns Brewery. New Barns, I'm not sure why it's called New Barns, but they are fairly new. And to tell us about it, we have Gordon and Johnny live from Leith. Gordon and Johnny, there you are. Welcome, guys.
How are you
How are
doing?
you keeping? Good, thanks. Good. What's happening?
Not much. Just getting the Friday beers in early.
Yes, this is a pre-record, so it's Friday beers. We're getting the Saturday beers in really early. So listen, before we talk about anything, let's get the beer open because it's a big can, and we're guilty of not doing that quickly enough. Tell us about the beer.
So this is our core pills, which is one of our 4 core beers. So we've got this, our oat lager, a table beer, and a pale ale. And this is a special batch of the Pilsner beer that we brewed using Scottish malt. So normally we use Golden Promise from our friends at Simpsons, but this is just a one-off batch that we brewed using Scottish malt. Do we know what variety it was?
I think it's Laureate. Most of what's grown up here is Laureate. But yeah, it's basically the grains grown, malted, really close to in kind of Lothian is grown, and then Alloa, which is about half an hour from here.
Class. So you've got essentially local malt. That local.
Yeah, we've actually got kind of 3 options for that, and we've used some kind of bits and pieces from each of them. There's 2 little farms near here that grow their own and malt it on site, about 4 tons at a time. But this is actually crisp maltings, and yeah, it's the first time that we've kind of used their stuff, which is a little bit less kind of esoteric, a bit more like just standard malt, which is why we were happy to use it in the core pills, just to see if it kind of came out any different, if there was anything kind of striking, because a lot of the time what we're doing with some of the other beers is like making the exact same recipe, just changing the malt, and you do get a pretty good idea when it's kind of a relatively simple beer like this.
Excellent. So this is as close as we're going to get to a proper Scottish Pilsner.
Well, yeah,
Without
not
any-
many hops out there though.
If they are, they're not great, are they?
Somebody was talking about trying to grow them, but it seems like a bit of a lost cause.
It's like something the Macro Brewery would do. Scottish hops, craft beer, just to make sure that anyone who tries to get into craft beer is poisoned and immediately refers to nameless, tasteless lager, right?
Yeah.
If you're watching up there, Abin Bev, there's a tactic for you now.
Yes. Keep flooding that market.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Abin Bev haven't watched our live streams since Pilot stopped doing them.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Oh, you can say what we want, so.
Yeah, we can say what you want.
Yeah,
Yeah, you can say what you want. But actually, we say what we want anyways, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
So look, one of the things that is interesting here, because I've been following you guys since before you kind of created the brewery. I think you're kind of like a super group in a way of the backgrounds that you bring to the brewery, because you've come from a bunch of different backgrounds, a bunch of different breweries, all of whom have fantastic reputations. You want to kind of talk us through that and how you came together to create New Barns?
Yeah, so we all kind of, before New Barns, we were all down in London. We kind of just spent quite a lot of time in the pub and ended up coming up with the brewery. But at that time, I was working at the Kernel, and so was Emma, who's my other half as well.
Mm-hmm.
We were both working there for about 5 years. And at the same time, Johnny was at Beavertown, doing a few bits and pieces, but mostly running their kind of their barrel aging side of things, and kind of a lot of the like more innovative stuff that they were doing. And then Fred as well. He was at Beavertown and then Leopard while we were in London. And yeah, he actually used to work in the pub with Emma before they got into brewing.
He was in Beavertown as well, wasn't he? Wasn't Fred in
Yeah,
Beavertown?
yeah. So he was the first ever member of sales staff at Beavertown. And then he moved on when they got bought out by Heineken. I think he handed in his
one big
during,
Yeah.
during the announcement.
Yeah. And again, you've all this experience down there. Was there anything particular that drew you up to Scotland, to Leith, or was it just a happy coincidences? Or
Well, so Johnny had lived here for quite a while. You did.
Yeah, I lived here, did my undergraduate degree and then my master's degree in brewing. And then I worked for a couple of years in a small brewery pub up here and then moved to London. So yeah, I was already planning a move back to Scotland eventually. Like London is very much a place to go learn on a big production site. Yeah, and then these guys are from up here.
Yeah, so we're from like New Barns is also the name of the farm that's in our family, which is about an hour and a half north of here. They're actually loading up a trailer with grain because all of our spent grain is a bit further than usual, but all of our spent grain goes back to the farm. And yeah, so we wanted to move home, but we didn't really want to move to exactly where we were from yet. We kind of wanted to start it in. What was that?
It's understandable. It's just, the same thing. It's not easy having an over.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many things going on in Leith, and actually we didn't realise quite how many things were going on in Leith when we came back. We knew that there was a lot of stuff happening, but a lot of other people were starting bits and pieces up at the same time as us. So it's kind of been, I mean, apart from the whole pandemic thing, it's kind of perfect timing. The whole pandemic thing's pretty much perfectly bad timing.
But Leith has really lit up. Like I was in Leith, I'd say 2.5 years ago. I was over with, Ross from Cave Direct.
Yes.
Ross's second name. I think he has an Irish second name, and it just escapes me right now. But we did a tour of Scotland, and we've spent a day in Leith. So we're in Stewart's and Dreadnought and Pilot. And I was talking to Pat in Pilot maybe 3 months ago, and he was saying there's like 4 or 5 breweries there now. It's just completely lit up with tap rooms and breweries.
Yeah, so we actually, our brewery is about 20 meters from where Pilot's original brewery site was. There's another brewery, Campervan, are at the other end of our street, and then somebody's just opened up a tiny little kind of just above homebrew level sized, like a gluten-free brewery just across the road.
Wow.
And then there's a whole bunch of places now. Moonwake down, like right down in Leith as well. They've just put in a big shiny new SSV kit, which makes our kind of gnarly old kit look totally stupid. But yeah.
Where did you buy your kit from?
So we bought the kit. That's kind of what kickstarted the whole process of starting to move. We always knew that we wanted to open a brewery, but I bought it at auction. And I bought it from what is at the moment Molson Coors, but it's kind of the biggest brewery in the UK, the one that makes Carling down in Burton. It used to be an Incoop brewery, and yeah, so they were knocking down a whole part of their brewery to sell off and turn into like 100 houses or something. And there was like giant centrifuges, kind of 1,000 hectolitre tanks, big 20-meter diameter Lochran, and then right at the bottom of the list was this 25 hectolitre brew house, which had like 5 vessels and an FV, and I bid on it, and nobody bid against me. But it's like as good a spec of brew house as we could have ever hoped to have got. But it is from 1979, and the guys that decommissioned it pretty much decommissioned it with a plasma torch and an acetylene torch. So it's just like melted legs off the tanks. Like we got like a bit, and I think they just like rolled the tanks around in the yard. So we've taken a bit of time getting them back up and running. But we do have like quite a fancy brewery now, and we definitely know how it works because we built the whole thing back up. So
yeah, that's the benefit, right? The benefit of getting the hands dirty, get the spanners out, upcycle everything.
No waste. We're actually coming live from Gordon's workshop, which is you can't tell us.
Stuff. Yeah.
I was going to suggest nothing says DIY like a silicone tube over your shoulder. Hung up just like it was being used an hour ago. Bit of drip hanging out of the nozzle. Oh, that's fantastic. That's fantastic. It's really a shoestring setup.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, we spent money, but we spent money kind of in the places we really had to, and then a lot of the rest of it was, we wouldn't have been able to do the big shiny thing. So a lot of it's DIY, and I mean that's a lot of what I like to do as well, is kind of playing with things. So yeah, we did a lot of stuff. We did all of our glycol pipe work ourselves, all of the lift and shift, getting the tanks in, we did ourselves. And I think it's been good because although I've done bits and pieces of that before, now everybody's done bits and pieces of that. So if something breaks, like it'll get fixed that day, as opposed to it'll take 2 weeks and then it'll push everything back.
Yeah. No, you lose. Look, you lose some of that as you grow. We've seen it here. You move to kind of fancier plumbing and insulated piping and all that sort of stuff, and you end up waiting on professionals. But you need to do it because the contracts and the warranties are voided if you go fucking about out of your own oxyacetylene. So you do lose some of that, but there's a beauty in that as well.
Yeah, we've just had our first venture into all of that. We just bought a centrifuge, which Johnny's actually brewing at the moment, so he's just going to go and check on the brew house. Cheers. We had our centrifuge commissioning yesterday, the day before, in which the centrifuge tried to completely dismantle itself. And like the whole thing on the whole inside at the top, the seal like just ripped itself apart. And then somebody came to take it away for repairs. So it's going to be like it's going to be at least weeks, if not a month. Yeah, that's sorted. Yeah. And then the guy that picked it up dropped it off the side of the truck. So.
When it rains, it does pour. I can't wait to see the conversation between the insurance companies who's taking responsibility for all of that. But it's definitely not. I can only imagine the noise centrifuges make when they fall off trucks, because they make enough fucking noise when they're sitting there working.
No, totally. And we've got we had to vacate, so we've got a space in the back that will eventually be the tap room, but at the moment it's just a big space. And at the moment there's a little penned-in area for our dog to run around in, and when the centrifuge got fired up, he was shitting himself. I'm glad he wasn't here to hear it fall off the back of the truck.
I would told that story.
Brilliant. Well, look, on that bombshell, we're going to have to leave you because we're running tight on time. But firstly, thanks for sending the beer. That's a really great pilsner. That is so clean, so crisp,
super clean.
Yeah, it's exactly what's needed at this time of the day. You're only the third on. Thanks for getting involved and coming on. And also, hopefully, we'll see you next year live in person when we get away from having boxes.
Again,
back to having.
Really looking forward to seeing what you guys do. I mentioned I think before we came on there, I had your collab with Thornbridge, the Gelfie, the Keller beer. Excellent.
Great beer. Hopefully, we'll see some more of your beer in Ireland soon.
That'd be great.
Until then, cheers.
Cheers, guys.
Thanks a million. Great. That was New Barns from Leith in Scotland. If you're going to Scotland, getting on your holidays, if we ever get to go on holidays again, go to Leith. It is great. It's great. It's wet. It can be a bit cold.
From the sounds of it, there seems to be a great little industry.
It's buzzing. Actually, there's a bar down there called the Dreadnought in Leith, which is run by it's a guy and an Irish girl, Roisin Therese, and they've been here in the brewery. We were here last year. Great spot. Always a great rotating craft menu, and they have a bunch of the local breweries on draft. So you get to visit some of the breweries, go to the tap rooms. If not, go to the Dreadnought. Big shout out to the guys in the Dreadnought.
It's very loud.
This
thing.
We're back. Carla's just adjusting the mic, obviously. She's just stepped in for Aidan. Carla and Aidan are obviously good mates. You know Aidan?
Yeah, we know Aidan very well. Yeah,
Long time.
Yeah. It's lovely to just deliver a beer to him and have a chat. I love it.
He's one of the people who's kept, Aidan in Blue Note has kept the beer alive for the last year and a half. He put in a growler system that we helped them out with back in summer last year, and they've been keeping pouring fresh beer.
Such a chill guy as well, and
I
love seeing him in the hatch. Sometimes I drive by, I see him in the hatch, I beep. It's just,
It's like, could we find a bigger man to put in a tiny hatch selling beer on Job Street, not Job Street, on Dominic Street? Okay, that was New Barns from Leith, and next up we have a stalwart of the Irish beer industry, a big name, one of the biggest names in Irish beer, and one of the best brewers by a long shot. Can we bring in Tom Delaney from Galway Bay?
Hi, Tom.
How are you, Tom? We've no audio there, Tom. It'd be too much crack if it worked first time. Still no audio there, Tom. It's going into us, is it? It's probably on our end. Now is a good time to learn sign language. There you go. Oh, we had you there. Go again. All right. Hold on a second. For those of you at home, stop slapping the side of the laptop. I think that's us, Tom. Go again. Keep going.
Yeah, hey, how are you?
There we are.
Are we good?
We're good.
Yeah, the host has to unmute me. That's what it's saying. So.
Okay. The host is going behind me furiously, going, no. He has to unmute himself. Thanks for joining us, Tom.
Oh.
That looks like a leafy little garden you're in there. That looks lovely, wherever you are.
Yeah, it's in my backyard.
And no rain.
No rain.
The refuge. No rain, but I've got an umbrella above me here.
Oh, yeah. Good move.
We're in Galway after all, you know.
Yeah, I'm sure the umbrella was sponsored by Galway Tourism. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Hashtag visit Galway. There you go.
Yeah. Tom, thanks for joining us. I know you couldn't be here.
Yeah.
We'd love to have had you here. You'd probably be.
Yeah, I'd love to be there, but I only get so many hangovers a year with small kids, so you have to choose them wisely.
I hear you.
So,
I hear you.
yeah.
I've booked one for tomorrow, for the whole day.
Ah, very good. Fair play to you.
Carla is with me. You obviously know Carla.
Yeah.
From
Hey,
White
Carla,
Street.
how are you doing?
Yeah, how are you, Tom?
We've been looking forward to this beer.
Yeah.
Actually, we haven't taken
I
the
was
beer out
delighted
of
to
the
get
second.
this beer. Bob assigned me to a few, and this was something I really enjoyed.
Yeah, really looking forward to this since we talked to you about it.
Am I opening it yet?
Yeah, I'm going to get Carla to open it. She's.
You're after shaking them all.
Yeah.
Watch
It's
this
going to
now.
explode.
Yeah.
It's going to explode. Maybe Tom, you'll bring us into the beer first and foremost.
Yeah.
Yeah, so in the can is it's basically just Czech pills, and it's just it's kind of cool to get nerdy with the styles these days. I've been influenced by all these lager Facebook groups, so that's why we went with the 12 Plato Svetli Letzak. So I've been told it's a good rendition of one. A couple of Czech people have kind of given the thumbs up. So if nobody else likes it and they like it, I guess it's a win for me. So
It's a passion project, right?
yeah, that's it.
If there's anyone Czech in the stream, either on Facebook or YouTube, now's a good time to tell us about it.
I loved it too. Now I thought it was.
Yeah.
I was taken back by the bitterness, but I see where it's nicely balanced. Then.
Well, that's where Czech pills and Helles, like, they're, I guess, obviously they're, pale Pilsner malts, decoction mash, with different yeasts and very different hopping rates. Czech pills is like the West Coast double IPA lagers, whereas Helles is very soft and lets the malts and the yeast profile kind of shine through. It's very bready, whereas Czech pills it's for the hop heads. We dry hop this as well just before packaging, so that's why there's a bit of hop haze in it. We didn't filter it either. We didn't centrifuge it. So usually we centrifuge all the beers, but with this one, it was just so good out of the tank. We didn't want to fuck with it, so just old school transfer and canned it. So it was a lot more bitter, a lot more floral when it was packaged. This is probably in the can about 2 months now. Still holding up pretty well, but good to be brewing lagers,
We were talking about this earlier on, and I didn't want to try and verify facts, but I was trying to maybe recall how long this was in tank in total.
On the label, it says 100 days. It was actually in there longer. So
it says an eternity.
Eternity.
Yeah.
So is that it? It's 100
yeah.
days.
It's an eternity for if you're the CFO.
It actually says almost 3 months, but the labels are actually delayed 3 weeks, so it stayed in the tank for way too long.
I'm using that. I am using that. I'm using the fact that you had a beer for 100 days and the labels were still late. Labels
are still late.
Labels are the biggest cause of clarified beer in Ireland, I'd say. It's just beer sitting in tanks for 2 or 3 weeks longer than they should.
Yeah. And that's why nobody at home probably knows, but it's the worst part of the job is having to name beers and get labels to a designer before the beer has even been brewed.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's why.
Yeah, we've a 52-day process. It's a 52-day process from start to finish, and it never happens on time.
Yeah. You got to be really ambiguous with the beer descriptions because you don't want to go too detailed in case you miss the mark, and then it's like, fuck.
Yeah. We've had this here. We've had this where you find a beer that works like Dark Druid or Puka, and then you just keep making them with different flavors. And you go, what are we going to call this one? We're going to call it Puka, except we're going to put pineapple in it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, we're on the lager, pale ale, double IPA. That's our cycle for one-offs. So it's like, it just goes around in circles like that. So always brewing lagers, and then the pale ales and double IPAs to keep everybody happy. So
And excited, yeah.
Thoughts on the beer, Carla?
Yeah, so it's not a style I don't drink much of it. I know, Tom, yourself, you love your Pilsner, but the Czech ones, we don't come across them that often, so I wouldn't have drank that much. I love the spiciness of it. As I said, the bitterness made it easier for me to I thought it was very well balanced, and in fairness, Tom, very accomplished beer. I
Cheers.
thought I'd dig this now quite a bit if I could. I'll be doing that when I'm
Yeah, it's a grip. Yeah.
off camera now, but yeah.
Difficult yeast to work with. It was our first time using Pilsner Urquell strain. That's a lot of the reason why it was in the tank so long. That's probably most of the reason why they are doing 100-day lagers as well. It's mainly because there's so much diacetyl thrown off in the fermentation. It takes weeks to clean up. Whereas we'd have Augustiner as our house yeast for our Helles lager, and like that's on the money. Like it's doesn't throw much diacetyl, a little bit of sulfur, and you can set your clock to it like 4 weeks to go or 4 weeks in the tank, and it's perfect. You know, this was 2 months in the tank, and it was still just a mess. You know.
Yeah, and you have to be patient.
So it just takes that long lagering time. So I don't know if I'd ever use it again, that yeast. I don't know if I'd ever brew a Czech Pils again, just because it was so long in the tank. But it came good in the end, and pretty happy with it. So
definitely, we're delighted to have that.
Yeah,
it's very nice.
That's just a beautiful, clean Pils. I haven't had anything probably as I don't know, as clean but flavoursome as that. If that makes sense. It's
yeah.
When you say it,
it's good. It flew on draft. You know, we could I think we did 30 kegs of it, and like I wish we had another tank of it. You know, to keg all, because it was just a hit during the heat wave. It was unreal.
I think you should dedicate a tank for it, Tom, and just keep it on rotation and just, you know.
Yeah. Hello. 100 days. 100 days. How long did that take? Yeah.
I think you'll be moving to the Czech Republic and making your beer there.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah. Contracted.
We were joking earlier on with Simon was saying how much you love talking about the decoction mash. So I said I'll ask you a little bit about like how do you feel it'll help? Is it appropriate for the style, and how it helped for the style, given that I mean today the malt we have are pretty well modified. So maybe without getting too technical, like can you say something about what it did to the beer and?
I'll be honest. So like I don't get to I get to brew all the one-offs and the barrel aged stuff, and I brew the lagers quite a bit in work as well. And for me, the main reason to do it was just to challenge myself on the brew kit. Does it add anything? I don't know. I know it definitely fills the brew house with steam. You're boiling the mash, you know, and it does darken considerably.
Okay.
But it's kind of like the turbid mash with the lambic kind of style beers that we do with Land and Labour and with Galway Bay as well. Just I don't know. There's just something about it that the wort, you never see wort as clear. The runoff is never as clear out of Loudon as with kind of a mass schedule like that. Don't ask me why. Like, is it something to do with boiling lipids and that kind of thing? I'm not a brewing scientist, so I couldn't tell you. But like we decoction mash all the lagers, and that it's mainly just for fun for me. It's just a challenge. Could I taste the difference blindly? Probably not, but it's just another step to kind of, you know, to satisfy my own kind of nerdiness, I guess. So. And
also very true to tradition, in fairness. And you could say, you could say that probably why it's so close to the style is that maybe that bit of tradition, adding on that step might have maybe added some magic to it. And I don't know. Yeah, I
Who nice like there's so many. Yeah, like it's just marginal gains, you know, even if it's just 1% better. But if you're making nerd process changes in several places, those 1% kind of all add up to make something a bit more classy, I guess, and like more kind of, I don't know.
Yeah, and that's certainly deliver.
Yeah. No, it's
deliver that high standard.
It makes sense when you say it's running clear that early in the process as to why it's such a clean beer after 100 days in tank for sure. Tom, we're going to have to wrap it because we're running late and
no worries.
And we got to keep moving. But we're delighted that you sent the beer. It's a fantastic beer. Delighted to have you on board, and hopefully we'll have you here next year.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Cheers,
yeah,
Tom.
definitely.
Cheers, Tom.
Thanks, guys.
Cheers. Thanks a million. Thanks a million. Phenomenal beer. It's great beer.
Lovely.
Great beer.
Yeah, I'm delighted.
That was Galway Bay, as ever, a stalwart of the industry. Carla, we're probably going to see you later on.
Absolutely,
hopefully.
yeah. I'll be at the
floating
bar.
around.
Just, where you'll find me, table 17.
Sniffing beer deep.
Yeah.
Thanks a million for joining us.
Pleasure
Pleasure to have you
as
here.
always, yeah. Thanks a million. We'll see you
Cheers.
soon, guys.
Catch you
Mind
later.
yourself. Bye.
So that was Galway Bay, and we're coming up. It's probably a good time to clean your glass. We have Round Corner, in the next brewery up. Before we get to Round Corner, we have a couple of people to thank, which is essential as part of this festival, and as where we're at in the festival. Our sponsors who help us make all of this happen. Sligo.ie, who market Sligo around the world and around the country. They've been kind sponsors of the festival for a couple of years. They're helping us with the live stream this year. Kegstar, who are a keg partner and becoming an increasingly important keg partner for us. They've sent us the kegs for the stage, and they've also contributed to the festival. Lochran's, who are one of our big partners, have been for the last couple of years. They help us make Boxtravaganza. They're our malt supplier, and they help us put the whole festival together. And we'll be talking to James later on. We also want to highlight the fact that our charity partner every year is always, hopefully, a local or regional partner who's delivering a strong and essential service to the community here in the northwest of Ireland. This year it's a charity called Stop, who are a community-run voluntary body who essentially work to prevent suicide and the cause of suicide by informing, educating and promoting, I suppose, positive suicide prevention policies around Ireland and around the region, more so Sligo and Northwest region. It's an issue that affects everyone at some stage in their lives. We all know someone who is affected by issues around suicide, and it's essential we have people who give their time freely to assist us in, I suppose, preventing the causes of suicide and suicide itself. So it's a very worthwhile cause. The link is going to be in on social. It's going to be on our Facebook feed, link to the charity, and it'll be on the YouTube feed in the comments. We would love, if you're enjoying the day and you feel like you have a couple of quid to spare, click on the link and donate. We're hopefully going to have a portion from every box that was sold donated to Stop as well. So the guys are here on site as well in the marquee today, but it's a small contribution from us, and it's a small kind of token towards, I suppose, towards the a very, very worthwhile cause. Okay, so that's a word on the charities and our sponsors. We'll touch back on them later on, and do where you get a chance support our sponsors. And it's essential we say that because James is standing over there watching. Okay, we're running a little bit late, but I think we'll make up the time later on. We have next up, we have Combi Cryan from Round Corner. Yeah, and Combi is a fellow Irishman, a Ballinamore man, and also is a partner in Round Corner with another Irishman that I'm sure he's going to tell us all about. I have someone joining me to taste and appreciate this beer. He's going to ramble up. Is he going to ramble up? I think he's going to ramble up. Sean Colahan from Wide Street is going to make his way on stage. Thanks for joining us, Sean. How are you keeping?
Good, Bob. Thanks for having me in.
You love Saison.
I do love Saison.
I love Saison myself.
It's on the t-shirt.
You left me one of those t-shirts, and it's one of my favourite t-shirts.
Why aren't you wearing it?
I decided I'd have to stick on brand. I wear one t-shirt.
That's fair enough.
For continuity. Well, I wear it all week. You can smell it from this stage, I'm sure.
I can, yeah.
Do you know what you'll do?
Over here.
Do you know what you'll do? Grab the Zomba from the box. We have a big box of beer down the back here, and that's the first time. Look at that, expert. I'll get you a glass. I'll get myself a glass. And we'll bring Combi in. Combi Cryan from Round Corner. How are you?
What's happening, Bob?
What's the crack?
Oh, it's all very good. Good mention on Ballinamore. I stuck the flag up there just before I joined, you know. Have to represent.
Ballinamore has its own flag, yeah?
Yeah, look at that, St. Bridget's Cross. My wife's a Kiwi, and I annoy her because I've got like Bridget's crosses and St. Anthony's statues all around the house. So I don't know if I'm always favourite with my choice of interior design.
I can understand why you'd have. I can understand why you'd have St. Anthony's relics for being a lost cause, but the St. Bridget's crosses are lost on me.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, no, Ballinamore, they have a walk that we all do in Ballinamore. I think it's every February. You walk to some godforsaken well in the middle of winter. I don't know. We did it anyway every year.
You were here. You were here a couple of weeks ago, and you went swimming in a well afterwards, or a hole or something.
Yeah, Pullinass, which is in the great townland of Otnisheelan, just outside, and the water comes down from the mountain, and you can just swim in it. It's bloody lovely, but cold. Destroyed in the great hurricane of 1986. It used to be like stunning, and it's pretty good still, but yeah, that big hurricane sort of did for some of it, but still a great place.
Deadly.
And actually, just before we get into beer, Bob, I just want to do a bit of business. Is obviously this is an offer out to everyone, the good citizens of Ballymote. We're kind of aggressively looking to move into the livestock market in Sligo. So it's half price commission on all heifers this week if you bring your stock from Ballymote over to Melton Mowbray in the Midlands. So great deal there for all the good citizens of Ballymote.
Yeah. Brilliant. Yes. Well, look, we'll get into the story. We're going to get into the beer before we get into the story.
Oh, yeah.
Tell us about Zamba. Oh, so you've met Sean. Have you guys met before?
No, I never met you before, I don't think.
No, I don't think so, no.
But sure, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Sean.
Sean's left me a dribble of Zamba.
We were supposed to share this.
Yeah.
I was going to do a little one.
That's the concept. I'm going to steal some of this.
Sorry, Bob.
This glass was treated for COVID earlier. Tell us a bit about Zamba, because obviously we were a contributing partner to the original Zamba.
Yes.
It being a collab.
Yeah. So, we made it last year, and actually it was a beer we kind of made together for the kind of Brew Gooder initiative, which was last year, which was an aid of clean drinking water in Malawi. And we kind of got together, and there's just not enough wheat beers around, certainly in the UK. I can't really speak for Ireland, but, we were desperate to make a really nice one. We got our heads together, and we created this. So it's a classic Belgian wheat beer style, but, kind of lots of, if you get it on the nose, and it tastes kind of juicy fruit,
Fantastic
Skittles
aroma.
you'll get as well. We also have coriander in there and lavender. But also then we've put some nice Kiwi hops. So Colin and I, the kind of founders around corner, have big New Zealand connections and background. So the kind of hops in there really add a nice, I'll taste it, I'll tell you. A kind of nice, in addition to all that fruitiness, a tartness to it. So like it's a massive beer. I mean, it nearly broke our hearts because it's a kind of, it's not a beer that would sell, say, in the same volume as a pale ale or IPA or a lager. And we had just tons of it ready for kind of distributing nationally. It was just prior to the lockdown last year. And it just, it sat there in the brewery, and I thought, oh my God, it's all in kegs. We're going to struggle to shift it. But the good citizens in Melton Mowbray were treated to, and they went crazy for it. It was a really hot March and April last year. So if in 50 years they're tracing back some love of wheat beers to the East Midlands in England, I think it'll be Zamba that did it. So we decided to repeat it again this year. And obviously we've got a lot of it in can and a lot of it in keg, and it's just a beautiful, beautiful summer beer.
Yeah.
And we just hope in general that there's just going to be more and more wheat beer out there, wheat beer, whatever you want to do, because it's a kind of style that I personally get a bit confused about, how someone can say love a New England IPA and not really kind of fall in love with it, a great beer.
No, I think it's something we use as inspiration for Puka, actually. So Puka is a kind of a wit Berliner Weiss love child, if you wanted to describe it to someone, and that inspiration came from there. But we had a wheat beer almost off the bat years ago. One of the first beers was Chirumbawn. Fionnabar, which is the yellow-haired one, which is obviously reference to a goddess who had I think Belgian origins and was floating around Ireland a couple of thousand years ago. What do you make of it?
And another thing, the beauty of using coriander is it does kind of replicate some of the more expensive hops sometimes as well when it comes to flavour and aroma. So the coriander and the lavender was a fantastic addition. I never tried that in a wheat beer before, but the aroma is just popping.
What's the beer we used on Clon earlier in the year? Did you guys supply it?
The Belgian Stout? No.
No. There was
Cashmere.
Cashmere. So Cashmere
IPA.
Yeah, Cashmere had there's notes of this to remind me of Cashmere. I don't know why.
The Cashmere hop itself is probably not too. It probably would work well in a wit beer as well.
Yeah. There's notes on it. It is beautiful. This is actually, I didn't get any of it last year. You sent over a keg last year.
You did,
and it got drank the day before the festival here in the brewery. And there was 3 very hungover people who seemed to drink a 30-litre keg between them. It's like when you leave the nut shed open, you let the sheep in, and they're floating around bloated the next day. It is a great beer. It's a really great style. I love how you say people can fall in love with New England but can't with a wit beer, because essentially you're looking at something with similar body, similar flavour, strength of flavour, but the ABV can be a lot lower here.
Yeah, and it is a great summer beer, and obviously you can go darker or add rye or whatever in the winter time and produce something very different. But yeah, because in the States, there are breweries where 60-70% of their output would be wit beers of various different styles. So it's one of these things that I think over time, the kind of spectrum of what people appreciate and like will grow, I hope, and as a result, kind of wit beers will find their right place. But right now, it is a space still dominated by the Belgians and Germans, obviously. So yeah, we'll see.
One of the other things people appreciate in life is swag, right? Free swag, and as you can see, we got our fair share of swag with the round corner delivery. And also every brewery sent us something. So trying to show it off there. Nice little bit of round corner merch going on. Have you got some merch kind of plug you want to give, Combi? Now that you can you send merch via the store to Ireland? Now that you can't send beer?
We can do. Yeah, merch is easier to sell or to send than beer, sadly, at the moment. But if people message us, via roundcornerbrewing.com. We got lots of swag and merch that we can send through, and we hope at some stage, bloody Brexit, we used to have a healthy business direct into Ireland. We don't now. It is what it is, but we'd hope that gets rectified at some stage, because we love sending beer home, which
but also doing collabs with you guys. It's going to be harder to do that, sending beer over and back and getting it directly into the brewery and directly into the tap room. We have a tap room ourselves now, so we're going to be hoping to be able to do that more and more, have guest breweries. But look, we'll live and learn. Don't talk to me about Brexit this week. Brexit has been the bane of our lives for the past week. We're going to have to cut it. We're going to have to cut because we're
Bob, just before you do is definitely next time we have the minibus all booked from Rin's minibus from Ballinamore to bring the whole crew over to Ballymote. We cleared the way that there was going to be no school run on the Monday.
No,
we'd even got as far as there was going to be no bingo run on the Tuesday. No bingo run on the Tuesday. So we were set up to take Ballymote by storm. So next year, watch out. No bingo run, no school run. We'll be at Ballymote for 3 days.
I can just tell you something, right? If there's a Hagstravaganza next year, if there's any chance of Hagstravaganza, there will not be a Boxtravaganza. The Hagstravaganza is 10 times the crack out there, and everyone knows that. You will be there. I'm sure half of Ballinamore will be there, and we look forward to seeing you run around, putting people in headlocks and pouring Zonda into their necks. Combi Crane,
nice
say hello to everyone in Melton Mowbay for us. Got it right there for once. Thanks a million.
Cheers, both. See you all. Have a good one. See you now. Bye-bye.
He is some crack.
Nice man. I never met the man before. Was he here? Were they pouring at the festival before?
They were at this festival last year, but as in they were pouring at it, but they weren't physically here. But he was here a couple of weeks ago, actually. He came over to see his dad and his sister and cousin, I think, did a big tour of the Northwest. They were drinking, swimming, driving around, having a great time. But what they have is a mart. They have a big livestock mart in Melton Mowbay, and they've built the brewery, and now they've built a pizza tap room type thing with containers onto it, and it's flying. And he has.
I'm a Longford man. I don't know where Melton Mowbray is.
I've no idea. It's in the middle of England. It's if you did a colour map of what do you call it? Who voted for Brexit and who didn't? It's dark black. Right? It's right in the middle of Brexit territory, and that was in the words of Combi himself. It's that type of place, you know. But it's got bright spots like Round Corner Brewing.
Top class wit beer.
Yeah. Really, really good.
That's my third one. We're actually pouring that outside just before I came in. So I shouldn't have stolen all that can off you as well there.
Thank God you just walked through here drinking a pint of it. But yeah, it's a great beer. I'm putting lavender in a beer.
Who'd have thought? Pops the aroma big time.
Unbelievable. Yeah, really good. Sean is staying with me, but we are going to jump to Overtone. I think Overtone are next up, so that's live from Scotland, from Glasgow. Overtone Brewing after this. All right, and we're back. And now it's the turn of our second Scottish brewery. Definitely second?
Definitely the second.
Definitely the second. Numero 2. They are a brewery who've come to us via a very good friends in Denmark, actually. And they're pretty huge in Denmark. It's a bit like the Hof in Germany. These guys have become massive around Copenhagen and Aarhus. From Scotland with an interesting backstory and an interesting journey through beer to Glasgow. It's Overtone Brewing. And just to watch out, there's 2 beers. Overtone couldn't get us one whole batch of the beer, so they sent us 2. They sent us Smash It, and they sent us Love Your Local. So I think if you bring them in, I think Daniel from Overtone has Love Your Local, and we've got Smash It. Hello, Daniel. How are you?
Hello, Daniel. Welcome.
Thank you.
What's the crack? We've been admiring people's work.
I'm not used to, man. It takes me back.
Sometimes have to explain that.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
No, sometimes I get it from James, but still, it takes a while to get used to.
So James used to live here in Sligo, and he's got What's the Crack all the time. That's part of his repertoire.
It's like it comes with a cup of coffee. What's the crack?
It's interesting to think about the uses of What's the Crack as a term, because it means several different things. It could mean you rock up beside someone and you say, "What's the crack?" which is, "I'm here now. Can you explain to me what's happening?" Or it could be, "What's the crack?" as in just what's up.
What's going on?
Yeah. Or it could be you turn up and there's blood everywhere and you say, "What's the crack?" which means, have you fucking murdered everyone? So there's several different applications of what's the crack.
So it's all in how it's used then, huh?
You inflect it inwards is like,
yeah.
It's how good or bad the situation is.
Yeah. You have to read into what's been done.
Yeah.
The physical interaction as well as the verbal. Yeah, that's it. Daniel, you are a founder and proprietor of Overtone.
Hello. Yes. I've been with Overtone since the start, before we even had a name. So we're about 3 years in as far as trade sales and stuff. I've been working there for probably 3.5 years.
Great. Perfect. And you guys are based in Glasgow?
Yep. We're based on the west end of Glasgow.
West End. We haven't seen your beer over here at all in Ireland. You haven't been focused on getting much beer here, mainly UK based?
I think Ireland's a tough market to crack.
Yeah, for sure.
It's very special as far as just Ireland in general.
Yeah. But Denmark, meanwhile.
Killing it in Denmark.
Yeah, I'm going there in a couple of months, I think.
Great. You're going over, yeah? Yeah, they've been talking to us about trying to bring us back. We went over and did, I think we've done 2 tours in Denmark, and it's been really good. It's a great
Vietnam.
Yeah, but better with beer. It's a great beer country. A couple of great cities for craft, and they're really beer nerdy as well. Love Untapped.
Yeah.
Well, look, do you want to bring us into the beer? You're going to bring us into Love Your Local, and then we're going to do Smash It. Yeah.
Alrighty. An IPA, basically Rakayu, Simcoe, and Galaxy. Made for our local shops and all that.
What's the rationale behind Love Your Local?
It was all about customers using their local shops and stuff like that instead of going through other routes to get the product.
Yeah. Okay. And it was released just
kind of like a record store day or whatever, but like in the craft beer market.
and that was directly created to supply the local area.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great.
You're local and not your e-commerce box festival from Ireland.
Not so much, no, but Ireland's still pretty local. You could probably throw a stone there. So
this is as local as it gets. There's parts of Ireland you can see Scotland from.
Yeah.
So, yeah, without great effort. So bring us through it, because you've obviously got different ones to us.
It's quite thick, hazy, slightly sweet, really hoppy. It's mellowed quite nicely over the last couple of weeks. It's probably only been canned. Yeah. Canned on the 20th. So it's still quite fresh.
Jesus, that is fresh. Ours was canned on the 19th of July.
Wow.
That's fresh.
That's very fresh.
It's very fresh. But then again, you guys specialize
a couple weeks in the can, you know?
Yeah. Let the hop loose out.
Yeah, that's all we got. But a lot of times I'm drinking them for the first couple of weeks through anyways. Get a varied result as far as what the product's going to be like.
Yeah.
You kind of package for longevity.
Yeah, you got it, right? You've got a year on that. No, you don't. Have 9 months.
9 months, yeah. I'm still pushing them to get about 6 months, but the 9 months is better for the European customers and such like that. They're more willing to purchase it, but we pretty much know that hops after 3 months it starts to take a slide. So really, a lot of people, what Verdant does, like 5 months, I think. So 6 months is probably a bit safer, but 9 months. Quite honestly, it's almost too bad you can't just put the package date on it and then just go with that. So then people can make their own decision.
Yeah, but like it's big retail is really the driver behind it. No, big retail and EU regulations, which you're probably free of now, but if you're exporting, not so much. You
got issues with the Brexit changes.
Yeah.
You don't really have to deal with that, do you?
Well, we have to deal with it a lot because it impacts sending beer to the UK a lot. It's really tricky. Getting your beer here was really tricky. Took ages. It was 3 days late, 4 days late. Some of it hasn't turned up, and a lot of that is down to the complexities of customs that have been kind of inflicted on small businesses. So breweries like you guys and others who maybe aren't used to doing the paperwork involved in exporting to third country or what's now the EU, it's really tricky. So
they made everything so difficult. Like it's like trading with your neighbor, and all the work involved is just everything has to go through a third party check-in and all that now, and you got to pay more fees to everybody, and everything's more expensive. I don't know. I don't see how it benefits us, but
we had to apply, like, there was, just for example, I think it was 150 euros per consignment just for a piece of paper per brewery, right? So we were getting whatever 550 cans per brewery. There's just one of the fees was 150 euros that just seemed to be a piece of paper per brewery to come from the UK. That's on top of several charges. Like, it was just phenomenal how long it takes. It's just
I actually get a lot of hops from Ireland.
Where do you buy from? Lochran's or something?
Lochran.
Oh yeah, Lochran's. They're actually sponsors of the event. James was on earlier on, and they're one of our key suppliers as well.
Yeah, the Crosby hops and their Southern Hemisphere hops have been really good for us. So
we've done a series with them, the Union series of Smash IPAs, which I'm sure you're going to bring us into with Smash It, maybe. We've done a series with them, and they picked up most of the Crosby hops.
The Meridian from them.
We can nearly everything off them hop-wise. We've got quite a lot of Mosaic as well. But actually, one thing I wanted to ask you. So on Smash It, that's really, really thick body. This is your style, I'm guessing. This is hazy deepest and hazy strong IPAs.
Yeah.
But that's got the body of a far heavier beer. It's only 5.5%.
it's somewhere in between. It's more of a blend of more of a pale ale, but then also a New England pale ale kind of style, I guess. It was my first use of the hop, and I was really hoping to showcase that.
Yeah.
So, I think I used a lot more flaked wheat on that one as well, so it dries it out a wee bit.
Quite aromatic. Very aromatic. There's a residual bitterness there. There's a lovely bitterness that lasts and lasts and lasts.
Yeah, the Nipas, they're always so sweet and then no bitterness. Like for a pale ale, you need to have some bitterness to make you want to throw it back. It kind of coats the mouth, and you need that because then it makes you go back and drink more.
Yeah. That is the compelling kind of feature of it, is that bitterness that makes you want to recreate that feeling. Kind of top of the palate, back of the throat.
Yeah. I really hope that bitterness comes back to beer because
bitterness.
It's definitely been missing. That was the whole point of it, and it's just I look forward to it. I like a good West Coast or something with some actual bitterness to it.
There's a term we learned off Stacey in Rock Leopard was what I learned, because I hadn't been aware of, was mountain IPA, which is like somewhere in the middle, east and west coast.
Yeah. A lot of our beers have been kind of similar to that style because it, quite honestly, if you were drinking a New England IPA in New England, it would be a lot more bitter than what the market offers over here. It would be more like our beer Tribute. It would actually have, your Simcoe and your Amarillo and stuff, but it would have some bitterness punch to it as well. Like not just like 10, 20 IBUs, but like 30, 40. And that would be quite normal. Some of them you're even using first wort hopping and stuff, but it's not very welcome over here. So you kind of have to leave the hops out of the boil altogether and chill your whirlpool and go that way. But
I
like to try to believe that we have to play the field, so it's always about offering something different every time. Because like with your portfolio, where you're always making new beers every month, you have to have some bitter ones, and it makes it interesting. Because if you're drinking the same sweetened stuff every time, it gets quite boring.
Yeah, and that seems to be what is developing for you guys. Developing your brand is constantly bringing new beers, tweaking the style, tweaking that double IPA hazy style, and lashing them out. That seems to be your shtick.
Yeah, we're doing about 13 batches a month. I know it's not much, but there's usually probably 5 new beers every month, at least.
Jesus, wow. Your designer loves that.
So we've probably done about 120 different beers in the last 3 years.
Wow. Yeah.
Some of them come back. Some of them get recycled. Some of them get, every time I'd like to believe that we can try to make the beer better. It doesn't always work out, but, it's just a fine tuning here and there and then just redoing it.
Yeah, well, that's
getting people to drink the beer fast enough so it's fresh.
Yeah.
Like you don't want beer to go out and sit in somebody's cooler for 6 months and then, but what are you going to do?
Yeah.
You just have to educate them, I guess, and.
No, that's part of the education is, I suppose, making sure you're getting it to them fresh and then doing stuff like this or tasting notes that allow people to understand what they should be tasting fresh versus when it's 3-6 months old. But it's a challenge getting that to people unless you're do it directly via e-commerce or through your tap room. You guys have a tap room?
Not yet. We're kind of in a stage where we've reached our peak production. Our facilities is a bit strained, and we're looking to have like events in there to like once a month, open it up, have people come in. But with the current situation, things have been a bit limited. We really need like a small bar or something. I'd really like to see that. It's just part of the growing of the brewery, quite honestly. But everything will come around, I hope.
Well, look, we hope to see you maybe soon in Glasgow. If not, maybe here in the brewery at some stage, or probably in Denmark. on supporting you on a tour with like the Hoff.
Why not? You know.
Why not? Why not?
Firebirds for everyone. You know. We'll all just drive around and.
Thanks a million for taking the time. Thanks for sending over the beers. It's been amazing. Love to smash it. Can't wait to taste Love Your Local, even though I don't think I have one. I'm going to have to scavenge one back off someone. Yeah, and hopefully we'll see you soon.
If you need some, I'll get Kaylee to send you some.
Do that right there. Just what you said.
All right, cool.
Let's do that.
Pleasure to meet you, Dan.
Thanks, Aidan.
Thank you very much, guys. Have a good night.
Cheers. Have a good weekend.
Yeah, so this is the thing you were looking forward to the most, you were saying? I have
So
to
I've
say,
been listening to my mate Neil's gone on about this for a year and a half, and he's been saying they've just nailed the style, they've nailed that hazy, murky, not over the top, and that's kind of what Daniel was saying. You haven't gone way too bitter. They can't do that because that's not.
I think
what
there's the perfect amount of bitterness there.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Thoughts? Incredibly drinkable. Again, got that sort of slightly floral nose in it as well. Just the right amount of bitterness, and again, there's not too juicy.
Yeah,
As
yeah.
you were saying, you wanted to hold back on that.
Yeah,
bitter guys.
Yeah, the juicy is maybe it's had its day. Maybe.
Probably not. But again, we're lucky that there's something for everybody.
There is something for everyone, especially in Overtone. Let us know in the chat if you loved your Overtone and which one you got, because there was two. Actually, there's two beers. There's two breweries who've had two separate beers included in the boxes. So Left-Handed Giant and Overtone have had to mix it up. But hey, that's variety. All right, and after the break, we will have another brewery. Not telling you which one. Thanks. And that was Overtone from Glasgow. If you like the Overtone stuff, get it into the chat there and let us know what you thought about it. Next up is Thornbridge from the UK. A favourite of ours, favourite of yours?
This beer is certainly a favourite of mine.
Well, not the brewery, just the beer.
No, the beer and the brewery. We just don't have enough Thornbridge in Ireland.
We don't
get to form a proper opinion of all their beers.
Well, the person who might be able to change that for us, or certainly makes a good stab at it, is James Buchanan. James Buchanan from Thornbridge. In you come.
Hey.
How are you keeping?
Can you see me? Can you hear me?
We can see you and hear you.
Oh, fantastic. Well, yeah, thank you. Hopefully, as you say, lots more Thornbridge coming over your way as well. Firstly, thank you for inviting us along. Having the beer in, the Cuba in the box there. I hope everything's going well with the festival so far. Sounds, fantastic idea really to put it all together in like you're doing. So thank you very much for having us.
No, it's brilliant. People like you make the box happen. Obviously, it was a fantastic idea about 3 months ago, putting it together. The last week or so now, it wasn't such a great idea, but here we are now, and it's great now. We're drinking.
Perfect.
Yeah, James Sean is a neighbour of ours from Longford, has a brewery called Wide Street. James Buchanan.
Nice to meet you, James.
Hey, nice to meet you as well.
Sean knows infinitely more about beer than I do, and so he's here to big up your beer and give it credibility.
I'd say you're at beer a hell of a lot longer than I am as well now, Bob. Though, so
I am from the other side of it, though.
Don't belittle yourself.
Well, look, I'm going to let us open the beer. Now, I'm going to open the beer myself.
I'll give you half this time. No.
Sean, the last beer, Sean just drank all of it and didn't put any in my glass, so I'm going to just have to keep an eye on this.
I'll take 2/3 this time. I'll give you 1/3.
You're joining us from home, I'm guessing, James, yeah?
That's it. I'm here. So Bakewell is where the brewery resides. I live in Sheffield, about half an hour's drive away from there. So you can see behind me, I'm in my kitchen at the moment. So very exciting.
It was either that or a really fancy brewery where you've got plants and everything.
Yeah.
We've just got we've got a new tap room, and one of the guys said this morning, tap room's going to look great now when we get some plants in it. I'm like, if plants get into this tap room, they'll be dead in about half an hour. They'll be killed by people pouring ends of pints into them. I didn't like that. You know how it works.
There's some nutrients in there for the ends of the...
I'm sure there is a bit of black forest. James, do you want to first of all tell us about the beer? Because we're guilty usually of talking shite for half an hour and then forgetting about the beer.
No problem. Thank you. So, thank you very much. Hopefully everyone's, some of you may have managed to save it until now. Some of you may have drunk it already. But Cuba is our mojito sour. So Cuba, we brewed a couple of years ago, back in 2019. And as you can see there, enjoying it. It is a real sour beer in there. We brew it as a kettle sour. So it gives you that nice character in there you're getting. We brewed it 2 years ago in the middle of summer for keg. We wanted something, really refreshing that we'd add into our range. And then, it was a sort of seasonal at the time, but with the demand, we were doing lots of small pack for our beer club and other things as well. And thought it was a perfect chance to put it in can. So real sunshine beer. We've not had a lot of sunshine recently, but, at least you can pretend a bit with the beer anyway. So it's a mint and lime sour. Something, again, it's inspired by the mojito idea with that mint and lime coming in there. It's a kettle sour, 4.5%. So very light, fresh, easy drinking. Got a nice light color to it, good clarity, but you can see on the bottom there, you've got a nice bit of carbonation coming through as well. And hopefully, right from the off, you're going to get that mint and lime coming straight in. There's no hops or anything in here. We don't really hop our kettle sours at all. But just a nice light malt base in there just to keep the balance with it. We don't want to turn your face inside out with the sourness. We want it to be sour, little lip puckering, but just to really keep it refreshing as opposed to being, too much, so you can enjoy the whole beer as well. Hopefully you guys are enjoying it too.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's just mojito, right?
I think it's a perfect balance of all the ingredients that are in there as well, and none of them are too pronounced, but everything just kind of brings itself together perfectly. So I think and I had a can of this yesterday. I broke into my Boxtravaganza box and had a can of this yesterday, and I was well impressed with this. So
that's so because it has the danger is it just becomes a mint fest, right? That's the danger.
You can push the mint too far sometimes, and then.
No, because the balance is really, really key there. And for a kettle sour, it's not as maybe tart or hard as I'd expect. So you've kept that balance really light.
But a really nice sourness from it as well for a kettle sour. So.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, we've we've done a few kettle sours. We have a full barrel aging sour program, but the kettle sours we want to make them a little more available, really. So we do more of the kettle sours in can. We do them with all types of fruit. And it helped us to kind of get into this. Like you say, we hope the balance is there with that mint and lime. We don't want to overpower it, particularly with the mint, as you say. It's easy to make it taste like toothpaste or what have you. So the brewers are working hard to keep that balance in there on the beer.
You talked about barrel aging sours. We've done a little bit of that with Heather Ale, but have you got something like Cuba or any of the lighter sours in barrels?
We do one with gooseberries called the Heart Desires. So it's aged for about 13 months in white wine barrels. Starts out as a Belgian blonde ale, goes into white wine barrels with lots of gooseberry in there as well. So, the kettle sours for us are kind of 3-week beers. They're at the same length as our standard, our kind of IPAs and beers like that as well. But then, we have a whole barrel aging program for the different ones too. So some of them will be cherry and raspberry, but the ones similar to Cuba will be gooseberry. So it's got that zingy light fruit character in there as well.
Are you looking to send some of the beers to Ireland in the future? Or?
We work with the guys over at Grand Cru. They do a very good job for us in Ireland at the moment. And so, they certainly will be aiming to keep it all coming through. Keep an eye out for it, really.
Send some of the barrel aged stuff over as well.
Yeah, don't you worry. We'll get you some over. If not today, we'll get you guys some over as well. So you say you're barrel aging out some beers at the moment?
Yeah.
Well, you do it.
Yeah. No, sorry. No, we're at it too, but we're all at it.
Yeah, we're all at it.
Yeah.
But that's your speciality. They've got they've got essentially a speciality brewery in Longford, which
fantastic.
Longford wouldn't have expected that 5 years ago or 10 years ago. You would have said notions, but actually we're in an age where
I think they still don't know what's going on.
That's the danger. That's not just about beer, right? That's just Longford in general.
Now, Bob.
Yeah, economics. But you've got a Centre Parks, so Centre Parks is making Longford now.
People are cycling in from Centre Parks just to visit the brewery and pick up some of the weird.
Are you that close to Centre Parks?
Yeah, you can cycle it in 12 minutes on my bike.
If you're really thirsty.
Yeah. Oh, brewers from other breweries are cycling in, and
that is amazing. I did not know that.
Yeah.
Jeez, if I knew that, like we were talking about this last night about having a campsite at the brewery or having a campsite next to a brewery or near a brewery, and the opportunity to do that, like it would be huge if you could bring your camper, go to a brewery, have an evening, nighttime, whatever, camp out, bit of grub, barbecue. It'd be an amazing trip.
It's like, say our town is maybe 3,000 people. This is like an extra town of 3,000 people hidden in the forest, just 10 minutes outside
like
our
gremlins.
town. So it doubled the capacity of the town. Like so, our beers are kind of selling a little bit.
But also,
better.
they're there for holidays. They're there to spend money.
Yeah,
that's brilliant. I didn't know that. That's now another reason to visit. Well, I was just saying off before you came on, James, that there's a couple of guys from Sligo who are keen to put a trip together to Longford to get the bus up and get up there. We're just happening to open a tap room, maybe get the guys to bring the beer down here. That stuff is nascent in Ireland. It's not like the taproom culture isn't nearly as strong as what it is in the UK, and it's a big omission from our culture. But we're getting there. I think we're all trying to get there.
Okay.
But yeah, it's something you guys have had for years, right? The taproom's been an essential part of your brewery.
That's it. And to be honest, partly one good thing out of COVID, I suppose, was it pushed us to really open and expand our taproom operations as well. You know, we took on another unit right next to the brew side. And actually we've moved, we have two breweries. We have one 50 hec and one, it's about 16 hec, a smaller one that we began on doing cask. So we've actually moved that into the back of our tap room now. So we've got a very large tap room space. It's got pizza oven, shop, big bar, and the second brewery is right behind it too. So of course, open invite, drop me a line if you're ever over that way. We can show you around as well and have a look. But yeah, because of COVID, it inspired us to do that. And now it's big, it's airy, almost quite American style really in the space that you have available there now. We do experiences through it too. So we've taken a bit of a step up really with our tap room as well.
That's phenomenal. We obviously, anyone watching, get on the website and obviously tag your social. You might send us on the social links and we'll drop them in the chat. But that is an essential part of I think the brewery culture in the UK has been able to visit everywhere that we've had. Anyone we've had on board also always has a tap room. So it's been brilliant. James, we're going to keep going because we're running about 4 hours late and we're going to be here till about midnight. Which you're not going to get the gag, but we're going to need a government minister to keep this running through COVID here. But thanks a million for sending the beer. Beer's amazing. Beer's amazing.
Nice to meet you. Absolutely top class beer. Thanks.
Top class.
As well, guys. Hopefully in person soon, but thank you very much for everything with having us in.
Here next year, James. And thanks. Definitely. Thanks a million.
Brilliant.
Cheers.
Take care, guys.
Yeah, hell of a nice guy. And actually,
Very
James has been really useful, really friendly with us over the last couple of years. They're co-distributed in Grand Cru, so Grand Cru do a little bit. They send it in. It's every couple of months. There's a kind of release, you know. But I've rang James.
You don't find it too often down in Longford.
No. Well, look, you don't. But you don't find. Listen, you don't find it around the country. You get outside Dublin, it's sometimes hard to find really good distribution of beer. But I've been able to ring James about distribution in other countries around Europe and just go, what about this country? What about that country? What do you make of this guy? He's just a fountain of knowledge. Those guys have been going for a good while.
And that's a top class kettle sour.
I don't really like kettle sours, and that's
but it's if you're replicating a mojito, this does the job.
Yeah, really good. Is anyone else doing something like this here?
Yeah, our White Hag doing something like it. No,
we did it. Yeah, we did puka. We did a puka lime mint and matcha.
That's right. Yeah. 2 years ago, I remember drinking it on the train back in from here,
trying to wake up.
Yeah,
it's a real wakey uppy beer. But no, we haven't done that since. And there's probably a tangent there with like Tangerine Shebeen, which was actually a collab we did with Round Corner with Combi. That type of kind of strong citrus or going into citrus and mint and herbs is probably something we should probably explore more.
Yeah, and I think we're going to try and do a hell of a lot more with that and use the cool chip and do kind of fruit and herb and spice infusions in the cool chip itself. Yeah. Even though it might still be quick soured or whatever. So.
Yeah, that's like I think it's a direction that you can obviously
low
go.
ABV, yeah.
But you're also doing core range now as well. You're doing like regular core range.
Yeah, we didn't set out to do kind of cashmere IPAs and stuff like that. And Italian style pilsners, but you can't be waiting around for 3 and 4 months for the
it's hard to do
fermentation or 12 months or even up to 3 years. So yeah, we kind of kicked in a core range, so it's
working.
Lads are drinking
we've all drank it.
I'm busy doing that shit.
You dropped me a case, I think, to the house, and we drank a ton of it, way more than we should. All right, that was Thornbridge. And next up, live from Manchester, I really hope he's live. Is he live? Live from Manchester is an old friend of the brewery, and he's likely to be awful crack because he is in the pub and has been for a number of hours. It's our friend Paul Jones from Cloudwater.
Hey up, how you doing?
Hey mate, how are you getting on?
Pretty good. Yeah, thanks for having us on.
You are in the car park of the pub.
Well, it's not. You would think it's a car park, but it's also an underutilized beer garden.
It's very
Is how I'm seeing
underutilized.
it.
There's no seats. There's no fucking seats, PJ.
There's a lot of seating. So there's a terrace out the back of this pub that's got 3 levels. Most terraces out the back of most pubs might have a single platform. Not this place. This place has got an option of 3 different levels of seating, depending on how close you want to get to the aeroplanes as they go overhead, or whether you want to catch a sight of the numbers on the trains as they zip past. But yeah, it's a cracking space. This is our favourite pub in Greater Manchester City region, the Magnet in Stockport, and I've definitely have been here a few hours.
Yeah,
you have reasonably lubricated myself, but I'm ready for a can of, well, I should get it the right way around. This fella.
West Coast IPA called Volley. West Coast IPA.
Yeah.
I had a guy send me a picture last night of this, and he just said, "Holy shit!" That's all he said. Now he's new to craft beer. We brought him in last Christmas, and he was blown away by this. So we're going to get it out. Joining me, PJ. Joining me is Sean Colehan from White Street Brewing.
Good to see you again.
Who you may have met.
Hey,
I think you met.
Yeah, the last time I met you, you were guiding me through my first ever oyster in Sligo. We were on the oyster farm. I never had an oyster before. You were there. What you need to do is this, and then you need to kind of cut it a little bit here, and then just kind of let it slide down your neck.
And then have 4 pints of dry stout.
Yeah.
I've got myself a glass of this thing here. We've been making West Coast IPAs from day one. That was the style of IPA that we made off the bat. It never actually went away for us, but it just got eclipsed by what we did in hazy beer. So we've been making, we used to call them Imperial IPAs to try and differentiate between double IPAs. But we've always made something in this style, and I think recently we've just redoubled our efforts to try and honour the sort of beers that absolutely blow us away still from that coast. The sort of beers that needed to happen for us to happen, scene making beer. Well, cheers to you.
Oh, fucking hell, that's great, PJ.
It's a beer you can smell from.
You can smell it a mile away, yeah.
Yeah, we've got seven different hops in this beer, which is a lot more than we would usually use in any kind of hazy beer. And that's really just to build up a real kind of authentic, piney, resinous base.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on in it, and I'm not trying to say that we're going to stay here forever with it, but there's a lot going on that sort of references everything that we've come to expect from West Coast style pale ales and IPAs. So there's piney characteristics. There's also some kind of fruitiness to it as well. That's important. That's always present. But yeah, it drinks exceptionally well.
That drinks
too well.
It has a beautiful bitterness, but then it's still kind of pillowy. It's not like cutting bitter. It's pillowy at the end.
Yeah,
it's
sure.
a little bit maybe.
But the aroma and the flavour marry as well. They just kind of come straight into each other. But when you smell it and then you taste it, it's the exact same thing. If smell was a taste.
So that's a really interesting observation, because I think a lot of the time folk think that West Coast beer is just bitter beer, but for us it's more. It's two things. It's either clarity of flavour or continuity of flavour. So when you're getting that aroma and it delivers in the flavour, that's bang on what West Coast should always do. I've said that this is a rather complex West Coast beer, so ideally for me, we'd probably, take out 2 or 3 hop varietals and make it a rather more distinctive beer that you could really single out the hop varietals that were in there. That for me is like, West Coast brewers could take a day trip drive to the hop farm. And go and visit farmers and get enthusiastic about what they were smelling in the fields. And then they wanted to obviously honor that in their breweries. So that's where the West Coast tradition came from, of wanting to hold up those wonderful experiences in fields and in sort of sensory evaluation of ingredients right off the vine. That's something that we're continuing to play with, and we're definitely pretty happy. We're pretty happy with this particular recipe. It's something that we're going to try and lightly refine as time goes by. But yeah, it's drinking well.
That is a banger, and it's fresh.
Absolutely spot on.
It's canned on the 23rd of July. It was shipped the day it was canned. Adam shipped this the day it was canned, and due to our friends in customs, it took till Thursday morning to get here. But that's as fresh as you can possibly get in Ireland.
Is that the one that was holding up the shipment?
No, it wasn't. It was someone north of there, somewhere north. Adam shipped Rock Leopard. Actually, we had Stacey from Rock Leopard is on later on. He sent what's the beer from Rock Leopard? It's on this. He sent Type Here to Search, which is his West Coast IPA.
Great. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's kind of it's a little bit hazier. It's a little bit more kind of he's called it balanced. He actually referred to a mountain IPA, which I hadn't heard before, which is like Colorado, kind of middle of the country type thing. But
if you kind of come in a little bit from the coast, you do get a little bit more malt presence. You get typically a little bit more fruitiness. So, back in 2015, when the brewery was first getting off the ground, I took a road trip from Seattle to San Diego. I hit about 50 breweries in that trip alone. I've been back to the West Coast almost every year that we've been in business, and I've been to upwards of 80 breweries now. So even though our reputation is absolutely solid for all the hazy sort of juicy stuff, we really keep our hand in. Knowing what's going down, and for all of us, I think in the industry, West Coast IPAs keep bringing that sort of drinkability that we then search for in other styles.
No, so here's our experience of that is you brought Jeff Bagby back to family and friends and beer. Bagby, he was next to us struck up a fucking brilliant relationship with Bagby. He ends up back in Ireland here the following year, and we did a brew West Coast to West Coast, which was, he designed it, start to finish. We just said, here's the master of the West Coast as far as we're concerned. And he did a brilliant 7% West Coast IPA, which was just banging. We fucking loved it. Now, it didn't appeal to everyone, and it didn't fly out. It wasn't sold out the door of day one. It took a couple of weeks. And that's amazing that there's been that drift away from the quintessential classic Bagby-esque style, clean West Coast, really, really bitter. So there's probably a reintroduction to do there, and you're doing that work, which is bringing that style back to the fore time and time again.
Yeah, I think it's really important to us that the breweries and the styles and the beers that brought us into being, we're going to continue to put those in front of consumers by making them ourselves, and then also pointing folk, our festival list, and we hope to bring that festival back next year. But our festival list, time and time again, is breweries that we really, really love working with. We really love what they do. We love what they did before we existed. We love what they do now around us, and we're here to definitely give people as much as we possibly can of what they want, but also a little bit of what they need too. And certainly when it comes to West Coast IPAs and West Coast pale ales and West Coast imperial IPAs, I think folk definitely need to step back a little bit in time and kind of see just what was happening as craft here in Europe was kicking off. All of the beers that got us as brewers excited were beers that had this sort of drinkability, had this sort of presentation of fresh hop flavor. Sure, without the juiciness of the sort of yeast strains that we tend to favor, but it's got everything going on. And so, if you get a chance to check out Jeff Bagby's beers, don't miss doing that. If you get a chance to go back, throughout the history books and check out a whole bunch of other West Coast stalwarts, don't be afraid to do that. I mean, this is a really important thing to do.
Yeah.
Going back and covering those classics is vital.
Yeah, no, because one of the things that Family and Friends does for us and for Europe is brings a bunch of really good American brewers over. They collab with Cloudwater, and they're there at the Cloudwater Festival. But what ends up happening is they get friendly with a bunch of European breweries and go and make beer with them, and then bring their style into Ireland, into Denmark, into France, into Italy, and you end up with, I suppose, you end up exploding the style through collaborations and through friendships that happen.
That's the point. So when we're setting out the kind of ethos of that festival, it's not supposed to center. We don't call the festival, Cloudwater Festival. That's not really our vibe. We call it that specific name because we're trying to build the community.
Yeah.
And what happens as a result of, we facilitate a phenomenal number of events in Manchester every time the festival happens that are nothing to do with us directly. They're not at our venues. But they're with people that we love working with, a bunch of our customers' venues or other breweries. And similarly, we love making introductions and knowing that, through those introductions, whether it's direct and kind of formal, or whether it's just through proximity and being at the festival together, we love knowing that what happens is this kind of gradual infusion of, European sensibility and tradition, and then American enthusiasm, innovation, scene setting sort of work. We're all engaged in that too, of course. But yeah, it's lovely. It's lovely to see that happening in real time every year. And hopefully next year we can kind of kick that off again.
And look, it comes back to what Sean said earlier on: eating oysters down the bay with people who you mightn't otherwise have ever met. That's kind of we've tried to do as an extension of that with this festival.
Yeah,
totally. This is important work. This bringing breweries back into our community every year through the box, through a live stream, from a car park or from a pub or from a home in Sheffield. We've had a wide variety. Wait till you see at the end of this the amount of people who are in under their stairs going, my kid's asleep, so I'm doing a live stream from under the stairs. But this is important to try and bring people back in.
It is.
And yourselves bringing tiny breweries into the likes of the Hagstravaganza when it was on a couple of years ago. Was every year you always bring in a new brewery and someone who's up and coming and give them a chance to pour as well. So that's always a spectacular thing for an up and coming brewery too. No, that's part of the vibe, Paul. Paul, anything else we should expect from Cloudwater? What's happening over there in Manchester?
We're just going to keep facing the challenges of the times. Obviously, the big one is still the uncertainty that we're all faced with. But we're trying to face that uncertainty and kind of put things on the horizon that are exciting. So we are already talking about Friends and Family next year. We've just opened a pub called Sadler's Cat in Sadler's Yard. The ex-Pilco site. We've kind of reinvigorated and reinvented that site for we hope a year and a half. So come and check us out there. It's a great spot, big outdoor space.
It's a phenomenal venue. It's a phenomenal venue.
We're going to keep doing all the stuff that you expect from us, but also, keep digging into the hard work that's happening right now as well in the industry.
Yeah.
So, all of the stuff that we're engaged in, you kind of expect from us. We don't shy away from difficult conversation. We don't shy away from the hard work of being where you want us to be. So, it starts to feel a little bit like we're turning a corner and being able to rely a little bit more on hospitality venues being open. And kind of being well used. So we're just going to try and facilitate as much of that. It's a bit of a tearjerker to be in a pub like this and see people meeting up, possibly for the first time in months or even a year, and embrace each other and be like, fucking finally, we're here in front of each other. We want to do what we can to add to that vibe. And so that's going to be a lot of our work in these coming months, for sure.
You'd love to see it. We've got maybe 140 people here at the brewery.
Whoa!
Outside. We've just got a new tap room. New tap room's it's open. There's people in it. It's not quite finished, but we've got a little marquee out the front, and people who I haven't seen in 2 years, year and a half, from breweries around the country are here shouting at each other through masks, going, "Hey, it's great to see you! It's great to see you too!" and this is, it warms the heart to see that happening, you know. So you're right. That we're kind of getting back towards there.
Bit by bit.
Paul, as ever, thanks for everything you've done. Thanks for sending a phenomenal beer, brewing phenomenal beer, and thanks for everything you've done as well in the last couple of years, especially with us. We've been very lucky to have your friendship and to have you as part of the community.
We'll see you back here for an oyster this time next year, no?
Oysters next year, here, hopefully.
Definitely, into it. Take it easy.
Bring your camera.
Be safe.
Talk to you, PJ.
Yeah.
Thanks a million. Bye.
Cheers then. Bye.
Legend. That's phenomenal.
To really, like the, how do you,
huh?
Everything about this beer is just spot on. Like.
I have a promise. I said this to Carla earlier on. I'm only supposed to take a sip of every beer because I'll be bananas by whatever time we finish up at.
What's wrong with that?
It's him who's out there slamming Zomba. But that is so drinkable and it's so hard to put down. Yeah. Well, there's 200 fathoms in the marquee, by the way.
I think it's gone already.
Yeah. While everyone was sipping on the Pilsner, the 100-day Pilsner, there's 200 fathoms in the marquee. Was our second beer pouring. They kill hazy, juicy bombs.
Every time.
But Jesus, West Coast IPA, that's...
West Coast with massive aroma as well. Like. I wasn't expecting the aroma that was coming off it.
No, yeah. Jesus, that's really good. Any of your thoughts? It's interesting to see what people think about that beer. Volley is delicious, said Colin Finn. We've got a new tap room is the phrase of the day. That should have been on the beer bingo. If you're going to visit the tap room, whether you like it or not, you'll be lying there in bed tonight. You'll wake up in the morning going, I have to book something, like a train to Ballymote or something. I've got to do something subconscious. That's one of the best beers I've had in a long time. So I've had none of the beers. I know you tasted some of them yesterday.
2 or 3 of the ones you had me in for today. So, but all of them were top notch so far.
Yeah, That's Paul Jones. They bought or leased the Pilcrow, which is a pub in the middle of Manchester with a massive outdoor area, and it's made for what we're going through at the moment.
I haven't been in Manchester in a long time.
Have you been, no?
No. Well, I have been there, but not...
There's a bunch of lads here. I saw a couple of lads just walking by on the tour there who they make it to family and friends every year. You definitely should make it to that. It's a phenomenal festival and very messy.
No, it looks like a savage lineup,
Yeah, pretty tight lineup. Speaking of lineups, we had Lambrate. Anyone who's a regular Hagstravaganza, Boxtravaganza attendee will know Jampa from Lambrate. If this is your first time, then you may not know him because he has disappeared and he's not available. But we're going to jump straight to Siren. And I think we've Sean Knight pretty much on time for Siren after these kind words from our sponsors.
I'm out.
You're out. Sean's out. And welcome back. Thanks for that break, lads. We just had to go out and check something in the toilet. You can whip off the mask if you
That's
want.
it, yeah,
We'll never
yeah.
see ya. Simon Broderick, ladies and gentlemen. Simon Broderick sporting his new Galway Bay t-shirt.
There you go.
Recently of the Galway Bay family, formerly of Rye River.
Since May, yeah.
Since
Yeah,
May,
yeah.
recently
So,
enough.
Yeah.
Since last year's festival.
Still fresh.
Yeah. People will know Simon on beer as Simon says,
Beer.
drink this fucking beer.
Well, yeah, just Simon Says Beer. I kind of shortened
Yeah.
most of it, like, you know. It's just easier.
It is. In fairness, it's a pretty instructive Twitter handle.
Yeah.
Which is drink this beer.
Yeah.
But just beer in general.
No messing.
I was thinking back actually, looking at the guest list today. You hosted a panel here for our first ever Housekeeping.
That's right.
The
Yeah.
first summer one.
Yeah. That's back in like
16.
Yeah.
16, and it was like 150
It was
people.
your- I think
you were
it was your
here. You were
second
there
birthday.
actually. You were right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's coming up on my Facebook memories as well, only in the last few days, actually. Yeah.
There was a panel of Richard from Black Donkey, who's
That's
out here.
Yeah. Richard actually came with us. We picked him up on the way. So.
That was it was gas. It was like we didn't know what to do. We were doing a festival. We had I think Beavertown, Red Church, Yellow Belly, a couple of other Irish breweries.
Metal Man,
Metal Man
Grania was there as well. Yeah.
Kinnegar.
And Deck.
Otterbank. With both hats on. Deck.
This is it.
And he's a good man for a hat actually.
Yeah.
And you hosted the chat, and there was a big panel discussion going on for an hour and a half.
That's right.
And it was awful crack.
It was.
And here we are. On the internet.
It's kind of like deja vu all over again.
Have I told you my deja vu joke?
No.
So the brewery we're meeting right now is a bunch of friends of ours from the UK. We're back to the UK again. These guys are a pillar, a flagship brewery in the UK, just making styles of beer that no one else made long before their time. And their beer inspired Puka. Calypso was the beer that really was the inspiration for Puka. People may not know that. From Siren, I'd like to bring in Sean Knight. Sean!
Hey.
How are you keeping?
How you doing? Yeah, good, man. Surviving.
Good to meet you again. And I'm going to introduce you to Simon Broderick, Sean Knight.
Hi, Sean.
How you doing, man?
Good to meet you virtually.
Yeah.
I want to, I suppose, preface this by saying we've done a collab in the past 2 or 3 months, which is something that most breweries haven't done. It's just collabs have kind of fallen by the wayside a lot, especially over here, anyways. But this was a collab that you brought us in on, which was to celebrate the Lions tour. And you're obviously you're a big rugby fan. Darren's a big rugby fan. So give us the context. Give us the background.
Yeah, well, one of the main reasons is I'm actually South African as well. So I think the marketing team thought it would be a joke to do a Lions versus South Africa competition and do beers with that. So the idea was to get brewery from Wales, Ireland, Scotland, and then us to brew beer together. And then I've got a really good mate in South Africa from a brewery called Agar Project, and we brewed a beer with him. And then we've launched the 2 beers and got them out during the rugby. So, yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah, it was good fun.
It was great fun.
We've held off doing collabs quite a bit because we really enjoy getting brewers in the brewery and hanging out with them for the day. We organize food and have a good kind of evening out afterwards. So it was a pity we couldn't do that for this one. So we're gonna have to do it again sometime. But
we thought about it.
Yeah.
We really fucking thought about it. It was something we were keen on trying to do. But I think the boys from Lions make it over.
yeah, so Tom's a good mate of mine, and we brought him in. He's just starting up Lines again, so got him involved, and yeah, it was good. We had a good evening out, but
Yeah, I know. We're going to make up for that. We're going to make. I was really keen to get out on the beer with the boys from Fine, because I'll be very friendly with Ian, and they are madmen for going for beer. They're like for early out in the evening beer.
I've had a couple of nights out in Italy with Malcolm, their head brewer, and it's always a good time.
Yeah. Yeah. So look, let's get the beer open. You talk us through it, because we kind of influenced this a little bit in terms of the style, right? just kind of as we were discussing it, as the 4 breweries were kind of getting around it, I think myself and Mike kind of stuck in the red IPA as maybe a potential direction.
Yeah, so I think, we wanted to open it up to everyone, and we had quite a few discussions, and ideas went some directions that we then just went in a place we weren't going to do. But then when the red IPA came out, it kind of suited the whole idea of the Lions red shirt, and we love brewing red IPAs, but we do it in our way. So we been doing red IPAs right from the beginning with Liquid Mistress, and more recently we got a beer called Big Red Machine, and done a bunch of variations of red ales. So one of the things for me, I put up to you guys how you would kind of work with getting red color, and we ended up settling on a malt that I think some of the breweries had used called Red X. I had used it years ago, but never in this quantity. So yeah, we mainly use Red X to get the color. And then we put a little bit of roasted wheat, some caramel aromatic malt, and some Munich malt. It is on the lighter side of red ales. That you can either go quite dark, and they tend to be more malty and sweet, or we went this one. So this one's come out. It's got a nice red hue to it, but yeah, more on the amber lighter side.
What do you think, Simon?
The other thing that we.
Oh, sorry.
Well, the other concept that we came up with, I think, between everyone was to use the verdant yeast in a red ale, which has quite a bit of fruitiness to it, which is really interesting. We used that for the first time.
That there's a fruit in there.
Yeah, 100%. But there's also that nice, and you're talking about the malt. There is that nice kind of toffee as well. So there's a nice balance to it, which is it's a good sessionable one, I'd say. So I know I'm looking at the back there. It's 2.9 UK units or 2.3 of some, But anyway, I drink a few of these. Yeah.
There's something really. Is that caramel or toffee or something? There's a little kind of roast sweetness.
Yeah, but it's balanced as well. Definitely.
Well, I think red ales are a play between the bitterness and the sweetness from the malts, and it's a really interesting thing to play around with. And we also we look to use a hop called Talus, which is the new hop from Yakima Chief.
Yeah.
We played around with it in a lot of styles. We actually were lucky enough to launch it with Yakima Chief as the UK brewery, and we've used it with the beer we did was one of our California IPAs, and that hop, we don't normally do single hop beers, but the kind of deal with the launch was that it had to be a single hop, and it was just amazing, like real pink grapefruit, and like a bit of sherbety kind of things coming through from the new kind of hops that they're launching, and it was great. So playing around with this in the red ale, I think is great. It brings that citrus side out. The yeast kind of brings the fruitiness.
Kind of a mishmash of nearly an old and a new, if you want, like from the
classic red,
your classic red kind of Scotch ale vibes, and then it's got that kind of hoppy fruitness.
That's what it is.
Yeah,
Scotch ale.
Yeah,
it's like there's a tiny touch of oak at the back.
Yeah,
like that there is that barrel aged vibe off it. That
there is, and the yeast is supposed to give a bit of vanilla as well that might play into that.
Indeed.
So yeah, but there's definitely, I think there's quite a high bitterness in this as well. We went for 60 IBUs.
Yeah.
And I think that also plays into it.
Yeah.
It dries out at the end quite nicely.
It's really dried out.
Actually, it's funny because I had this outside earlier on, and it was right after the pink lemonade beer. So I was like drinking this, and I was like, "Oh!" So it was quite a different, quite a marked contrast, So,
I have to say, I haven't drank any of the beers yet, and you guys sent this over. Obviously, it arrived Thursday morning. I purposely held off drinking any of them until we're doing it live. So this is the first, even though we've talked about this for 2 months. This is the first time I've tasted it, and that is phenomenal. We do a red IPA, we do the Fla IPA, which is a great read it's in the high 6s, but so delivers a lot of strength, a lot of body. But that you just put your nose, your nail, or you put your finger on it. Sorry, that oakiness, the smokiness in it. There's something really
It's lovely and complex. Yeah.
lovely and complex. Yeah. We did another beer. Well, sorry, you did another beer with Eiger then, which was the kind of Home Nations and South Africa collab, which was the passion fruit, right?
Yeah, so we try to get hold of a fruit called granadilla. Well, in South Africa, we basically call passion fruit granadilla. So we named it after that. And yeah, we just did so speaking with Rory, the brewer there, if you're ever in Cape Town, you should go visit his place. He's got an amazing restaurant and just overlooks the beach that I basically grew up surfing on. So it's like a real, like, nostalgic place for me. And he usually brews session beers, session pale ales with the heat there. So that's why we went for that. It's just a 4% easy drinking passion fruit and pink guava.
Yeah, I that's, if there's any that's going to spare, we'll arrange to get a couple of beers.
Session beers beside the beach. That sounds okay to me too. You know.
Yeah.
You can see how the tour is
Sure.
going. Have you been following?
Yeah.
You've been following the games, obviously, and you're watching today, yeah.
Yeah, it's on over there. But this is the first game I've actually watched, but there's been a lot of banter in the office about it every Monday morning after the test games. So it's been a good laugh. There's a few bets riding on this. So
what's the score?
Yeah. It's 6-10 to the Lions, but we just got a kick now for goal, so we'll see if he gets it.
We'll wait.
Yeah. 9-10.
Okay.
So-
Okay, that's cutting it too tight for us.
Actually, no, he missed it.
Yeah.
So, you guys-
There's nothing worse
I
than
looked too quickly.
live TV or whatever this is. The other thing I was going to kind of dig into with you guys is the Calypso, which obviously is a stalwart of your range. It's a beer that inspired Puka here, and I've also seen one of your brewers, not sure who it was, is a massive fan of our porter, the Cauldron of Plenty porter. There's lots of your beer makes it to Ireland, and lots of our beer is obviously being distributed over there. But behind Calypso, where did that come from? What was Calypso inspired by?
So I think Calypso was slightly before my time, but I think it was Ryan, the head brewer. Apparently, it was the first kettle sour done in the UK, and so it was a hoppy sour, basically very sessionable. So it started off there, and I think it just took off really well, and it's been kind of in our core range ever since. So yeah, we brew it. We kettle sour every weekend at the moment because we just
on the weekends.
Yeah, we just got. Yeah. We take the time off in the brew house on the weekends to put a sour through. It's been pretty crazy. From when I started, we were brewing maybe like once a month. We're doing a kettle sour.
Yeah.
Now every weekend we got Pomponcello, which is our grapefruit sour that we do. So that's also just taken off really well over the last few months, and with lockdown and stuff, we've been releasing almost 2 beers a week for the last 18 months.
It's been crazy.
So it's been mental.
Yeah.
So
but good.
Yeah, it's kept us busy. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's.
We've been.
We really appreciate it being brought in on this because we've talked about doing a collab for 2 years now, and like I think we were actually watching rugby at like 10 o'clock in the morning in Norway the last time we had a pint together, I think.
Yeah, I think so. And that was kind of like one of the main reasons I wanted to bring you in on this, because I knew you like your rugby, and we've talked about brewing together, although I think this one doesn't fully count as a proper collab, so we're gonna have to do it again.
Yeah, no, we'll nail it. We will nail it hopefully before Christmas. We're definitely trying to get back over there. So, and you'll be here next year. We're saying this everyone, but you will be here next year.
I have to get over, for sure.
Deadly. Well, look, it's been a pleasure. Great beer.
Yeah.
Well done on the
Cheers.
beer. Oh, obviously, everyone
Yeah.
participated in the kind of thought process behind it, but you guys nailed it. That's just phenomenal.
Cool, great. Yeah, thanks for all the input. It was a long email chain.
Brilliant. Thanks, Sean. Talk to you soon, man.
Cool.
Cheers. Enjoy the rest of the game.
Good one. Yeah, cheers.
Cheers, and bye. I completely forgotten about the Lions game. Completely, literally.
Bad timing, but sure, look.
One of my mates is back over from England for a month, and he landed here yesterday in the middle of the prep.
Oh, yeah.
But, brewery tour, and I'll see what's happening. And I'm like, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
He takes a case of beer with him, and he's like, I'm not coming up tomorrow for the festival, watching the game.
Yeah.
And that was the first time I reminded. That's the second time.
Yeah.
That's a great beer.
Yeah, it's very good. Yeah.
Isn't it? Yeah.
Like I said, it jarred a bit after the pink lemonade, but now that I'm getting into it, it's really nice.
I forgot there was a keg of it. And now I'm raging because the keg's gone. Because every beer that's been poured out there is being poured through.
Yeah.
And then.
Yeah.
Raging.
There you go.
There
You should have nominated somebody else to do this. Like.
Yeah.
Lads, actually, I'm just going to go and drink some beer.
Do you want to do this next year? Yeah. Absolutely. It's your turn to do this. Surely Galway Bay are going to put on a festival of some kind soon.
Oh, actually, do you know what? It was suggested by a man, a Galway resident, out in the tent.
Yeah.
So he's like, yeah, you need to do something like this. I was like,
Yeah, you should, yeah.
Yeah, okay, I'm not going to commit to anything.
Come up here and take notes. Hey, you didn't bring him in here and show him all this shit that's going on.
That's it, yeah. It's not. I've been involved. I do, as you know, I do a small little festival.
Actually, give it a shout.
At the Midlands Craft Beer Festival in Moat on the 28th of August.
Mm-hmm.
It's like this, only a lot smaller and less well organised.
Yeah.
Because I organise it.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. No, I get that. We said that about the family and friends. Oh, it's like family and friends in Cloudwater, except it's a lot smaller.
Yeah, no.
And it's in a yard in the permanent rain of Ballymote.
Yeah. No, still it's a pretty nice setup, and like the marquees are handy as well, because it's not great out there today now.
And it's Moat as well. Where you're
mine is in Moat, yeah. And this is Ballymote.
This is Ballymote. You could actually do something with an A. Just throw an A in there.
This is it.
All right. Simon says we need to go and talk to a really good friend of the brewery, really good friend of ours, really good friend of yours, because he sent you a beer and it's in your box. It's one of the best known Italian breweries in the world, Pietro Di Palato from Brewfest. Can we say hello? Pietro!
Oh.
And say hello to Simon from Galway Bay.
Hello. Ciao, Simon.
Ciao.
How are you?
Indeed. Good.
How is it, Pietro?
All good.
You're good?
Yeah, I'm good. Back from vacation. So.
You sent me a WhatsApp video from vacation.
Yeah.
I was in the depths of organising here, amongst other stuff, and I was so jealous, so fucking jealous. He's in the Dolomites.
Yeah.
You're in the Dolomites, right? In the mountains.
Well, I was pretty close.
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
good
phenomenal.
places.
Nice time.
Nice place. Yeah, totally. Just me and my son, so good one.
And the weather is definitely better there than it is here.
Well, actually, a bit. Well, probably.
Really? Okay.
As usual, but it's been a strange summer so far. Very rainy for our standards, which is something I'm not complaining, honestly.
Okay.
The temperature.
It was 35 degrees there.
Decent.
Was it 35 degrees last week or 30 degrees?
In Ireland?
No, in Italy, in Cloudwater.
In Italy, yeah, but 35 is the regular for summer, so it's not a big deal.
Yeah, we wouldn't be able for that at all.
No, we wouldn't be able for that. Anything over 22, and we have to get the fire engine out, just to spray it on us in the office. Yeah, no, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work at all. You've been busy with the tap room, obviously, since you got reopened. I know we spoke a couple of months ago.
We've been extremely busy with the tap room. Super busy since the restrictions were lifted. But not only the tap room at the brewery. Since May, basically, when most of the restrictions were lifted, it's been a crazy time. Honestly, we never worked so much in summertime.
Never.
And now since yesterday we got into a different new phase, because now in Italy to get into pubs and bars and restaurants, if they are closed, so that doesn't count for beer garden or outside areas, you have to prove you're vaccinated. So you have to show your green pass.
Yeah. Same here.
So, all right,
Yeah.
cool. I didn't know.
Yeah. So everyone at the brewery today, everyone who's coming to the brewery outside is old.
Cool.
Vaccination, PCR test.
Yeah, it's all
everything.
people on crutches and wheelchairs and no teeth and stuff. Yeah.
No, cool. So there was a lot of worries because it's not hard to forecast. We'll have arguments with people not vaccinated pretending to get into the tap room. But not so far. Everything has been really smooth. So apparently people are doing their job without creating any troubles.
That's all you're asking for, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Do you want to bring us into the beer? I would love you to bring us into the beer. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. And the beer is Space Frontier.
Yeah.
And it's a collaboration brew with we brewed the first batch with Toll, so it's for many years. So basically, we made a Brest festival at the Molen a few years ago. I think it was 2012, 2013. So we decided to brew something together, and so at that time, the grape IPAs or the grape A's from Italy were something. They were still beginning to be on the market. And so we decided to brew a regular IPA and to add some wine must. And so it's a concentrated wine must. So this way we are able to brew every month of the year. Otherwise we should stick to the harvest time. And so we added 10%. And the grist is just a regular malt, so Pilsner malt or a lager malt and some oat. And we decided to add oat to add a bit of body, because obviously the wine must is 100% sugar, so that makes the beer super dry compared to our regular beers, so it gets really, really dry. So I would say that it is the kind of beer that is a bit unfashionable today, because everything is going towards sweet beer and super full bodied, and this is pretty dry, but it's been working well for us over the years, so we decided to keep in our regular range of beers, even if it's a collaboration beer. So it's one of those 2-3 collaboration we brew all year long.
So that I was wondering, because that's really great. It's a really great beer, but I was wondering how often you make it. What do you reckon?
Well, obviously, it's not the kind of beer that is flying out of the warehouse. So we brew a couple of times a year, 3 batches a year. But it's got its own audience, especially in our tap room. Some of our loyal customers are really keen to have it, so we brew it for them especially.
Great. That's nothing like keeping the customers happy anyway. That's the main thing, isn't it? Keep them coming back. I think it's lovely. It's the grape. It does, and as you say, it's nice and dry.
Yeah.
So that keeps you coming back for more as well, which is lovely. So it's.
It's definitely got that. It's definitely got that tartness off the back, like like an unseasoned grape.
Obviously the wine must is got a low pH, so we don't really have to correct the pH before boil, and so it's get tart, and it's probably one of our IPAs. This one and the Spaceman Grapefruit with by far the best shelf life. There's something in the wine must. Probably polyphenols or something like that makes the beer much more stable over storage.
Yeah,
which is important where it's quite warm out there as well.
Yeah. When did you can this? Is it 9 months or 12 months?
It's 12 months.
Oh, okay, so you canned it in March, April. Which is but it
still tastes great.
Still tastes absolutely great. Like it's
actually a couple of years ago we won a medal at Birra dell'Anno, which is the main beer award in in Italy, and we made a mistake in the warehouse. So we sent a batch that was over 6 months old. It was really the last few bottles, and we won a medal in this kind of beer. So I was like, okay,
that's amazing. Yeah, that's brilliant.
Yeah.
No, it's also a full like half liter.
Yeah.
As well. Like that's something that we were struggling, right, Pietro? We were packing cans here on Thursday, and it definitely took a university graduate to figure out how to get 330ml cans in with the 500ml cans to make it all fit in the box. Like we stopped for at least half an hour to figure out how to get everything in. By the way, there's people at home looking for glasses. Why was there not glasses in the box? If you open the box, you find a space for us to put that glass in, and we'll send it out to you. Sorry, but yeah, no glassware. But instead, you get 500ml cans, right?
There you go. More beer.
Thanks for that. I know we are making your life miserable every time.
Oh yeah. When I ask you, every time I ask you, this is like maybe the 4th time in a year you've sent us beer, and I'm like, Pietro, anything in 330ml? No, nothing. It's half liter or nothing. Fuck off.
You're dead right. You're dead right.
Yeah. But it's working. We were talking with the guys from Canduera earlier on.
Yeah.
And they are selling cans and bottles all the time. It's obviously you're still doing the same, right? You're doing half liter cans and bottles side by side, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. Not all the beers. So, but we are, because of the COVID, we are in such a the situation is so unpredictable that we don't really have taken a decision yet. So probably some beers will stay both bottles and cans. Spaceman for sure, La Bassa for sure.
Yeah, La Bassa for sure.
But all the other beers at a certain point we'll probably decide bottles or cans. But so far we are trying to do everything.
In both.
Yeah. I do think, just to go off topic, but well, not really, but I think there's two different customers as well. I think there's people that like bottles still, and there's people that are fans of cans.
That's for sure. So it was our main worries when we started to can. It was last year. It was between the first and the second lockdown,
right?
And obviously it helped us a lot to come out on the market with cans, but we were also worried that it was slowing down bottle sales, but so far we haven't seen it happening. So it just added customers and sales.
That's brilliant. That's the result.
Which is great.
And in terms of that beer here, no one's really doing that Grape Must thing here.
No.
Has anyone done it in Ireland?
No, not that I know of. There might be something coming out.
No, cut it.
Somebody.
Go on, let it out of the bag. Let it out of the bag. That's what we're here for.
There is there's something not a million miles off it, maybe in the pipeline somewhere. So I'll say no more on Bob's.
Yeah. We believe me, I'll get it out of him later. I'll have it on the YouTube stream after a while. Don't worry.
It's grand.
I'll give him a couple more festinudas.
I'm gonna be back here at 8:30 or something. I'll spill the beans on anything,
Give him 2 more hours drinking. He'll be back. He'll tell us everything.
Yeah. So.
Anyway, considering the global warming, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe in 10 years we'll have vineyards in Ireland as well. So it might get popular even there as well. The possibility to go with grapes or wine.
I think there's some guys over in Wicklow. They're making wine with blackberries and things like that already. Yeah, so
it's getting there.
There's exactly.
There's guys in Wicklow making beer with their own hops, but I'm skeptical.
Well, they're lovely lads.
Yeah. Great bunch of lads.
Yeah.
Pietro, it's always a pleasure. We could talk all night because we've lots to talk about. Sorry it's taken so long to catch up. Thanks for sending the beer. It's a pity you're not here. I know when we talked back in the spring, we were like, yeah, you'll definitely be here for Housekeeping, but no.
Yeah.
No, maybe. Maybe we'll see you this winter. We're hoping to try and make it to Italy. We've got a new distributor in up the north, up in Veneto. So hoping to make it to Milan and maybe Codogna in the autumn, maybe early winter.
I love to, also because that would mean that we have a regular winter coming with no restrictions.
if you see Bob, you know it's going to be a regular winter, right?
Yeah, exactly.
We'll hopefully have a beer in Petrarca, and until then.
Yeah.
Thank
for
you.
Sure.
Ciao,
Thanks
Pietro.
to you.
Cheers. Ciao.
Bye. Ciao,
Cheers.
ciao.
That's great.
Yeah, it's lovely. Yeah.
One of the things that we've done, right, and it's not always been easy because you try to get a brewery to send the beer they want to send, right, about themselves.
Yeah.
But what we've tried to do is get people to send a beer that's not going to be the same as every other beer in the box, right?
Which that definitely ticks that box.
Yeah.
If you want to say that. Sorry.
Literally. but like Zomba.
Yeah.
Tom sending from you guys sending the Czech pills.
Yeah.
Right back to the guys from Sierra Nevada. So Sierra Nevada sent the Farmhouse Ale.
Yes.
You know, and that mightn't best represent what they do in volume.
But it's something that they're interested in.
Really interested in.
Yeah.
Actually, if you're, for those of you watching, it's not possible for everyone to watch all day. The last beer is not going to be the White Hag Black Boar. It's going to be Sierra Nevada. We're bumped Sierra Nevada right up to top of the bill at the end because Ken Grossman and Steve Grossman are going to join us.
Brilliant.
All going well. Well, all going well.
Yeah.
I say that. We're losing
technical difficulties aside.
But we had them scheduled at like maybe an hour ago.
Right.
And Steve was like, hey man, that's cool. It's also 8 in the morning.
It's a bit early for
could
me.
we go some later? And
Yeah.
he was actually supposed to be here. Steve Grossman was going to be here until 3 days ago. He emailed and said, look, just can't with the COVID in the UK.
So you just got
US.
me to fill his shoes, basically.
So instead of Steve Grossman, we have.
Yeah, that's
Simon
a fair. Not really.
like for like. And on that, we've got some beer bingo words that I'm going to get out of the way, like baby nappy and wet cardboard.
Oh yeah.
How would you? What beer would you describe as being wet cardboard or baby nappy?
None of them, to be honest. Like I don't think
Not
that'd
here.
be fair. I would say the siren one was quite wholesome.
Wholesome.
There you
Wholesome.
go. Yeah.
Tick. We had a democratic process of putting together the beer bingo, right? Some prick decided to add in stuff like baby nappy to try and get me to say it about one of the breweries.
Yeah.
So this is my way of getting around that.
That well, to be fair, like I mean,
You couldn't.
and you
can't.
It wouldn't be right.
And also, it's
No.
not true.
No.
No.
And you might want them to send you beer again, like.
Yeah, or you might want to talk to them again.
Yeah.
Or meet them at a
This
festival.
one tastes like nappies.
Yeah, never
No.
step outside Ireland again in a brewery.
That's it.
Fantastic. Okay, that was Pietro Di Pilato and Brewfist. We're going to jump to another brewery, but doing it slightly differently. We're going to have an Irish person in an English brewery, which is making waves, and we're also going to be joined by a new presenter. Thanks to Simon. We'll see you soon
Cheers,
when you're
Bob.
inebriated and you can tell us more about that beer that you're not supposed to tell us about.
Yeah.
After this. We'll join you after this. And we're back. Are we back? We're back. Okay. Brilliant. Did everyone go to the toilet? I hope.
Yep.
I hope you used that opportunity to go to the toilet. We're joined by Sligo native and my colleague here in the White Hag, Leanne Waters.
Hello, how are you?
Welcome, Leanne.
It's a little bit surreal standing up here, but I'm excited.
Good. One of the things we said at the outset was we would have people involved in the event who were into beer and were experts, and you've had Carla, Sean, Simon, and also Leanne. Leanne is someone who's joined us in the past 4 or 5 months, made herself an essential part of the White Hag team, and also would not have been a big beer drinker.
No.
Maybe still isn't.
Wasn't a big beer drinker at all. I think probably one of my opening lines in the interview was like, I actually don't drink beer, I don't like beer, like, please still give me the job.
But you'd studied food marketing.
Yes.
You'd worked in...
Yeah, studied food marketing and kind of worked in the dairy industry previously, and went over to Australia for a year and worked in a beauty company over there, and it was quite a small company, and I enjoyed working in the kind of smaller startup vibe as opposed to the big kind of corporate. I don't think I'm built for corporate life. I'm built for the kind of small, get stuck in, build pallets, few social media stuff, and back to building pallets
and e-commerce
and everything else in between. But so
Leanne is the brains behind the Boxtravaganza online, and alongside 1 or 2 others, the logistics of getting the beer out to people. And so any of you who've bought beer in the past 6-7 months have dealt with Leanne, whether you unwittingly, and so you're in a small business which just happens to make beer in the west of Ireland.
Exactly. Love it.
At home. Yeah. Because that took me going to Dublin and doing 15 years work in Dublin, college plus 15 years, but to get back here, you've done it via Cork and back here.
Cork over to Australia, London for a bit.
Yeah. Oh, you were in London.
I was in London for a bit.
For Goodness Shakes.
Yeah, for Goodness Shakes. Yeah.
You were round the corner from the Kernel.
I was round the corner. Yeah, Bermondsey Street.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hard to believe it. I didn't know the Kernel back then because obviously I did not drink beer. But
so Rick will be rolling in the couch. Yeah. So one of the reasons is I suppose it's particularly interesting that you're working in beer, and sometimes people have this perception that everyone's a beer nerd who works in beer, and everyone is locked in on just into an industry that is kind of closed into itself. And what I'd like to be able to do, or we'd like to be able to do, is kind of open that back up and show that we've had people join here from working in car washes, working on the buildings, working in other factories or in other industries, who can quite easily get into beer, and it doesn't have to be a vocation.
No, definitely wasn't a beer drinker, but I think my gateway beer was Tangerine Shebeen. I think that was the one that got me into liking and drinking beer.
3 months in.
And I'm kind of enjoying beer.
Well, we have someone else who has been a lot longer in beer than even I have been in beer. Well, that's not hard. Joining us from Pressure Drop. And Pressure Drop is quintessentially North London, right? It's North London. I'm just going to take the piss out of that. Based out in Tottenham. A really, really big name in British beer. But the bigger name in British beer, Claire Doherty from Roscommon. Did you like that, Claire?
You're all right, mate.
You're all right, mate. You're all right, mate.
What's up, mate?
Bit of this, bit of that.
Bit back, mate. Yeah.
What the fuck are you drinking, Claire Doherty?
Just thought I'd bring a bit of glamour. Just got my bet lynch on. Got my gold hoops in. Got my coupon.
Have you got your family watching this at home in Roscommon? She's made it. She's not even in EastEnders. She's on Boxtravaganza, above in Ballymore.
Oh, look, Kieran has better things to be doing with his Saturday. There's golf to be played, Bob. He's after losing who knows how much months of golf. He's not going to be sitting around looking at me talking shite.
Drinking beer. Fun fact, Claire Doherty brought Beavertown to Sligo before people probably knew much about Beavertown in Sligo.
Oh yeah. No, took that one round the country. All right. Sligo, Cork, all the glamour
cosmopolitan hotspots. You were in
Ballymore. I loved how you were like Yeah, you've covered the globe, like, to Leanne. Like, you've gone here, Cork, and Leanne's like, Australia.
Yeah. I know, I was like, I've left the country. I've left the country.
Sorry, I forgot about that bit. Forgot about that. That's the whole hook was Leanne talking about e-commerce and its potential in beauty in Australia. And that for me was like, that's where we need to be. We need to be thinking about what does beauty, what do people who buy beauty products all the time in Australia or anywhere in the world, how do you get them into a product and a brand in a way that we could do that? And obviously we've been doing that. But yes, sorry, okay. Australia. Yeah, so here's what's interesting now. How does someone from Roscommon end up in two of the biggest I'm going to say hype because it's a shit word, but the biggest names in beer in the UK? How do you end up drinking beer from a martini glass, talking about your experiences on the internet with a brewery from Ballymote? How did that happen, Claire?
Just a nice little like worldwide recession helps, I find. So kind of 2009, kind of I graduated college and just did the classic, like everyone else is hopping on a plane. So I took off. I did a year in Paris, then like came back to London because that's where my mates were, and had like quarter life crisis because like you do an arts degree and you kind of think like, oh, I should be doing media. And I didn't know what
I'll be Anne Doyle soon.
Yeah, like exactly. I was like, that seems like a thing. So I was just like completely like staying in my auntie's house. Like my auntie had to kick me out of the house essentially.
Every morning.
And one of my mates just sat me down and was like, look, just calm down, go and work in a pub, get your shit together, pay your bills. And as it happened, like the one pub that I knew happened to be like a really kind of well-known craft beer pub at the time.
Called?
And just did my time there, did 2 years there. And the beauty of it is being in London, like people come in and you get chatting to people and you get to know people. And so you just kind of, I believe it's called networking, Bob. So I just, got the old
I've never heard of it, Claire, as you know. What was the name of the pub?
The Jolly Butchers in Stoke Newington.
Ah, of course. Yes, I did not know you worked there.
Oh yeah. So like, and like absolutely winging it, like never had a casket. Like, so this was one of the like original like 20 cask pump lines, and like it was in the Daily Mail, I believe, for having London's first £5 pint. It was like £5 for a pint of Brooklyn Lager, and like I'd say it struggled to get a pint of Foster's in places in London. But like, so just absolutely, I don't want to say making it up as I go along, but I've been doing it ever since. It stood me good stead.
And here I am with my martini glass full of 150 friends. Actually, before we go any further, tell us about 150 friends, please.
So this is a real winner. Like I think, and I was listening to Sean earlier from Siren, and he was saying that they've been doing pretty much 2 beers a week throughout lockdown. We're in kind of a similar boat. So we've got Pale Fire and King Queen Knave that we make kind of consistently. And then on top of that, it's usually at least 1, if not 2 other like new beers or rebrews each week. And a big proportion of that is going to be like your hoppy IPAs. So from the sounds of the last 2 beers you've had have been possibly like a bit more challenging, a bit more out there. This is like a super classic New England IPA. So, and I'd be interested, Leanne, to see what you think, because what I found coming to the UK, drinking cask beer for the first time, certainly drinking hoppy beer for the first time, but like being used to like drinking in Ireland and drinking more commercial lagers and stuff, I have a really sweet tooth when it comes to like drinking beer. Like, so all of this fruity, like hazy stuff, it's kind of looked down on like by your hardcore like beer. It's like, actually I wanted to taste like a sock, and I really miss those days. I want more twigs. Whereas I'm like, I want it to taste like pineapple, I want it to taste like papaya, which is what this does with the Equinaut and the Brew One that's in there. They're both bringing that tropical vibe. But I will say with most pressure drop New England stuff, there's always like, there's still a little bitter kick at the end there.
Yeah.
So like, it's not a complete like just juice box, but like this one's particularly like,
Jose.
Bob, when Bob, you were in touch with me, being like, oh, what can you send? And you look through the schedule and you're like, oh, that's a new one.
Yeah.
Don't know how that one's going to work out. So like, you're just kind of on a wing and a prayer. But then I cracked it, and genuinely, this is one of the nicest new recipes we've done in months. It's just, it's really, people sniff if you say balanced, because obviously it's mega hoppy, but like it's real smooth and it's real, it's a good time.
I really like that. Really like that. I think, as I said, the Tangerine kind of was my gateway beer, and then on to Atlantean, which is our New England IPA. And I think this is not dissimilar to it. I do like the kind of fruity, kind of florally notes to it, the kind of passion fruit-esque at the end. I do.
Yeah.
Enjoy it.
And like, there's Citra in there as well. Like, so like Citra's always doing God's work.
Always.
So,
every day. When you're in bed, Citra's doing it for you. Somewhere in a fermenter somewhere.
She's repping, she's hustling.
She's juicing. Citra there just fucking making it that little bit. Tart at the back, all florally up the front. Lemon, orange, zesty.
Doing her thing.
All the keywords.
Could you imagine if you had a dance to represent a hop?
I don't like where this is going now.
Well, I know you've been drinking all day, Claire, so I know you're going to engage in this.
I'm going to stop you right there, because last time I did one of these live streams, I had the fear for about a week.
Don't tell me that. This is my first one.
This is both live and it's staying on the internet for ages afterwards. It always does.
Like we did a beer and called it Invisible Audience, because I was talking to the guys at the brewery and I was like, oh yeah, I had a great time, but then all I could think about was this like invisible audience out there. I started cussing on Northern Ireland for no reason.
Unbelievable.
It was really weird.
Yeah. It does unnerve you a little bit, and then you just get on with it.
Yeah.
Anyways, you were saying that beer for you.
I drink it.
Breaking it on
Yeah.
all the time.
Yeah.
I don't think we've done anything as smooth as that. Like that, like I know it's juicy. We've just released a juicy IPA, which is called Magic Mist. Well, it's out a couple of months. We've just done the second batch, but there's a smoothness. There's a general kind of smoothness to this. There's a general kind of really fluffy, cloudy body that's kind of unique.
Well,
but it's very pressure drop. It's very pressure drop.
It's very pressure drop. So with most of our IPAs, we'll do it with like in the grist. So like the malt bill, there's going to be, there's actually 10% more oats in this one, but like there's always some oats, there's always some flaked wheat, just to get that like extra like
body
in there.
You'd know it's Leanne's first beer and I'm not sure what fucking number I'm on, 13
really
or something.
Enjoying it.
Yeah, loving it.
To be fair, I've been behind the scenes for
Yeah. She's been out there sweating
quite a while. I've been looking forward to this.
Leanne sent you the link.
It's interesting with like the whole like New England and New England backlash, and like what we were saying earlier about like being new to beer. And the problem is, and I don't want to get on a soapbox, but it's like when you have an industry that can be like the fandom is like skews more male. You know, there's this idea of like what's the right kind of beer drinker, and it's like when you're a woman and you say like, oh, you know, I like football, and people are like, yeah, well, who won the FA Cup final in 1979? And you know, actually that was a trick question. It was a draw. You know, and it's like, oh, okay, like just settle down, and we can all just enjoy things.
Yeah.
In the right way to enjoy things, you know. And
but people do come at you. I'm sure, wondering, well, what do you know about beer?
Yeah.
And
even today, like I have like a bit of like, you know, people are like, oh, and this is to another kind of point of it. Like people will kind of say, be like, well, why isn't the brewer here? Like I want to hear from the brewer. And there is the thing that's also like a bit of a repeated theme when as a woman working in beer, there's this like, oh, it's the girl who takes the photos for the social media, and there's like a bit of a lack of understanding that like well, that's actually getting the beers to you, and that's like, job. And it's like this kind of slightly like lionizing thing we have, like it begins and ends with the brewers, and it's like you've got to like Bob, I'm Leanne, you've got, how many breweries do you go to? And there's one really harassed woman, and like it's like, oh yeah, she keeps the show on the road. And it's like,
there's a woman.
Like,
wait till I tell you. Wait till I tell you, right? I'm going to tell you a quick story. There's a woman called Vanessa in Lambrate, right? She does fucking everything. But when we need to get beer from Lambrate, you do a video call with Jampa and you maybe talk to Fabio about what's happening. Then you send the email to Vanessa, and Vanessa organises everything. She will make the lads. She failed today. I say this, she failed today because Lambrate have disappeared, right? But she organises everything for them. She does top to bottom, packs their underpants, flights, sends the beer, export documents, your EMCS, the whole lot, right? I introduced Lambrate to one of my distributors who distributes our beer in the Netherlands or Denmark, one or the other, and I said, Jampa's great crack, Vanessa gets the work done. And she is the one you need to talk to. There's no beating about the bush here. Like, people have their roles and businesses, but you're 100% right. I think, and that's what we're keen to recognise is that the brewery isn't going to live and die on a brewer, for sure.
That's it, and I think sometimes like the women in beer chat kind of also is like, it's like, oh, just get a woman in wellies and get a photo of that, and like that's it. And it's like, no, it's also about like respecting like all of the roles that like, and obviously I'm saying that as someone who looks after like the sales, logistics, operation side of things. Maybe I have some skin in the game, but like, it's just like I've been there before at festivals where people are like, but where's the brewer? Where's the brewer? And I was like, frankly, I've sat through a lot of tastings. Brewers ain't got that much crack. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
And even sometimes like brewer, like it's about like, kind of making the beer more accessible for people. And sometimes like when you're deep in it, then you won't necessarily have that skill.
I think people aren't going to get more involved. Sorry, not more involved. I don't think people are going to get into beer if they don't see people like themselves in beer.
Yeah.
So if you walk into a brewery and you don't see someone who is kind of similar to you or you think might understand you, then it's going to be hard to take that product, be involved in that brand. Yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Like I think if I walked into a brewery and it was a bunch of like beer geeks behind it, kind of almost talking down to me, I'd be like, okay, see ya. I wouldn't go back. Yeah.
Or get involved in working there.
No, or get involved in working there. No, not at all.
And it's just like, it's about like feeling judged. Like I remember even back when I was working in the pub, like I'd have so much more respect for the people who would just come up and be like, what's the cheapest beer? Or like, they'd be like, oh look, I really like lager, but like I don't know anything more than that. And then like it's my job to then be like, all right, well if you want a gateway pale, like here's like a nice little lightly hopped Citra pale ale. That's on me. Like people, it's on the industry to make people feel welcomed, and that doesn't necessarily like, that can look like a lot of different things, but like at the end of the day, it's like not knowing everything doesn't make you any more qualified to enjoy a fucking beer. Like,
and here we are enjoying a beer across the Irish Sea. The Irish Sea. The Irish Sea beer. Could you give us a wee ditty there before we go? A song for home.
You failed on the dance, you're also going to fail on the song.
Fuck it. Yeah, fuck it. It was worth a try, right?
Always got to get me back to Sligo, and then I remember really in vain. Well, no, it wasn't in vain because eventually it caught, because Pat from Pilot caught me trying to get a sing-song going for the Home and Away theme tune on the train.
No, the worst part is Pat from Pilot trying to do Sunshine on Leith and not knowing the words, and I completely upstaged him with the lyrics from Sunshine on Leith, which had been sang that day by Robert Cullen from the Sligo Weekender here on stage. Sorry, that you just brought that back straight into. I have not remembered that for 2 years.
Oh yeah, and I'm someone who like I will write off sing songs. I have many.
You and I belong together.
No.
It was worth a try.
I started this one.
Claire Doherty, someone said it in the chat in YouTube. Claire is a breath of fresh air. Claire is a breath of fresh air. Claire, another who would be great to meet in person for Hagstravaganza 8. Yeah, it's unanimous. People love Claire.
You can't stop me. I'll bring Kieran as well. Bring the outlad.
Do bring the outlad. Maybe bring Ben. Tell Ben we said hello. But you're 100% right. There's a reason why it doesn't have to be the brewer or the owner of every brewery. Claire Doherty, you're it today. Thanks a million, mate.
Lovely to see you, Bob. Lovely to meet you, Leanne. Can't wait to catch you in person.
Can't wait to see you in person.
Cha.
Thanks for the class beer.
Anytime. Be good.
Great beer.
Very nice beer.
Went to their tap room in they have a tap room called The Experiment, which is a great concept, right? So they opened a tap room between themselves and Verdant, so it was kind of like a joint venture in their old brewery before they moved to Tottenham. And went there one night with Claire, who, because she's an Irish person living in London, she stood outside the beer festival, got all the Irish people together. Come here, hold on, come here. Get in, hold hands, taxis, Ubers, get an Uber. What's an Uber? Get an Uber, just get into the car. That's not a taxi, get into it anyways. All into cars that we didn't fucking didn't know. And she was like on the app doing this, and I was left on my own. It was half an hour. I was like, I'll get my own Uber. Had to download the app, fucking sign up for a credit card. Bananas. Anyways, ended up at the Pressure Drop tap room, The Experiment, and walked in the door, one drink, her and actually Adam from Verdant, and then it was just lights out. Awful home. If you go to London, look up Claire, have a bit of crack with her, then leave. It gets very messy very quickly. But genuinely, an Irish ambassador abroad, Claire Doherty from Roscommon. Class.
Very good beer. Really nice beer. Yeah. I could drink that.
All day.
All day.
It's dangerously drinkable for that. That's the
6.8.
The worst thing. An almost 7% beer that you could drink all day.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
Very dangerous. Okay, we have to move on. For those of you who've had complaints or had issues or had them sorted, or those of you who had successful orders, Leanne's been sorting all that shit out.
Very sorry about the glasses, guys.
But we'd never fit the last year.
Couldn't fit them in.
Well, last year we had like 70 broken glasses. They just don't fit. So yeah. Anyways, you know what the crack, right? If you order another order in August, Leanne's going to get a glass out to you.
Send me a mail.
Yeah.
I'll get a glass in.
If you order beer in the next
Bubble
kind of
wrap
3 weeks, it'll be Ailish and Erica bubble wrapping it.
It will be.
And Leanne will be like, put a glass in this one, forward mail.
Yeah.
Yeah,
pretty much.
Yeah, as Sweeney said this morning, another delegator in the White Hag. All right, next up we have, what have we next? Rock Leopard. We're jumping to Stacey and Rock Leopard after this.
Okay, next up is a brewery from Southeast London called Rock Leopard. It's one man who we've gotten to know this year, and he certainly gave us a bit of a steer on some issues we had earlier on in the year, and he's had an interesting journey himself. So let's bring him in live from Ghana. It's Stacey from Rock Leopard.
Just down the road.
Just down the road. Ghana. Hey, Stacey, how's it going?
It's hot.
It's hot. It's hot.
It's hot. Yes, it's hot. Yeah. But I'm outside now. It's a little bit breezy, so yeah. But it's hot. It's going okay.
When you say hot, how hot is it?
I think it's about 29 degrees at the moment, but literally it will be maybe 26 at 3 a.m. So it stays hot every day.
It's lashing rain here. Rain's about 12 degrees constantly in Ballymote. Trade places at times.
Perfect cellar conditions.
Ideal cellar conditions.
Ideal cellar conditions.
You're in Ghana at the moment for obviously family reasons for a while. You're based out of London.
Yeah.
And you've sent us a stellar beer that we're going to crack open, if that's okay.
It's called Type to Search, a West Coast IPA. I'm a massive fan of West Coast IPAs, and I've kind of made about 5 or 6 West Coast IPAs. I started off kind of in the arms race, made a beer called Chunk of Change, which was I think about 100 IBUs. It was just I liked it, but people were like, "Whoa, it's too bitter." With this one, I think it's restrained. The bitterness is still there. I think it's around. I haven't got that beer in front of me, and I've made about 5 or 6 beers since. But I think it's around 45 IBUs or something. So it's there. It's noticeable, and I think it's hit the sweet spot. That both sides of the spectrum can enjoy.
Yeah, absolutely. That's very enjoyable. It's slightly hazy. First thing you'll notice. So you're doing the hazy West Coast.
Yes, it's kind of the haze sells, and you kind of want to try and bring, because you will see people rate this beer, they'll say, I liked it, but it's a bit watery, and it's just you just can't win, so it was a conscious decision not to kind of make it completely sort of clear, and just sort of straddle. I think it qualifies as a West Coast IPA. Maybe not in the sort of true sense of it, being as bitter as possible and being as clear as possible. But I think it pays homage to the style quite well.
Yeah.
But you'll be the judge of that, and those who are joining in will also obviously be the judge of that.
Thoughts, Aidan? Yeah, beautiful golden color. Holds the body well. Again, excellent nose. My Dan characteristics, etc. Because it's got that juicy nose, but it's slightly more bitter than that's going to lead you to it. Looking at that hazy, juicy on the nose, you don't expect it to be as bitter, but.
I think someone has kind of mentioned there's a type of beer called the Mountain IPA, which kind of tries to straddle both sides, sort of East and West Coast styles. I don't think this is in the middle. I think it's more, West Coast. But yeah.
Yeah. No, it's beautiful, and it's also quite soft. It's like it's got that really soft carbonation.
Again, kind of using sort of East Coast sort of techniques of making beer to and applying that in a West Coast setting. So paying keen attention to the water profile, adding sort of the late edition hops at a much lower temperature than you usually would. I mean, I'm talking about sort of 80 degrees for the flame out hops, and so kind of just using sort of things I've learned from New England style beers to this style.
Yeah. And so, do you want to actually give people a bit of a background, because I've talked to you numerous times about just how you've got up and running, but what I didn't realize until I'd spoken to you was just kind of how much support you've had from the guys at Cloudwater in getting your beer out there. Yeah. And that's it. It's an interesting story for the industry to see just how because how you get your beers out. It's usually dependent on yourself and your distributors, but the Cloudwater have done a job for breweries like Boundary, who we have on here as well, just helping them get to new markets. So I think that's interesting for people here.
Yeah, I mean, I went through, I thought, because I've been around in industry for quite a bit, selling other people's beers and ciders. I brought Kopparberg cider to the UK, and along with a friend of mine who's based in Ireland, and he had Kopparbergs in Ireland. But so I've been in the industry since sort of 2002, and been quite successful with the brands that I've been involved with. And I just thought, if you make beer and it's good, then it will sell itself. But I got that completely wrong, because I thought the beers that I sort of made initially, were good enough. They were, certainly on par with most of what was being sold, or certainly most of what I was buying in bottle shops. And I just couldn't get people to taste it, or I couldn't give it away in the first sort of year. So eventually, but also while I was starting, I was just kind of sending, asking, if you want to try and get involved in something, you want to reach out to, people who are at the top of their game, and to ask them, how they did it and how they can help you. So yes, I reached out to lots of different people, and eventually managed to get Cloudwater's attention, and over sort of about a 2-year period, and eventually Paul got to taste my beer at a friend's sort of barbecue, and then he said, after I'd initially sort of been in touch and sent him samples, and then he said, the beers are actually quite good, aren't they? And I'm like, well, I'd hope I wouldn't sort of be pestering you if I didn't think it was at least drinkable. But then sort of got talking to him, and then he can understand how the beer he's tasted, I couldn't have to give it away, sort of thing. So and then he kind of thought, let me see if I can help, and then he quickly sort of realized that it got to a stage where he was having to say to people, some people, if you want to, unless you take a couple of cases of rock pepper beers, you can't buy Cloudwater beer, because people were just didn't want to know for reasons I don't know, but he persevered, and people sort of, once they took it in and it sold, they thought, okay, yeah, we'll take a few more cases, and it's starting to sort of gain some traction and build up, and but the sort of consumers themselves have always loved the beer, but up until sort of the pandemic hit and sort of lockdown, and consumers sort of going out their way to search for new brews themselves, and they found new beers through sort of bottle shops or through bars that they went to, and they went through distributors, and there was a set path that you had to go through. There were certain hoops you had to jump through to get to.
That's been disrupted by the pandemic and by alternative routes to market now.
Yes, yeah. So it kind of the pandemic kind of threw everything up in the air, and it was just like, you got to, everybody, so nobody didn't know what they were doing, and it kind of put everybody back on an even level, in the even field, as it were. And I was like, well, let's grab this opportunity and try and push it forward, because I'm very, very passionate about this. I've certainly drunk enough beers to kind of know what I think is a good beer, and I will never put beer out that I thought was not up to something that I would pay myself.
Yeah. Well, look, I
myself.
I think the beer is great. Like, there's a soft sweetness in there, like I haven't had in a long time. I'm trying to put my finger on it. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the malt. There's a bit more body from the malt.
I like to throw in a few left field malts in there. So there's probably a bag or two of Vienna in there, just to kind of give people something to think. I wonder what that is. So yeah.
Maybe that's what it is. It's just really soft. Yeah. Alcohol is completely hidden for me. I don't know if there's anything similar that we've had here. You've had?
Not yet. And again, I do believe this is the first time I've had anything from your brewery, Rock Leopard, and I really, really enjoyed it. Again, it's that West Coast style, but again, it's not incredibly dank or bitter either. It's incredibly drinkable. It's freshness to it. I cannot complain about that at all.
Yeah. And this is the purpose.
The holy grail of balance that everybody's trying to, to get to.
Yeah. No, the purpose of the festival obviously is to bring new breweries to Ireland and new beers to people who drink our beer and participate in stuff that we do in our brewery. So it's exactly what you've talked about. It's the opportunity to disrupt. I don't think your beer's been in Ireland before.
No.
But
not that I'm aware of. No.
Very much like to see more from Rock Leopard. Absolutely.
Yeah, we'd love to see that.
Amazing.
Yeah, that's really good. It's a really great story. Hopefully, we might get a chance to, have you part of our subscription box at some stage. Maybe get you here next year. All going well?
Absolutely. That would be fantastic. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for having me on.
Look, one thing, Stacey, we really appreciate you making the time. I know it's not easy. especially for you at the moment where you are, what you're doing traveling wise. But we appreciate you joining us. Hopefully, when you get back to the UK, there's going to be a box waiting for you with all the beers from all the other breweries.
Yes.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll catch you in the next couple of months.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thanks,
Stay
Stacey.
safe.
Stay safe.
Hopefully we'll cheers that soon.
Yeah.
Bye for now.
That's that really is a great beer. I had not had that before.
Yeah. No. That's. I mean, you met that. I mean. So it's what I'm saying, excellent body, excellent color to it, and again, it's not that super dank and bitter. I suppose IPA style. It's just really well balanced.
Yeah, the balance is amazing. Like the balance of the malt, you don't really see that coming through as much. Usually in that style, and we had a bunch of really good West Coast IPAs, like the Bagby collab that we did here, plus his beers here. That's just like the definition of the style. A couple of Sierra Nevada beers, but. That's a really great beer. Probably not, true to the original style, but I think he's holding that out and saying that mountain IPA. I hadn't heard that term before. That obviously referencing the Rockies and
I think
Colorado.
Thornbridge do mountain IPA as well, of a similar style.
There you go.
Yeah. But again, obviously, that could be again a very popular thing in the English market.
Yeah. The haze is the craze, right?
Haze is the craze.
So look, we are going to move on. We are going to, next up, I think we're on Left-Handed Giant, I think. Yeah. What is that? In your canteen?
Yeah.
Where did you get that from?
I think from Jose from the beer line.
Oh, yeah. You go split screen. Yes. Yeah, Jose used to bring in our beer.
Yeah.
She is a glass woman. She loves smoking.
Yeah. It's not easy.
Yeah.
It's not easy woman. I hope she's not listening.
A great person. All right, okay. I'm going to go, if that's okay. I still think maybe we'll bring it all in closer. Just bring the whole thing in closer a little bit. And then I'm going to bring this down like that. Like that might work better.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a bit up in the air. Yeah.
That's better. Okay. I'm just going to go and count you in, so I might get a bit of quiet, and it'll be 6 or 7 minutes. We'll keep this kind of brief, Keys, and and you might plug in the charger after you get the starter done, after we get started. Okay, 3, 2, 1, and go.
Hi, guys.
Hey, how's it going, Keys?
Hi, good evening.
Good. So we have Brewery Keys from the Netherlands joining us. First time at Boxtravaganza. Not physically here, but we'd love to have him physically here because he's one of the biggest people in the beer world.
Next year.
Yes, next year. Always next year. Thanks for joining us, Keys.
Yeah, welcome.
We know some people in the box are going to get the stout, so the caramel fudge stout. Some people are going to get hazy sunrise. A couple of people get hazy sunrise, but that's because our clan members, so our subscribers, are going to get hazy sunrise next month, and there was a bit of an overlap between the two. So we'll talk about both beers. But firstly, how is everything in the Netherlands? How are you doing?
But it's good, busy. We have a busy year, and well, the weather is really raining outside. It's really bad. It's like for you, it's normal.
Like
I think.
Yeah. No, it's
No, we're fine, we're fine.
it's raining. It's raining so much here. We just think it's a permanent satire at this stage in Ireland, in Ballymote especially.
Yeah,
but it's okay. It's all right.
We have to deal with it, so it's okay.
Yeah, but there's also a pandemic out there, so you don't know which is worse, right? The COVID or the rain.
Yeah.
So look, do you want to? First thing we're going to do is open the beer because we normally get too into talking and then we forget about the beer. Maybe we'll open the beer first and then get you to bring us around the brewery.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I already opened the beer, so.
Okay. I'm going to open mine. Get some in the glass.
Hand, so I have to do it before.
Yeah. Sorry about that. You can just maybe introduce the beer and then we'll do a little tour of the brewery. Yeah.
Okay. Well, this is, I think, one of our best-selling beer in Holland, and I think in the UK, the Calmer Foot Stout. I think it's one of the first pastry stouts that ever was made in Holland. It's a big beer. It's 11.5% alcohol, loads of caramel, chocolate, malty, drinkable, not extreme sweet. No lactose in the beer, just despite the alcohol, still drinkable.
Yeah. No lactose, no?
No lactose. I don't like lactose.
So it's a pastry stout without lactose. I did not realize that. It's a pastry stout without lactose.
Yeah, we use malto, but we don't use lactose because I don't like it. And some beers we do just a little bit.
That's amazingly thick.
Yeah.
That's really heavy body, like really viscous.
We start around 28 Plato and stopped around 30-40 degrees SG. Maybe too technical, but it's quite sweet.
That's you're going to get a lot of sweetness from that. What malts are you using that? I could have checked this out. Or you use chocolate and pale caramel malts, yeah?
I can't hear you.
Sorry, I should be shouting more.
No, it's because of the weather.
Yeah, it's literally raining on the roof. Don't worry, it'll start here in 5 minutes. It will be pissing here and we won't be able to hear our own ears. It's fine.
Find a place that's less noisy.
No problem. You have a big brewery, Keys, yeah?
Well, what's big? I don't know. It's in space, you mean?
Yeah, big space.
It's okay. We have enough space. Maybe too much, but it's okay. Well, we can. We did some lots of extra tanks, new bright beer tanks. So we have space enough. We can grow here.
Yeah. Actually, I meant to say, if anyone's visiting Holland, hopefully, if we ever are allowed to fly anywhere again, you're in Middelburg, right?
Yes.
Where is that exactly?
Middelburg is between Antwerp and Rotterdam, in the south of the Netherlands, near side the sea, the coast. So a lot of people say, Holland, it's Amsterdam, but it's more than Amsterdam and Holland. So it's, I think, a 2.5 drive from here to Amsterdam.
Yeah. Oh, 2.5 hours. Okay, it's like Ireland and Temple Bar. We have to get people out of Dublin.
I think it's 1 drive to Antwerp. So we're closer to Antwerp, to Belgium, than to Amsterdam and Rotterdam. So it's more on the Belgium side.
Okay, closer to Belgium. Okay, I can visualize that now. Because I thought it was funny when I met you in, I don't know, last year, 2 years ago in Manchester. You had driven from the Netherlands to Manchester, which you never think of people doing that. You just get the slow boat.
It's nice because you go to, it's a 1 hour drive to Rotterdam. You take the ferry to Hull, and then it's a 2-hour drive to Manchester.
And of course, Hull is fantastic. Hull is city of culture.
And it's fun because that festival, I think we canned an IPA on Wednesday, and drove to Manchester on Thursday. So the beer was super fresh.
Yeah. No, it was great. I remember drinking cans of it from under the table at about midnight. Freshest beer at the
That was the problem. The Brexit is a problem because we can't bring beer with us in the car. So it's.
Tell me about it. You can't. Yeah, that's going to stop being able to drive to a festival. I think we went to Manchester to the one in the Bats, Victorian Bats. I can't remember the name of it. And we bought our camper van and parked outside and camped for 4 days while at the festival. We brought loads of beer for tap takeovers in the boot. That day is finished, I think, for the UK. Yeah.
The same way, if we go to London, it's a 4-hour drive to London, 4.5 drive. If we start around 8 o'clock in the morning, at 12 we're in London. So
that's mental. Yeah. But you're not going to be maybe not going as often anymore.
No, we're not allowed. It's difficult.
Yeah.
We're going to Italy in the beginning of September. Maybe
Whereabouts? Where are you going to?
Villaggio della Birra in Tuscany.
Oh yeah, in Tuscany. Yeah,
it's a nice festival.
It's supposed to be great. There's a festival we do regularly, the Sour Beer Festival, Sour Love. You know that one?
But I'm not into the sour beer, so.
We brought Puka twice, I think, and that's been the one that's done it for us. We have to. I know we got to move on. I was keen to ask you just before we go. Your beer is in Ireland. We've obviously brought your beer in for the festival, but you send some to Ireland through Prohibition, right?
I can't hear you because the weather is really awful. It's a lot of noise inside the brewery.
Well, you know what we'll do, right? We'll get. I think Leanne will post some links to your social media, and people can find your beer, hopefully in Ireland. In the next couple of months, yeah. Sorry, I'm saying we will. I was saying you send some beer to Ireland, not that often, but some beer through Adam in Prohibition. Yeah,
we did twice.
But hopefully we'll see it again soon. Maybe next year here in the brewery in the White Hag.
Yeah, I hope so.
Please, this is magnificent. I love a pastry stout. It's really early in the day. I just have to tell people that we were doing a pre-record with Keys because Keys is tied up later this evening. Hence, I'm on my own doing this. This is really dangerously nice. It's like drinking, I don't know, cold hot chocolate with caramel. Something out of Starbucks with no alcohol. It's so light.
Yeah.
Really love it. Thanks for sending the beer. Thanks for joining us. And people keep an eye out for Queen's Bubberman. Thank you.
Okay. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Cheers.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Cheers. Genuinely one of the nicest people in here. And I think it's a tragedy not to hear because lots of people would love to meet him. Great guy. We've met him at festivals for years and makes unbelievably good beers. Doesn't make sour beers, obviously. That caramel fudge stout is our winner, and it's very early in the day to be drinking something as drinkable as this at 11.5%. Okay, that's great. That was Keys Bubberman. We'll see you after this.
And we are back. So, little apology about the link into the last beer there, the last brewery. It was with Keys Bubberman, one of the best names in craft beer anywhere in Europe, Keys Bubberman. But I didn't realise that we weren't already live, and I was kind of chit-chatting with him, getting it set up, and that's the shit that goes on to make this happen. So I was on my own as well, so sorry about that. But anyways, it adds to the glitches. It adds to the postal quiz, actually, which we'll touch on after this. But now, here with me is James Lochran. James Lochran. Say hello to everyone.
Guys. Hello.
Hello to everyone in the brewery land, but beyond, because James is normally behind the scenes. James is a key supplier of ours, sponsor of the festival, but is also a key partner for us in the brewery from Lochran Family. Do you want to give us a bit of background to Lochran Family? 6 generations.
Yeah.
Keeping beer in the hands and mouths of Irish people.
We're doing our best. You know, it's not easy. Like Irish people tend to get through a pretty substantial amount of beer. But we've been growing barley on our farm since 1908. So that makes me in Louth. So that makes me I guess a 6th generation barley grower, which is great. And then over the last few years, we've managed to expand out across not just barley and malt, but also hops, key kegs, yeast.
You guys send us malt, hops, kegs, invoices. Hey!
Remittances, pallets, the works, the full spectrum.
Ask for anything, yeast.
Yeah.
Because one of the big changes for us actually was, and like this happens in the business, when you run a small business, you go, there's a step change in our behaviour, but one of them was you guys getting into Key Keg and being the distributor for Key Keg. They immediately became a sponsor of our Housekeeping festival when all the beer was being sent in kegs, and you guys brought them to that, and then we had you guys supplying it, next day delivery, and all the things that come with that.
Yeah, like that was a great thing. So that was, if I remember right, that was Housekeeping 5, which was 2 years ago. And Key Keg were super. We had a great event. You guys had a great event. You took us here. You took us to Lochhill Distillery and did a whole brewers thing, which was fantastic.
But they're using you guys as a channel to get to Irish brewers because you're such an integral part of the brewing community here.
That's right. So we were able to get Key Kegs into brewers' hands such as yourselves, and that means then you can get your beer into export markets and into France or Germany or wherever it might be. And it's been super. You know, it really has helped, and you guys have been great supporters of us for many years now, and we've really enjoyed it. It's been terrific.
So Crosby Hops, tell us about the relationship there. How did that end up happening from malt, moving on from malt into hops?
Well, like the whole thing, since we started, the whole thing was to try and figure out how. I'll take a step back. I'm a big fan of craft beer. I just enjoy drinking craft beer. And one of the things I dislike is having a craft beer which is not really as much fun as you might have hoped it might be. And part of our goal is to try and make every craft beer as good as it possibly could be. And part of the way to start that is get the ingredients in there in the first place. So our goal has been to try and find the best ingredients from around the world, be it Crosby hops from the US, be it Bawa hops from Germany or whoever it might be, Castle Malt from Belgium, Best from Germany. Bring those fantastic ingredients to Ireland, share them with fantastic brewers like yourselves, and allow you guys to make the best beer that you can do. And then I get to drink it from the far end, which is, my primary goal in all of this. That's
very altruistic.
I would like to say that this is some sort of like altruistic goal, but mostly it's kind of selfish. I just want to drink great beer.
No, what I will say, so we buy a ton of Mosaic off you guys, buy a ton of regular hops. You also helped us manage the Union Series. So the Union Series was, especially with Will was very hands-on with this, all of the hops that we could get in 40 kilos of for exact same malt, yeast, water, and then obviously the hops were the pivotal ingredient. And you did that 2 hops per month for 6 months for us. It was really great. This beer that we're going to taste now is the product of probably 3 years now of making Hopstravaganzas. And Hopstravaganza is essentially, and this will be a question in the postal quiz, Hopstravaganza is a manifestation of our birthday festival beer. You should have a festival beer if you're a brewery. So you guys bring in the hops for us.
And don't get me wrong, we enjoy doing it. Enjoy drinking the beer even more. But like I said, it's a fantastic thing to be a part of. We get to bring great hops from Oregon, from Pacific Northwest, such as Crosby hops' varieties of El Dorado, Idaho 7, a whole bunch of other varieties. We bring them in. You guys get to brew great beers with them.
Yeah.
There was the, excuse me, as you said, the Union Series. And then we have both Boxtravaganza.
Duo, which is happening now. Duo is the next series, which is the 2-hop series. We got to mention, because Crosby Hops are a partner of yours, but they're also a partner of the festival. They sponsor the hops for the festival. You wouldn't have a 7-hop monster, 7.7% beer, without Crosby saying, there's the hops, go make a festival beer.
Well, like Crosby are fantastic. So they're based out of just outside of Oregon. Just out of Portland, Oregon. So like about an hour outside of Portland.
You've been there?
Yeah,
right.
we were there, but not last year, the year before. Lovely little part of the world in the Willamette Valley. Beautiful valley where the Willamette River runs through. A lot of fruit trees and hops, obviously, as well. We spent a lot of time with the guys from Crosby, and they've chosen us to be their distribution partner in the UK and Ireland.
UK and Ireland?
Yeah.
So out of Ireland, you've reversed into the UK with that distribution?
Exactly. So...
actually, what's his name? Used to be in... used to be in Marble. Was he in Marble, the brewer?
Where?
He's your rep in the UK now.
Oh, Rob.
Rob,
yes.
yeah.
So Rob joined us last year, like just when COVID hit around about April. We're like, what do we do? We're going to hire someone. Yeah. So we hired a sales guy. Rob joined us last April and has hit the ground running and has done a fantastic job. And just like introducing brewers across the UK to Crosby's hops.
Yeah.
Because Crosby for us, ourselves and myself and Blake Crosby were of a similar age. We get on very, very well. And we've managed to forge this kind of a partnership whereby the goal is to try and get Crosby hops into as many breweries as possible throughout the EU, both UK, Ireland and abroad. And they just make fantastic hops out of Oregon. They manage to grow them, they manage to pelletize them, put them into boxes and get them into brewers. And it's all about craft. They only want to supply craft breweries.
And it's all foil packed, frozen, etc., etc.
Yeah. Absolutely, everything's stored at like -2 the whole way through. So like we get these little, the joy of shipping containers through the Panama Canal, and you can see the outside temperature of like 35, 40 degrees, and your little containers sailing through the Panama Canal at like -4, -5.
Yeah.
And
you can see that.
You can see that. So most of the shipping lines will give you this kind of telemetry.
Yeah.
And it's really interesting to see, and also slightly terrifying to realise that your container is like 40 degrees below the outside temperature. It's
no, but that's essential because the hops get here. They're in our cold room. I think you were in the cold room earlier.
Yeah,
Paul. They arrive cold. They're stored cold. Ideally, in an ideal world, they get to the customer cold, still in the beer.
And that's really important because so much of the flavour that comes from hops is oil driven. Yeah. And as soon as that temperature rises, those oils will evaporate and they'll just kind of move their way through out of the hop into the atmosphere around them. So you just got to keep them chilled.
So that's well. Actually, let's open the beer. Let's open the beer and get those oils out.
I've been waiting for this.
You haven't had one yet, have you?
I have. I had one at home because you were kind enough to send me a box. Well, there's not much left of it.
I sent one to Will as well.
Where's yours?
It's there.
All right.
Don't do a Sean Collar now and drink the whole fucking thing.
Fuck's
at least,
I don't know how to share.
We obviously sent the first batch off to you and Will as a bit of a thank you. We can't send any to Zach in Crosby because it's beyond in the States. I've tasted this. I've had one. I'm back on the coffee because it's been a long day drinking beer, but I'm trying to make it till the end of the day.
I've done that as well. I had a little coffee about 20 minutes. Yeah, just before this.
Have you had the sandwiches? The sandwiches are
I had a sandwich and I had a coffee before I kind of got on to you because I knew it was kind
of... you know this is happening. All right, if you're at home, we want to see this. We're not patching anyone in. We were going to have Zach from Crosby, but I don't think he works Saturdays. Cheers.
Cheers, man.
Thank you for helping us make our birthday beer.
Thanks for having us. It's a great beer. It's a lot bigger than your previous couple of years. Like it's 7.5.
7.7.
The last years were a little bit a lot less, right?
Yeah, I think 6.2. 6 is 6.2. You're living 7 hops. I remember Mike picking out the hops of what we were going through. Bring us into maybe what are you tasting in there?
So there is a lot going on. Like there's no point in pretending it's a small beer. There's, if I remember right, I think there's Chinook, Cascade, Idaho 7, El Dorado, Nugget, and there's definitely a couple of others in it as well.
I should have the hop list somewhere. Ooh, that is the beer. There's a whole pile of tropical going on there. There's a massive.
So for those sitting at home, I'm just going to go ahead and say there's some hazy, mango, there's some hops, there's unique, exotic, crisp, floral. And I have all of the Hagstravaganza bingo words right down here, and I'm reading them off me. So I've got citrusy, juicy, tart, fruity. Got it all.
Someone was going to do it. I knew someone was going to do it. I thought it was going to be Sean. I thought Sean was going to come in and just read the bingo words. And
I'm just reading all the bingo words.
That's only one of the bingo cards.
There's other ones.
There's 4 or 5 different variations. So someone's definitely got a bingo right now.
Well, I'm sure there's definitely dank in there, and there's definitely piney, chocolatey, and
in your face.
Yeah.
No, we've actually landed on trying to cover off as many of them as possible in this beer. Mango, not crisp.
Not crisp, no. Crisp is definitely.
There's a bunch of kiwi. There's kiwi skin. Is there kiwi skin in there?
Kiwi skin.
There's a little bit of kiwi skin.
I definitely get. The oranginess definitely comes through, and I think a lot of that comes from the Amarillo. Amarillo from Oregon is quite different to Amarillo from Yakima, from Washington State, which is further north. About
why is that?
7 or 8 hours further north. I think it's a lot to do with the humidity and the weather content. So, Oregon, 40% of all the hops in the world are grown in about a 200-mile band in the northwest of
between Washington
America.
and Oregon.
Yeah, between Washington and Oregon. So like 2 hours inland from Seattle, 2 hours and an hour south of Portland in a kind of slightly diagonal belt. That's where 40% of all the hops in the world are grown.
Okay.
Really, really concentrated. But the two ends of that spectrum are really diverse.
Yeah.
Yakima in Washington State up the north is very, very dry. It's technically a desert, and it's all done from all the crop is fertilized basically through irrigation water. Further south, Oregon is much more like Irish weather. It's a lot wetter, it's a lot more humid, and a lot of the water comes from above. And they have a very different kind of a growing season between the two ends. So Amarillo, which delivers a lot of the oranginess in this particular beer from Washington State, from Yakima Valley in Washington State versus from the Willamette Valley in Oregon, is very, very different. There's a lot more orangey in the south, and most of that is because it's a function of how the water and the hydrology kind of feeds the plant during the growing season.
Yeah.
It's a pretty complex process.
It is complex, and that's one of the beauties of this, is that we can bring, the idea of the Union Series was we bring people through individual beers, get them to taste the hop and the hop profile and understand what the hop does for the beer, because you get lost in a hop mashup like this where you're doing 7 different hops and it's complicated trying to extract what's delivering what flavour.
And I struggled with it, and I went to Will, so Will does a lot of our sales, and he's been with us for about 3 years now, and I said, like, this is a great beer, but what the hell is in this?
Yeah.
And I knew the hops, but I couldn't tease it apart.
Yeah.
And we had a conversation about it, because it wasn't something that either of us could do it simply because there's just so much going on.
Yeah.
But the Union Series is very, very different because you have that much smaller range of hops, and you can have a very, very different.
Yeah, just think, pick them out. Yeah, pick them out as you go.
Yeah.
That's the idea. It's like a technical brewing series. This is, I suppose, our signature birthday beer. We hope you like it. We hope it's delivering for you everything it should. Actually, one of the things we needed to say is that the beer is available on the website. I think if you go on our social, on our link tree, you can find the places pouring draft. There's a bunch of places pouring Hopstravaganza on draft around the country this weekend. Also, Blue Note in Galway, Big Romance, the Brickyard. I'm going to leave someone out. A beer house in Cork, maybe. Beer house in Galway. And 1 or 2 others. Oh, the Swagman in Sligo, of course, are pouring Hopstravaganza plus guest beers from the festival all over the weekend. So check out the link tree and check out the blog post, which has a list of all our best draft accounts. That was Hopstravaganza. James, 2 quick things. 1, thanks for being a big part of our festival. Thanks for sponsoring. Thanks for being a partner and doing stuff like bringing in brilliant hops.
Thank you.
To allow us to brew brilliant beers.
No, Bob, thanks for having us. Like, we just love partnering with great breweries that make great beers, and like I said, it's not particularly altruistic. I just like drinking great beers. It's a relatively selfish kind of a thing.
Yeah.
But thank you for guys for making great beers and that I get to enjoy.
Cheers for being here.
And you.
All right, next up, we have Ale Farm coming straight from Denmark, coming straight at you in your nostrils and your mouth with a big creamy NEPA.
All right, next up we have our friends from Denmark, not Vikings, farmers, ale farmers to be precise. We are joined by Casper from Ale Farm, who sent us this beer, Inferno in Paradise. Casper, how are you doing? Welcome.
Thank you so much. I'm doing just fine. How are you guys doing?
Pretty good, man. Pretty good. Great. We'll be better when we start drinking your beer. Yeah.
I hope so.
Yeah, it will be. How's everything in Denmark? You good?
It's wonderful. The heat has died down a bit, which is nice. It's been tremendously hot, and and you have to understand that it's dark and cold for 9 months at a time. So when it's all of a sudden becomes very hot, it's quite the experience. So everything is good. It's not as hot as it used to be. So and we're happy. So that's good.
And you've been brewing. You've been busy brewing.
Yes, we have been busy brewing. Absolutely.
You never stopped.
Never stopped. Other people, they go on vacations and stuff. We do that too, but we have to take turns because beer needs to be flowing, and that's the way it is.
Yeah. We're doing obviously this a little pre-record because you are on a stag tomorrow in Copenhagen. So this man has been arrested.
Yes, and to all the wonderful viewers, if I were to appear live right now during the stag party, I would probably just speak Danish to you all. I don't know. It would be very elaborate. So I'm happy we're doing it as a pre-recording. Thank you.
Great. No, that's good. Well, look, we're going to get straight into the beer. Yeah. Do you want to get
Inferno in Paradise, a double IPA. Beautiful.
Yes, indeed. Here it is, guys. Let's crack one open.
Yeah. Maybe you can tell us a bit about it.
I can indeed. Inferno in Paradise. It is one of the first double IPAs that we have rebrewed. It's in a way it's an old timer. We haven't existed for that long as a brewery, 6 years or so. So we've explored many styles and recipes and all that stuff. But we have also brought back some beers that we liked in the past, and this one is one of them. This is the fourth or fifth incarnation of this beer, and we are quite happy about it. So I'm also,
the nose there is excellent, and you were saying it's the fourth or fifth incarnation of the beer. Have you found it's been a process, just getting the best possible double IPA you can get? And if you
very
want
much
to speak about that,
very much so. I'm a big fan of mouthfeel and fullness. I like to drink a double IPA that lingers on, and that's kind of a design parameter with this one. I would say it's supposed to be there, and you're supposed to really be able to taste it, and so expect a thick pour and a thick mouthfeel. That's
really full body. That
has got a lingering mouthfeel as you described. That is. But I find it gives way as well. It doesn't. You want more, so to speak. You know.
Yeah.
There's that hint of juice behind it as well.
Yeah, I get taste. The way people experience taste is always different, but I get lots of oranges. Orange peel, a bit of red grapefruit, I guess, and and then just the body is just there. Yeah.
Is there a little bit of piney kind of classic piney IPA flavor there? Back, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And it's I would say resident pine is definitely there, and then the citrus twist is obviously there as well. And I like my IPAs to also be a bit more traditional, you could say, a bit more piney. Yeah, I do appreciate that a lot.
Yeah. And because you said this is sort of the fourth or fifth iteration, was it always the same hops you were using the whole time? Because I see here it's Citra and Amarillo. It's always
the same hops. Yeah,
always the same hops.
Yeah, always the same hops. But as you guys know, they differ from crop to crop. So crop year, whatever it's called. Some years are better than others, and I think this year's Citra and Amarillo harvest is really solid. So yeah,
I have to say that is outstanding.
Yeah, the Citra is really packing in a lot of fruit. Just really, it's given that really lovely kind of juicy citrus fruit. And it's pretty hard to put my finger on what that is.
Yeah, it's yeah, but I get it as well. It's it's quite. I mean, double IPAs are all the hype these days. I guess triple IPAs are also, but I'm not that big a fan of triple IPAs. To be honest, that's for another discussion maybe. I'm still we're still just I don't know, exploring, discovering what a double IPA can do, and we're pretty set on the full body has to be there. That's kind of the Ale Farm trademark signature, I guess.
Yeah,
that's, and then the hops weaved on top of it, and it makes for a good beer.
Mm-hmm. You got you're using 3 malts in here, yeah?
Yeah.
What are you aiming to do? What are you aiming to achieve with the malts you're using? It's that base, that really viscous, strong base.
Yeah, just full body. I mean, I like some residual sugar, which is definitely also present here. And then we have what's that even called in English? Is it called chit maize? I would say corn flakes in Danish.
Yeah.
But we use not the cereal, but I guess you know what I mean, right?
Corn. Yeah.
That's the word. Flaked corn, of course. There's also flaked corn in this, and that's actually an addition to the recipe of this beer. It wasn't in there to begin with, but we've just come to find that it gives it a certain I don't know, velvety smoothness, kind of I don't know. It gives it some sort of pillowy feeling that I really appreciate.
No, there's a real softness in that maybe it comes from the malt. It's really obvious there, but it's kind of sometimes hard to identify. Sometimes you got to live with this. It's my first time tasting this beer, and we've tasted a couple of other beers today, so it can sometimes be hard to kind of really put your finger on. Yeah. But this is what you're known for, right? You're known for your big double IPAs. If you were Sierra Nevada, this would be your pale ale.
This would be
IPA.
This is very, very true. Yes, absolutely. It would, and it's just, I'm sure you guys feel the same. We have each of us, we have our own favorite beer styles, and it's like picking your favorite child out of many that you really like, right? But I just really love a good double IPA. And well composed. When they are well composed, I just really think they bring something to the table, and for me, it's just a double IPA constitutes just the right balance between alcohol contents and residual sugars and everything. Whereas I oftentimes find triple IPAs and quadruple IPAs to be off balance, if you know what I mean. So yeah, but this is the sweet spot for me.
Yeah, no, it really is. Speaking about composing, obviously the name Inferno in Paradise is fantastic. I think you've had some really interesting names of beers over the past couple of years. One of them I noticed was called CV. Is it CV?
CV. There's one that I think he is. I think you're referring to a beer that was that's actually not called CV, but it's made for a guy called CV. The name. Yeah, the name of the beer is Hver gang jeg tænker tilbage på Hovedgaden 84E, and that was Danish, and and it's a very long beer name, and yeah, it was a beer that we brewed in honor of this very famous musician in Denmark, and I can tell you one thing, I am not usually shy or nervous. I wouldn't say so anyway. But when I had to deliver a case of this beer to this musician that is also an idol of mine, and I really appreciate his music, you have to imagine me driving in my car, reaching his house, and then just driving away from the house, like just continuing down the road, being all, I can't stop, I can't do it, I simply can't do it. I'm too nervous. I can't do it. I have to return home. I can't deliver these beers. Yes, and then I just stopped at this local supermarket that's a bit up ahead of the road, and I parked the car, sat there, and looked myself in the rear view mirror, and I was like, this is silly. Why can't you just deliver these beers to this guy? And so I drove back, and then I was like crouching and sneaking onto his into his walkway or whatever it's called. And
Casper, this guy's a rock star, right? Yeah. Did you break onto this guy's face to give him beer? Yeah. Did he know you were coming? Did you just?
No.
That's part of the problem.
No. So long story short, I just placed the beers on his doorstep, and then, like Gollum, I just disappeared into the shadows. And
stalker.
Yes, absolutely. So and last part of the story is this, that I read a couple of days later that apparently C.V. Jorgensen is his full name. He doesn't appreciate publicity nor being in the spotlight. He hates it. So I was like, oh no. I brewed a beer to or in honor of my big idol, and then I read that he actually hates that. So will I be sued now or whatever? And some weeks passed and nothing happened, and I thought to myself, okay, I'm fine. Nothing bad happened. Nothing good came out of it either, I guess. But at least I wasn't sued. But then another week transpired, and I actually received a handwritten thank you note from him. So so that was wonderful.
That's nice. That's a nice story.
And that beer was also a double IPA.
Yeah. Well, look, I actually heard elements of that story during the week. I was talking to a friend of yours, and I thought it was really interesting to ask you about how you went around that. So yeah, it's nice to hear that story from your own mouth. He said, and he went to the house, dropped the box, and ran away.
Yes, and it's true. It's very much true.
Yeah. Well, look, it's been really brilliant to taste that beer. I've been looking forward to this since you had your beer last year. Your beer isn't available in Ireland at the moment. Hopefully, might be again in the future. If it's not in the next 12 months, maybe you'll be here for the festival next year.
Yes.
Who knows?
I would appreciate that. I love Ireland, and I've been to Dublin. Oh.
Yeah.
No, I love Ireland, and I've been to Dublin multiple times, and it's just wonderful. So I would love to go back.
Yeah. We'd love to have you. Casper, it's starting to lash rain here in Ballymote, as you can probably hear from the noise. So we're going to let you go. Enjoy the stag. Thanks for being with us. Thanks for sending the beers. And we'll have a box of beer over to you next week from the festival.
Sounds good. Thank you so much, guys.
Thanks, Casper. Thanks so much. Cheers. Take care, man. Enjoy yourself. That's good.
That's great.
It's phenomenal.
Again, there were a lot of great beers here, but that's
standout so far, yeah.
Well, no, it'll be by the end of the day, it'll be one of the standouts.
I'd call them like a Danish Cloudwater. It's just phenomenally good at big hazy IPAs.
Yeah. Again, like there's pitch perfect, and again, great name, Inferno in Paradise.
Yeah, they're good at the names.
Yeah.
All right, next up we have, I don't even know who's next. Let's go to the Stinger and we'll jump on and we'll see who's coming back up after this. Okay, and now we're back with Boundary Brewing in Belfast, and Paul's joining me. Hello. Hello. Mark, of course, is supposed to say nothing until we introduce him, but he's yeah. Mark's taking my intro, Mark. Thank you. Yeah, really keen to get going here. We may as well just bring him in. It's Mark Shannon, head brewer with Boundary Brewing in Belfast. How are you, Mark?
Hello, Ballymote. How's it going?
All good. All great, thanks, Mark. And yourself?
Yeah, all good. Can't complain.
That's nursery type wallpaper you've got going on there, is it?
This is actually just some of the local wildlife we have here in Belfast. These,
yeah,
it's very diverse.
It is very diverse. All navy. That's a really nice touch. It's a really nice touch. Thanks for taking the time to join us, Mark. We know it's not easy.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
No problem. You've sent us, first of all, we obviously get slack for talking shite for ages because we haven't seen each other in months or years, but we get slack for not opening the beer. So maybe we'll open the beer. You can tell us about it.
Yes, definitely. I've already mine poured. So I'm keen.
You are keen. You're really keen.
Yeah, so for people that aren't familiar, this is so in Bongo, our 5.5% IPA would be our best selling beer, the beer we'd be most well known for. So we milk it for everything it's worth, and we now have 3 other iterations of the beer. We've got a table beer version, a double IPA, and a triple IPA version. So this is the double IPA. It's got a higher dry hop rate. It's up at 22 grams a litre, and it's a 50-50 split of Mosaic and Azacca. So we love this hop combination. Loads of tropical fruit, lots of pineapple, passion fruit. It doesn't finish overly high, so it's still dry enough that you can drink a couple of cans of it. It's not too sickening, but yeah. Cheers.
Cheers. That is, yeah.
It's like the 8% ABV. It's very unnoticeable for a double IPA. It's really nice.
Yeah, the yeast we use for this, it doesn't finish too hot. There's a slight bit of alcohol there in the finish, but no, it's still nice and drinkable.
Yeah. It's got shades of Irish IPA there, shades of Brown Stunning. Mosaic. I love the way you say you have a really successful beer, so we just use it and make different versions of it.
Oh yeah.
You may have heard of Hookah or the Dark Druid.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we use that. But Mosaic is something we're familiar with. And that's
what type of base malt do you use, Mark, on that? Who's your main supplier on that?
We use Simpsons primarily. With Brexit, actually, it's been a bit of a nightmare supply-wise getting anything from Britain. So we're actually been using some malt from Lochran's as well. But most of the time it will be Simpson's Golden Promise, and then we wouldn't have any flaked oats in the IPA version, the Mbongo, but there's, to help with the body in the big beer, there's some flaked oats and flaked wheat in there as well.
Yeah, that's really nice. Yeah, it's a really strong body out. Really.
And just in terms of like shelf life, what do you do on your cans? Are you 6 months on these type of beers, or do you change it? Or how do you yourself?
It's distributor led, to be honest. People sort of get a wee bit pushy.
I didn't want to say it.
Yeah, so obviously we'd say as long as the beer's kept cold, I think this beer would last, 6 months, 9 months. It'd probably be grand. The problem is if it goes out into the wild and people are keeping it in their cupboard or something like that, and it's not cold, it'll go downhill quite quickly. But as long as you're keeping it cold, it's gonna keep fine. And to be honest, just after we package them, because we can't leave them in tank and keeping up tank space too long. So ideally, we'd like to condition them longer in house, because they still taste a wee bit green straight away. So to be honest, I think they taste better after a couple of weeks in can, as long as they're in the fridge, obviously. But yeah, that sort of green hop burn sort of fades away, and yeah, it's just a bit juicier.
Yeah, for them heavy hop beers, it's you know, you want 4 weeks in the tank minimum to get it.
Yeah, yeah, this is it. But then it's a happy medium. Like, we have 8 fermenters, and most of the time it's just right, one's empty, fill it up again. So yeah, it's all go. It's sort of a balancing act. We can't have them sitting around too long.
And they haven't been sitting in kegs for any length of time either recently. It's
no,
like everything to can.
Yeah, this is it. Well, it's sort of dribs and drabs now as places are opening up a bit more. We are putting small quantities in the keg as distributors request it, but yeah, still the vast majority will be going into can. So yeah,
because you guys have opened or had a tap room running.
We had a tap room running in Portview Trade Centre, the site we're at. We had the second floor. There was a large space there every Friday and Saturday for the last couple of months. The licensing up here is a bit of a pain in the arse. Just we don't have our own license. It's very tricky to get our own license. So we use a pub in town, and we can apply through the courts for an occasional license. So you can only have so many of those a year, and it was getting to the point then where we were sort of reaching our limit. So last weekend was the last one, sadly, but it was great while it lasted. They were supported well, and it was busy, and we were getting through loads of cans. And yeah, it was a great space. The view over Belfast is unreal. You can see down in around the docks and up the Cave Hill and the Black Mountain and Harland and Wolf and all that. It was a cool space.
Yeah, it's important. It's great to have the toe in the water doing a tap room, because it's not something that's as common over here as, say, in the US or Britain.
Yeah, definitely not. But it's great, and it's great getting that first-hand feedback from the local punters too, and it's great as well. People can get beer that was, only packaged that day. They're coming, a Friday. We're literally, it'll be the last beer that goes into the fridges. The lads would have been canning on a Friday, and 4 o'clock the tap room would have been opening, and they would have been getting a few cases of stuff just still fresh off the canning line. So it's unreal being able to provide that. But yeah, it was class while it lasted. But yeah,
that's bound to lead towards a more permanent solution, whatever that is for you guys.
Well, that's, without saying too much, like, that is the long-term plan, to get something more permanent. But for now, we're just going to have to work with the occasional licenses every so often. But yeah, we're hoping for a more permanent long-term solution. Can't really say too much right now, but there's plans going on behind the scenes. So hopefully not too long.
Well, look, that's a magnificent Deepa. I'm delighted. You guys obviously helped out the last couple of weeks to step into the void left by one of the American breweries who we couldn't get over. It's a phenomenal Deepa. My mind, really brilliant. Imbongerific is out. It's available now, I think.
I think it'll be round distributors. Alpha took some in the south. I don't know if there's any available online in our shop. Actually, I don't even know if we can ship to the south. But I think Alpha took some. It's out there. It's in the wild. But
because you guys are selling from the website as well. You're selling directly.
Yeah, we're selling from the website, but I don't think we can ship to the south.
That's for debate yet, right?
Yeah. It's a tricky one.
Resolved.
But we're still selling stuff steady through the website, which is handy too.
Yeah, it's important for the business.
It all helps. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Well, look, Mark, thanks a million for joining us. Thanks a million for the beer. It's magnificent. It's a beer number 18 of the evening. So it's really
drink responsibly.
Yeah, large cans at this stage of the evening. What's it like? Mark, as ever, sorry you're not here. You've been a more than willing participant at Housekeeping in the past. Hopefully next year again.
Yeah, please. Yeah. Cheers,
Deadly.
lads.
See you, Mark. Take it
Thanks,
easy.
Mark.
Good luck.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Talk to you soon. That's Mark Shannon from Boundary Brewing. And it's a pity, actually, that we're not able to travel to them or them to us. I'd love to see that taproom. The space looked amazing. Yeah. Did you see the?
I was there probably over 2 years ago now. Just in the brewery, that little tap room set up. It was really nice. Yeah, it's a shame.
The space they had was kind of a little bit away, but it was like just a big second floor of an office block type thing or a retail block. View was magnificent, but they had to do cans only, no running water, no license for draft. But yeah, you do that, and people were queuing at the door to do it.
The occasional license, same here. You do 6 a year, I think.
From a pub, yeah.
From a pub.
Yeah, 10 days or 15 days, I think.
Yeah, that's how we run Extravaganza.
Yeah.
Extravaganza.
We have a license. So we have a license for this stuff.
Yeah, but the new license I brought in, the brewer's taproom license.
Yeah.
That's the next one. It's open at 7 in the evening. So.
Yeah, that's where we'll be operating our taproom from. But it's even more restrictive up there. So in the north, there's far less opportunity to do the taproom thing from the brewery, which is bizarre when you think about it. Kind of got the worst of both worlds, the worst of being on the island of Ireland and the worst of UK licensing, which is kind of, when you look at what the guys are doing in England and in Scotland and Wales, they have a lot more freedom to do run taprooms from the brewery that are obviously...
It's really a norm.
It is a norm, yes.
It's part of some of the breweries have that direct source to the beer.
Because like every brewery we visited in the first couple of years had a taproom in the corner of the brewery. If you went to track in the first 2 years, was just a long, kind of narrow taproom set up on Saturday in the middle of fermenters and equipment, you know.
Yeah, sure. We went to Beavertown in the early days. Just really small little local staff were here, and a few beers after work as well as
brew by numbers
Saturdays.
Yeah. That's an important part of the culture. Hopefully we'll get there. Okay, so next brewery up is...
And we're back. We're back with new livery. Do you like that? You didn't even notice that.
No, I didn't. Is that Sligo?
It's kind of a celebration of Sligo. So our friends down in the Sideline Cut made us a jersey. Landed this morning. James, who's running the front of house here, made a Sligo jersey if it was sponsored by the White Hag.
And on the back? And on the back? Oh, the Sideline Cut up there? That's lovely.
Cut.
I like that.
Couple of little darts around the side there. Makes me look slim.
Sideline cuts on the side.
Yeah, sideline cuts, you see. Well, we wouldn't be strong in hurling, in fairness. We're kind of junior B territory in hurling, but still better than Cavan. So.
I'm from Loud, so yeah, I can empathise. Loud, Sligo, similar kind of levels.
At all of it. James from the Sideline Cut. He brought up 5 of these. Made 5 White Hag Sligo jerseys, which in fairness, it's brilliant timing because Sligo won the minor Connacht final last night and they're heading for All Ireland semi-finals. Big up to the minor team. and huge fucking big up to Sideline Cut for getting these jerseys. We have 4 of them in the marquee. They're probably all sold already, but we think we're going to do another batch of maybe 50 for the website. If you like the White Hag Sligo jersey, not modelled by me, if you like this jersey, we're going to have them on the website in 3 or 4 weeks' time. Let us know by the contact form. Give us a bit of feedback on it. It looks better on normal people. It'll look better on your man from Normal People. Definitely, which is also a kind of a Sligo tie-in. We're back. That was Boundary, the second Irish brewery of the day, and phenomenal beer, obviously. You guys do a bit of work with Boundary. You're doing a lot of malts for it.
Yeah, Boundary is spectacular. Like, just up there in Belfast, cracking out like great IPAs, double IPAs, all the time.
That's their gift. Yeah, they're great. In fairness, that's their bag, and they've been doing it into the UK. They've been distributing through Cloudwater. Cloudwater took them in and started kind of distributing off their web shop.
It's kind of like for the crack kind of thing, or I'll help them out kind of thing, right?
Cloudwater have done that. So behind the scenes, Cloudwater have done that for Boundary. They've done it for Rock Leopard. They've done it for Queer Brewing. They've done it for a bunch of breweries.
Yeah.
Not making a big fuss about it, just saying, let's sort your distribution.
This is available for sale.
Available. So we realised last year, right, when COVID kicked in, we had a web shop ready to go. It was working, it was already selling beer. We had a DPD relationship, we had the boxes, we just had everything in place for a web shop. And it's not that easy to get that up and running.
No.
So we were off to a flying start. Lots of breweries didn't have that. And Cloudwater kind of kicked that in for people on their behalf, either brewing for them or taking their cans in and selling it. And they did that for Boundary. And the lads, they said damn all about it, but they deserve a lot of credit for being able to do that for people on their behalf.
Cloudwater make great beer, and they can run a great web shop on their own. They didn't need to do that. They didn't need to drive traffic to the website from other people.
Yeah.
It's purely altruistic.
And
it was lovely for them to do it. And it really helped the likes of Boundary and many others as well.
In the UK. So that was Boundary. We're going to taste... So a beer went into the box, right? So we had to explain this. I really didn't get into this earlier on, but Kirkstall were supposed to send us beer. They had sent us a beer, right? But the beer didn't make it, and it was half the beer made it because it was, I'm going to say, bureaucratic issues.
It's called Brexit.
It's called Brexit, right? It's that shit show. Anyways, never had as much hassle getting beer into my life. So this beer is a beer that's coming out next week in Ireland. So this is a first pour. If it's in your box, you haven't seen it yet. No one else has seen it. This is the first time seeing it. Again, the hops are delivered by our hop dealers from Crosby via Lochran. And it's El Dorado and Cascade. It is the second in the duo series. And the idea is give us a bunch of beer or a bunch of hops that we can explore with and we can make fresh beer with.
What was the first in the duo series? Can you remember?
First in the duo was Idaho 7 and Citra. You fucker.
I thought I had you.
No. I knew you'd ask that. And I literally went round with the cold and was like, what was that? You will catch me out. You will catch me out. That's going to be in the postal quiz. But actually, here's a question from the postal quiz. Keep you listening, keep you on your toes. How many versions of the original Hagstravaganza word have been used? So different versions of Hagstravaganza have been used over the past 2 years, right? You don't need to say them, but there's a number of versions. So how many versions of Hagstravaganza? And I'm going to say James from Lochran was involved in at least one of the words. So how many versions have been bastardized of the Hagstravaganza word? That's in the postal quiz. Let's drink the beer.
Let's.
If you're at home, get the duo series into your nostrils and into your liver. 5.5. Taking a step back from where we're going here, because we're up in the 7s and 8s for the past while.
Yeah, I mean, I've been up there all night. Actually, this is really refreshing at 5.5.
It's like a coffee. I've been on coffee there to try and cut back.
You've been doing a 1-on-1.
Yeah. The coffee.
No, it's lovely. It's really nice.
That is really. That's actually really citrusy without being overpowering. I've got this. My daughter's hairband around my arm.
Okay.
The arm is cut off me.
Do you have to flick it every time you say citrusy?
Yeah. Beer bingo, fruity.
Yeah,
roast turnip.
Not a flavour you associate
Not a flavour.
with
I had to
IPAs.
get it out there though. This is delivering a shitload of kind of citrus grapefruit, a little bit of pineapple.
Yeah, like
Eldorado.
So I think it's Eldorado and Cascade. Crosby, Eldorado and Cascade. So it's Oregon hops as opposed to maybe some other beers which might have the same hops with Washington based.
The tropical.
Yeah, tends to be a little bit more. So the Eldorado will give you those more tropical flavors. The Cascade will give you some of the more piney, danky kind of flavors.
Yeah.
Cascade
been made famous by Sierra Nevada, obviously.
Yeah, like that pale ale, that Cascade, that Sierra Nevada pale ale being the quintessential beer that all of us go back to that. That's where we start from.
For sure.
And I do enjoy how, dank is just a great phrase and great word and great for a lot of the hops that kind of come through.
But there's a dankness without it being overpowering, because it's balanced because there's two hops that we're balancing out here.
Yeah.
You've got the aroma isn't overpowering. The aroma's a little bit nearly wit beerish. Like there's not a really big strong aroma.
It's not big in the nose.
But the pineapple,
and kind of comes back
a little bit of grapefruit there.
A little bit back end as well. It kind of delivers all the way across the tongue. It's a great beer, and it's solid, and it's really, really nice.
Well, one thing we haven't done yet, and we're probably going to get to this point.
We
had the request. There is none left. I've got some here. We've got to the point where people have told us Idaho 7. Absolutely. They've told us Strata. You have to do this.
Yeah.
People want to see a regular beer appearing out of the hop series we've done. And one of the challenges there is getting those hops.
Yeah.
So getting a permanent supply of Strata, or getting a regular supply of Eldorado, etc.
Yeah.
What's the challenges there?
It's really difficult, especially in years like this where weather events start taking effect. So obviously, we said earlier, 40% of all the hops in the world come out of a very small geographic area. And when those geographic areas get hit by weather events like we had this year, it's been difficult. So Oregon, similar kind of typical climate is actually quite similar to Ireland. Spent most of June at plus 40 degrees C. Really, really hot, really, really dry. And a lot of the hops really, really struggle. So the only way we can actually, you guys, breweries like White Hag and other breweries we work with, can kind of mitigate against that is contracting out for some months in advance or a year in advance, and having conversations with their suppliers of hops, be it us or somebody else, and saying, look, this is what we think we're going to need for the next year, and these are the varieties and these are the volumes. And we'll sit down and we'll say, look, realistically, are you going to use it all? Do you need it all? And a lot of breweries who can figure out what they want will contract 3/4 of what they need and say, look, this is roughly what we want, and it'll plan it out. And that 3/4 limit gives them the ability to deal with shocks like COVID. It gives them the ability to deal with shocks like opening up new markets or old markets closing off, and that works really, really well. So contracting is really, really important.
So contracting is ultimately saying, I'm going to take all these hops off you down the line, but obviously, if someone's contracting for a core range beer, that's got to take 2, 3, 4 years into account. So us and Mosaic for Little Fawn, and a bunch of other beers, because we're a Mosaic brewery, really.
Well, yeah, like Mosaic and Little Fawn are kind of synonymous, and it's a huge part. Like, it's literally on the wall here behind us. And Mosaic's had this year's weather event, the hotness has had an impact on Mosaic as a variety. Kind of struggles. Different varieties struggle under different conditions. Some varieties struggle more with the heat than others. Mosaic's been kind of hit and miss. It'll be interesting to see how. We won't know for sure until harvest in September how Mosaic has done, but it should be okay.
What are the new hops coming? What's coming on the line? Because we're obviously looking at a series like this going, right, we're going to do 6 months of this, ideally. What are there new hops coming? Are there stuff that's coming back into season?
There's always new ones. So like the big one that's really starting to get a lot of people's attention is Strata. So Strata's kind of showed up in the scene about a year or 2 years ago. Strata was bred out by the Oregon State University, I believe. Its intellectual property is owned by a company called Indie Hops, and Indie Hops are distributed by ourselves across Europe and the UK. And Strata is really great. It's got the reason it was named Strata was because of the layers of flavour that it actually delivers in stratas of flavour. And those guys have the strata. It's super in terms of both the citrusy all the way back through the dankness and pininess. But we've seen a lot of great breweries have really interesting beers with it, because depending on when you actually use those hops, will determine kind of the flavour that you actually extract from it. Whether you do it early in the process, late in the process, high in temperature, low in temperature, you can extract different pieces of that flavour from it. And as well as that, then you start getting other varieties coming through, such as Meridian, which is lovely in for lagers. It's a really nice, gentle beer, and Lorien, which is another variety that's coming out from the Indie Hops breeding program, which is really good in terms of just bringing additional kind of citrusy oranginess to IPAs and double IPAs, which is really what we're looking for.
That's so obviously one of the big challenges is always going to be that continuing search for new flavors.
What's next?
Yeah, what's next? The new hype, or the new combination. Hops can deliver different aromas, flavors, different profiles year on year, depending on the season. But you guys are always going to be fed that by the hop growers who bring you in for hop selection, etc. Do you actually do hop selection?
We do, yeah. So like a huge piece of our job as distributors is that we get to go to hop selection mostly in the US, and we'll sit down with growers and we'll sit down with processors of hops and say, like, what new varieties you got coming through? Why is this particular variety of interest? Why is it not? What's its strengths? What's its weaknesses? And talk to those growers and say and figure out what kind of varieties are going to come through to give our customers, such as White Hag, such as Cloudwater, such as Verdant, the kind of flavours and profiles that they're looking for. Those big banging juicy flavours that IPAs and double IPAs, which is really what craft brewing is about, man.
That is what you're looking for. That is what you're looking for. This we're really happy with this. We're really happy with the series we've produced so far. I think interested to hear what people think about being able to tease out those flavours, aromas. And also this is what it's about. Really for us, we do silly stuff like Spree series, which is like the Super Split and Shamrock Shake and Mochaccino, which is about replicating a food type for a bit of fun and seeing how well we can do it. You do stuff, we call it like internally we'd call it technical brewing, where you take a hop or a malt and say, we're going to bring this through. And there, people have done it with yeasts in the past, and done yeast profiles where they've said, right, let's explore what yeasts do with the same hop, malt and water profile. For us, it's about trying to do a series that bring people through that, while also having stuff that's fun and core range, trying to balance all of those.
Yeah, but you guys kind of grow on it, and like you do it at a certain level of aggression and tempo and speed that most other people don't. Like, so you got like you guys do your smash beer, you got your duo series, you did that one with the Super Split. Beer. There's a huge tempo there that's kind of going on that's not typical from a lot of other breweries.
So, like in truth, one of the things we've done with Super Split is and Shamrock Shake, we've done something that's fun, but also brings people into the category, right? So. Puka can do that. Puka can bring people into the category who don't actually currently drink beer. No. Super Split's doing the same. They may not even consider a craft brewery or craft beer, but they'll come in because they've tried this novelty thing, and they might try and explore other beers by the same by the same brewery. So for us, it's about trying to go, okay, let's find new people to come into the category and bring people in, because that's important. That's going to grow what craft beer is, grows our relevance.
It is, and Puka does that, especially Puka does it, because I know a lot of people who drink Puka, and you actually have a conversation when you say, I don't really like craft beer. No, but you drink Puka. But it's nearly like it's a category in its own.
Its own category,
and it's wonderful when you see those people kind of getting engaged in the industry. It's like, I like the biscuit one, I like the lemon one.
And getting people to the hop profiles, getting to understand that is important for us, and that's why we're doing this.
Yeah.
And that's why this is important. Okay, look, sorry we've nattered on for ages on this. This is, we could talk all night. There's another bunch of them on tap out there. We are out of the duo. We're going to move to Mad Scientist. I think Mad Scientists are ready there. They're on. And it'll be on after this. we're getting there. What beer are we on? Is this number 18? I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. Postcard, postal quiz questions coming at you now, right? I'm going to fire the two at you. Already we've had how many inches of rain fell in Ballymote today? It was a lot. That's at least 2 foot, I'd say. We had how many versions of the original Housekeeping word have you seen this year so far? How do you pronounce the Italian brewery where you met Alessio and Diego? So yes, I am asking you to, on a postcard, write how you pronounce a brewery. Just leaving that one with you. And the next question is, what was the name of the beer made by Ale Farm in appreciation of Casper's favourite rock star? If you can get that onto a postcard, best of luck, buddy. Okay, next up we have a literally legend of the Budapest beer scene. It's Mad Scientist, but before that, joining me to taste this beer, it's our friend from Galway Bay Brewery, who's been drinking for the last 3 hours since we've seen him last. It's Simon Broderick, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, back you come. What's the beer? You're making a beer. You're going to release it soon.
Oh yeah, no, I got totally kind of mixed up there. I wouldn't pass any remarks on anything I say. To be honest,
they wouldn't even let you.
No, Jesus, no,
definitely not.
No, definitely not.
I love how you're pouring me a beer, unlike Sean Colan, who drinks it all himself. Okay, we're going to bring in our friends from Budapest. Big hello to Martin and Mad Scientist. How are you keeping, man? We've not got the audio.
We've got picture, no sound.
Picture, no sound. Just Martin, the picture, no sound there. Just hit the
okay.
There you go.
I think you're on mute.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was unable to unmute myself, but here, guys, I'm sitting here in Budapest with my wife Vivian. She's also working. She's also working in the brewery. Of course, this is our life. We're just stoked to be part of Boxtravaganza for the second year already. So, yeah, we're just stoked. We appreciate the opportunity.
Thanks a million. Thanks. So firstly, I'm going to say something about Mad Scientist, right? I on a Thursday, I rang Martin and was like, the logistics aren't working out because people don't go from Hungary directly to Ireland anymore, and it's really hard to get beer through Britain, which Hungarian transport seems to go through Britain and then on to Ireland. Martin goes, hold on, we'll see who we can get to go around Britain. Next morning, Tomas had the beer on a truck on a Friday morning. It was here in the brewery on Monday morning, right? That's two things, the power of the EU, but also the power of a local network in Budapest where they just said, hey, who's going to Ireland in the next fucking 10 hours? I'm going to Ireland, I'm going with a truck. Some guy had a truck and was said, I'm driving to Ireland, I'll take a pallet for you, no problem.
That's brilliant.
That's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
I mean, I believe that's the beauty of being craft. You're just super flexible and you're always focusing on the solutions and not on the problems. So for us, this is really natural. We're just, we love to make things happen.
Yeah, you made it happen. You absolutely made it happen. So look, sorry, I should have introduced. This is Simon Broderick, a friend of ours, and he's a colleague from another brewery from Galway Bay. You haven't met Simon before, I don't think?
No, I don't think so. Hey, Simon.
Cheers. How's things, man?
Simon's gonna taste the beer with us, but we want you to bring us into the beer. Tell us about it, and I'm not even going to try and pronounce it. Bar Rakalzi Touros. I've said this really badly.
Yeah. So sorry for the Hungarian name. Usually our beers are in English because craft beer is such an Anglo-Saxon kind of thing. But with Rakalzi Touros, it's a part of our Imperial Pastry Sour series. That is inspired by a traditional Hungarian treat. So Rakalzi Touros is the kind of vanilla apricot cake your mother would do. Last year, oh, nice hair. Last year we've been featured with Szilvás gombot. That was our imperial pastry plum dumpling sour. That's the kind of treat your Hungarian grandmother would do. And this year we wanted to make sure we send something different, but something similar. So Rakalzi Touros is the kind of treat your Hungarian mother would do. So it's a bit trendy these days again. It was developed in the 60s, 70s, but now it's coming back. It's full of apricot. It has a really thick base with cottage cheese. And on the top it's just full of apricots and vanilla, and it's fluffy and it's everywhere. You can make it in all kinds of ways. So with the beer, we wanted to make sure your taste buds are on a roller coaster ride again. So it's sweet and sour and salty and thick in the same time, and we wanted to make sure you just never get boring. You just never get bored.
Well, I was going to say, it's definitely not boring.
No, mad scientists are never ever boring. Never boring. I think
we need to live up to the expectations. I mean, we could have just sent a 5.2% American Pale Ale. You would be disappointed. With the name Mad Scientist, we have some expectations.
That's boring scientist.
Predictable scientist.
Exactly. And of course, we don't try to do that. I mean, we do a lot of gimmicks. We have so much fun. We do sours, we do meads, we do barrel aging stuff, blah, blah, blah. This is not my sales pitch. But our thumb rule is that the beers should always be highly drinkable. So we never do something for the gimmick, something just to be crazy. We always do something, the things with purpose. I hope you witnessed this last year with Szilvás Bombos, the plum sour, and you are witnessing this year with the apricot sour.
The plum sour last year was probably the biggest, best sour beer we've ever had, which was just mind-blowing for what a pastry sour could be. So we really haven't had pastry sours. We haven't explored pastry sours here. I'm saying in Ireland, right?
Yeah.
You ever seen one? Anything you drink? You drink two of them?
No.
Yeah.
This is amazing. Like, this is like dessert in a glass. Like you said about like something your grandmother might make for you. Like, I can imagine this being a pie, and
tart.
Yes, and just
we grew up with tarts.
Indeed, yeah. So, but it's that kind of like an apricot tart, if you wanted, that kind of way, and with loads of cream on top of it, and
Jesus, it's
gorgeous.
Jesus,
really
flavour.
Amazing job. Yeah.
Flavour is off the charts in there.
Yeah, it's nuts.
Sorry, the cap has caught me here. Mad Scientists also sent the best swag. They sent.
That's what I was going to say. Have you two of those caps?
I have two of those caps, actually. And also sent the test tube glasses, which are absolutely amazing, off the charts. We got about 30 of those. They're all out in the marquee for people who are attending, and some of them are going back to breweries. You've said the best swag ever. One of the best breweries ever to deal with. Like, just always interesting and always really proactive.
You guys are too kind. I mean, what we are trying to do is we try to have as much fun as possible. We don't. I mean, you can see this with Draco Tituros. Most of our merchandise is like super limited because we just want to make sure it's not coming around on the corner. So we just like to have fun. Yeah, that's the purpose, and I can see many people losing this kind of edge in the business, because in the end of the day, craft beer is still a business. I mean, don't get this wrong. We're business-wise people.
Yeah.
But for us, this means we want to be able to afford the best ingredients. We want to make sure we have the best equipment that is possible for us. We want to make sure the crew is getting paid. That's why we're business-wise. But on the other hand, we don't really care about our prices going here and there. And sometimes we lose because we don't want to charge extra. It's like, I mean, if you come around to Budapest, you're not seeing BMWs or Mercedes-Benzes in front of the brewery. I mean, of course, where you see that, most of the breweries, they just have this really honest and true attitude. So yeah, that's basically how we try to take care of things here.
So you guys had a tap room this summer, right? You had a small tap room outside.
We're building a beer garden, step by step. We don't have any investors or big money people around us. So we just go step by step, and I believe our audience really appreciates this. I mean, you're not expecting anything fancy, but we're always trying to go the extra mile. So, of course, we try to serve the best beers under the best circumstances. For us, that's also part of the Mad Scientist experience. We just want you to come around and have a drink with us. Simple as it is, and we're not afraid to spend extra on the toilets or just to make sure that the whole garden is clean. These are.
I was with a gang of your guys in Bergen, and I was on my own. I was pouring Black Boar and Puka, and I felt like I was pouring a lager besides what you guys were pouring. There was a mead, a big purple mead, and there was a pastry sour, and it both just Mahemic beers, and it was just a really brilliant experience. That's where I first was introduced to the brand and the people, but that's what kind of builds the platform for making a beer like that. Phenomenal beer.
Amazing, yeah.
Yeah, no, amazing. You pushed the boundaries there.
And I mean, there's been a lot of good beer today, but this one stands out as something quite unique,
Yeah. The chat lit up on YouTube, just kind of going, talking about how mad this is. Someone in the chat tried your beer in Hungary 4 years ago and loved the stoner rock metal T-shirt, but that's your style, right?
Oh,
yeah.
I mean, we try to make sure we don't want to be, the stoner metal brewery, because not everybody listens to this kind of stuff. What we try to do is just to make sure that if you check our merch, if you check our labels, it tells a story itself. I mean, we're not trying to tell you what kind of music you should listen to or what, we're trying to be just a little island where you can take your time. And be who you are, because honestly, there's so much frustration going on in the world, and you make all these small compromises with your job and with your family, and there's global warming, there's Brexit, whatever, there's 7 days a week where you can just be worried about stuff. And when you open up a Mad Scientist beer, I want you to have fun for, just for 2 minutes. Just, you forget about all the weight of the world. And
it's a 10%. It's a 10% sour. It's going to last longer than 2 minutes.
You forget about a lot of things.
You forget about all your worries.
I mean, we're from Eastern Central Europe. People here appreciate high ABV. We time by time we try to do some low ABV stuff, and it just never works out. It's what it is. I mean, our signature double IPA is 9%. Most of our meads are 7, 8, 9% ABV. Our pastry sours 9, 10, 11, whatever. So this is how we roll, I guess.
Go hard or go home.
If you're going to Budapest, go visit the Mad Scientist. That's the message, and hopefully we'll see more of your beer in Ireland. I think we might have some surprises in the hopper for later in the autumn with some Mad Scientist beer in our Clon membership. If you're not a subscriber and you want to find out about our subscription box, drop us a message on our contact form or on social. But I think you're going to see some more Mad Scientists later in the year with us. Martin, it's been fantastic. Thanks a million for joining us. I know it's not easy to take time out on a Saturday evening, Saturday night in Budapest when you have better stuff to be at, but we really appreciate you sending the beer, really appreciate you getting it here so quickly, and also sending such phenomenal beer and making such phenomenal beer.
There's no better place I would be at right now. I mean, what's the best that could happen to us? Just being part of Boxtravaganza on an August Sunday night. Saturday, still Saturday.
This is not a pre-record. It's 21:03, and we have to be somewhere else. We've got another brewery kicking in.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thanks, man.
Cheers.
Cheers, man.
Cheers.
Bye. That's what they do all day long.
That's
so it's not like they've sent us something they've had in a barrel for 3 years.
Yeah, no.
They've basically gone and said, yeah, we'll send you one of the ones that we're making all the time, and this is
nuts
stuff.
Yeah.
But even better than this, right? We've got a braggot in keg that it's going into the beer house in Galway. I think there's one going to, or it might be into Brickyard. There's three kegs of braggot they sent us, which is a mead. Obviously.
Yeah.
They specialise in doing meads as well. They specialise in doing mental stuff. There's very little session IPA, lager, Jack Bills in their repertoire.
So and I think there's some of that braggot in the tent there.
There's a braggot in the tent. In fairness,
I think I know what I'm going to have after that.
There's especially when it's like the kegs are mental money. And they gave us a massive discount to try and make this happen, and it's still very expensive. But that's
in fairness, he seems like a decent guy, like as well. So
I know. Listen. They shopped around. They spent a whole night looking for someone to try and get the beer here on time because it basically was going to take 3 weeks.
Some lads from Galway only landed with the beer on Tuesday, like.
In the van. And been asked for months ago. The boys from Budapest were we can get it over here now. It was here literally the first beer in the door was Mad Scientist. So
putting us all to shame.
That was Mad Scientist from Budapest. We should stick their social. We actually should stick all the socials in the chat, so you can find them all. But you can Google them and you can search for them yourself. Okay, we missed out. So a couple of things, bit of housekeeping. We missed out on one or two beers because people have gone missing. So still no sign of Jampa in Lambrade. We have not got the Piggy Brewing. Piggy Brewing were supposed to join us before Mad Scientist. We had Verdant. Verdant are still due to turn up. Still not sure if they're joining. But we are going to probably move after this to Black Boar. So hold that thought. Use the bathroom. We're going to have Black Boar. We're also going to have Sierra Nevada. We're going to have the Grossmans joining us live from Sierra Nevada. So we're going to go into a quick break and then on to Black Boar. All right? See you in a minute. Thanks. And we're back. And like that, we have just moved into beast territory. We're in the plus 10% territory for the final time tonight. And it's what a beer. Joining me is my partner in the brewery, Paul. And we've got the Black Boar Barrel Age from this year.
How's it going, everyone? Nice to be here.
You have been 6 hours, 5 hours absent at this stage?
Yes.
You've been outside not drinking, outside drinking braggots in the marquee. You can't see this, right? But there's just a flow of people going up and down here, saying hello and waving, and who've been adequately, let's say, they've been juiced up outside in the marquee over the course of the evening, and it's just getting noisier and louder. You can probably hear it in the background. But anyways, we're going to get into Black Boar. This is our quintessential signature barrel-aged beer. It's probably the flagship of our barrel-aged program. It's a beer we've been extremely proud of, and there's an intricate process goes into making this beer. And Paul's going to bring us through this.
Yeah, I'll bring you through Black Boar. This is the 2020 brew date on this beer. We packaged it there last month, so you've all been receiving it in the last, should be on the shelves the last 2 weeks, I think.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're really happy with this one. We have changed our barrel supplier, and we're actually getting really fresh barrels straight from the US. So they're literally coming in wet. We're filling, we do our 3 to 4 days or weeks fermentation, and then straight into the barrels themselves.
So it's probably useful to bring people through the brew process.
Yeah, so
2 days.
So Black Boar, as Bob mentioned, is one of our signature beers. It's a big beer. It's 10.2%, so it takes 2 fills of our mash tun to brew this beer for one batch of 3,500 litres. We also do a special boil over the night, so we leave it. So we put in the first batch in the morning, leave it in the kettle, and we let it simmer overnight just to get all the caramel and sweet notes from this beer. The malt bill is huge on this beer. It's our biggest beer we brew, so we don't add any sugar, so it's all coming from the malted barley. So yeah, it's a nightmare to brew.
It's also a loss leader.
It's very special. Like it's one of our, when we went to the RDS the very first time, everyone was blown away. I think 10.2 was one of the highest ABV beers at the time at the RDS, and we'd queues up for it, and
barrel aging just brought it on. Barrel aging brought it on at a different level.
So yeah, look, we've done, the first release came as Lefroy barrels. So
2015.
It was really, the smoked version.
Guy turned up yesterday. Guy turned up in the brewery yesterday with, not with it, but he still has a bottle of 2015. If you're watching and you still have some original Black Boar, mention the chat and we'll come round to your house and take it off you, because it's extremely valuable at this stage.
So we did smoked version, and we've done the bourbon barrels, but the bourbon barrels is really special with any imperial stout. A lot of breweries opt for the bourbon. It complements an imperial stout really well. The
vanilla,
chocolate. It's just beautiful. So
this is Heaven Hills.
Heaven Hills barrels. They're 12-year-old barrels that we're getting, and we've aged this one because of COVID. It actually stayed in a bit longer. So this one was just shy of 12 months. In barrels. So on the nose, that coffee vanilla is really coming through if you're tasting it right now. I'm going to take a mouthful.
Yeah.
So you get a real sweet, nearly like honey vanilla coming
initially
through. So it's really intense. This batch this year has really, I think it's one of our best.
Yeah,
I feel it is. It's definitely up there. So yeah, look, it's a killer beer.
That's a phenomenal. That's just a phenomenal flavour. I've had one of these 5 weeks ago when we canned this, and that's just, even since then, that's just aged lovely.
Yeah. So we're actually releasing 2 of these a year. We will be. So we've already a batch in barrels at the moment here in the brewery. They're in about 6 months at this stage. So with fresh barrels, we could actually probably release it with 3 months of aging.
But we've done 6. What were these in? These weren't in 3. There was a 6.
Oh no, these. I'm saying they're just under 12 months.
Yeah,
this
yeah,
one.
yeah.
Just with COVID and what happened, it was
Yeah,
just a bit of delay getting it out. But the next one for us is we're talking about some experimentation over some rum barrels and some different types of barrels. So I think
the barrels are coming from through Mark and
yeah. So Mark Quick is supplying them in. So.
So the selection of barrels has really opened up for us.
Yeah, look, we have access to basically any barrel we want.
There's the stuff we brought in for Festanuda. Festanuda's pouring at the back.
Yeah.
The stuff we brought in for Festanuda was even better this year than last year, than 2 years ago. When we last made it.
Yeah. So it's really important that they're freshly emptied and we just still have some bourbon sloshing around inside it.
Yeah, it's not just about the wood being wet.
No,
it's actually still having some juice there.
Absolutely, but yeah, look, we look Black Boar itself. The normal Black Boar we've brewed. I think we do about 3 releases a year. So like in terms of brewing, I have to open up like 3 or 4 days of brewing within the production schedule for this. So and then there's the next day of cleaning because the caramelization in the kettle it gets so ingrained into stainless. It takes another day or 2 to actually finish it off. So and clean it.
Benny with a pair of sunglasses on.
Yeah. But we've obviously moved to can as well. You've probably all noticed that. We had a 375ml bottle. I think it was capped. It wasn't corked in cage. But yeah, look, I think it'd be lovely to have it in bottles, but just cans.
It's just hard to do. Bottling beer is so hard to do in this day and age when you're not bottling it regularly. So we've had to do hand bottling on a 6 gravity filler.
We forgot to mention that. It would be all hand bottles.
It's like waxing it. It's been tricky doing that.
Yeah, but
also like the demand for this has gone through the roof. So we've had pre-orders from the Netherlands, from Denmark, from France, and Italy for this, and that's before it's even packaged. Hence, we've moved to twice a year. Because you can't really move to more regular than that. So it just compromises it.
But I think nearly the season for these type of beers is gone. It was always traditionally like a winter dark season, but from what we're seeing is like the demand is there throughout the year first. So.
We released Festanuda this year spring, and it's like just goes out the door. Everyone wants to get it, and there's not a season now for pastry stouts. People talk about stouts being only a winter drink. Guinness don't exactly stop and shutter the brewery for the summer. It doesn't happen.
I think the best time to prove it was we went to Toronto back a few years ago, and it was a summer beer fest. It was in July, and we could only bring one beer with us, and obviously Black Boar was one of our signatures. So we didn't really think it through, but we wrote Black Boar in July to Toronto to a beer festival.
That's how to sort them into the boys, sure.
But again, at a festival like that, once people got talking about it, and it just flew out.
I brought this. I remember bringing this to Bergen, and had to do it was the last beer I was pouring, and there was an untapped type thing going on where they had a big screen and they had an untapped leaderboard, which is bollocks at a beer festival, because if you're pouring a wit beer or pouring a session IPA or something middle of the road, you're not even on the leaderboard. So I spent the first 2 days with foamy beer and on my own warm kegs and blah blah blah. Bullshit. It wasn't even featuring, and I was like, we're going to kill it with Black Boar when we get going. So I told a couple of people about Black Boar before the 3rd session, told people to come up and get it in early, went in, tapped it up early, got a couple of people untapped nerds to come in, get a quick sniff of it, went up on the leaderboard at 5 stars and just stayed there for the whole day, stayed there for the evening. It's that beer though that.
But these are perfect beers for festival, because they're, if you want to be sitting home on the couch with a fire on, to really enjoy sniffing, and then at a festival, it's the 150ml is just perfect. Perfect for the experience, But I think all the people out in the marquee are having a good time on Festanuda.
Festanuda's just kicking now,
I did a few tours earlier, and I said to 1 or 2 people that Black Boar was coming on after Festanuda. So I think that word is spread, so they're trying to drink. On now. They're drinking Festanuda, trying to get rid of it.
So if you're in the marquee, no one in the marquee is watching this right now because there's a DJ on and they're fucking dancing. They're not dancing, but Catcher's opponents out there speaking. If you're into it, this is coming back out. We sold a bunch of it last week in Ireland. It is around the country, and it's going back.
Because we had a delay on this batch, the other one is near, like it's ready. It's due out in September. So we possibly could do it before Christmas. So
in all likelihood. Also, we have some kegs. We have some old kegs and some fresh kegs. The tap room. I know people are in the chat going, "Oh, he's talking about the tap room again." Fucking tap room is your link right into our fermenters or into our barrel program. We're going to have fresh beer in kegs in the tap room, hopefully from September. We have it on good authority, right? You heard it here first. The country is reopening on August 27th. I'm going to say that now. And if the country reopens August 27th, my birthday is September 6th. We're going to be in here drinking Black Boar, Festanuda, and all the other good stuff. But yeah, we are going to have draft beer that's probably not widely available, but we want you to come and visit the brewery, and that's one of the reasons.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's a special beer to us. It was one of our first ones. It was, I think, when we set out, we wanted to make a statement on it. So,
and it's living up to its own reputation.
Yeah.
But the iteration being different barrels, better barrels all the time.
Yeah. But yeah,
here's the Black Boar.
Cheers.
Let us know what you think of it in the chat, in the comments. And while we finish this off, we're going to jump to the last beer, the ultimate beer of the evening. Ultimate being final after penultimate. That's right?
Yep.
That's right. It's our friends 8 hours behind, 34 years, 33 years ahead of us. It's Sierra Nevada. We're going to be joined by Steve and Ken Grossman in a couple of minutes. Right now. Hey Steve, how's it going?
Good. How's it going, guys? You've been at it for a while today, huh?
Shit, you crept up on us there. We're still drinking our own Imperial Stout here. How are you?
Pretty good. Yes.
Sorry you're not here, Steve.
Unfortunately, I couldn't join in person. I had plans, but it didn't work out.
No, look, I think you did the right thing. For those at home who are wondering, Steve was probably the brewer who was most determined to be here, and until Monday was going to be here in the brewery, and then cancel plans. I think the situation around COVID just isn't safe enough to come. So,
It didn't seem like a wise decision to be on a plane for 12 hours with Delta hitting it hard everywhere. So, I'm here. Ken's here. I don't know if Ken has his mic on, but he's in his car, so I'm not sure if he's going to get video or not.
Can you bring in Ken can you do a 3-screen? Is that possible? That's going to be...
I'm missing all this as well, sorry.
You're missing it on the audio. I think Ray's going to drop in it. Hey Ken, how's it going?
Good. I'm actually driving and my iPad is dying, and I'm trying to get my phone to work, so I might have to switch to that here. I'm going to pull over here in just a moment. I got 10% battery life on my iPad, so I apologize.
No problem, Ken. There's no rush. There's nothing like being joined by someone live from their car.
Yeah.
No problem. We've got all the time. Well, in other news, the train which takes everyone from the brewery to Sligo is delayed by an hour, apparently, or by maybe about 50 minutes. So we're going to have to keep pouring beer here. There's no rush on us. If you're at home, people are at home watching this live on the internet, they're going nowhere either. So there's no rush, no pressure. Oh, we've also got an amazing beer to taste. So I'm going to get...
We need new glasses.
We've new glasses here. We've new glasses right here.
I have mine here.
Sorry, my mic. I can hear you now.
Can you hear now, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, we're good. But when the boys figure out the screens, do you want to swap the two lads in? Okay, not on video yet, that's fine. But Steve's on video, and we're going to chat to Steve. Steve, you sent us a great beer. Do you want to talk us through the beer, first of all?
I'll talk a little bit about the beer, and Ken can probably add more... Whoops, that was my cork popping there. Ken can add more details when he gets on. But the idea for this beer started a few years ago when we did a wild beer, and we set fermenters out in a peach orchard. And we made this beer with wild yeast, went into barrels, and then for 2 or 3 months, and then 8 months, we filled up the barrels with peaches. organic peaches, and we made a beer. It was a great beer. So the idea came about from that beer. Well, how do we make another wild beer, an organic beer, with the same idea? So what we did, we cultured the yeast out of that original batch. We came up with 2 really good yeast strains out of it, and we decided to make a beer with all of our own ingredients that we grew. So instead of a farmhouse beer, it's really a farm beer, because the ingredients are from our farms and from the local farms in Chico, the college farm. So we made this beer with our barley that we grew on our farm. We took it to a malt house, a local malt house that we're partners with in the Bay Area in Alameda, called Admiral Malting. And we used the hops from our hop fields, and we brewed the beer and got organic certification ahead of time on the yeast, so we could make this an organic beer, and brewed it with the wild yeast and some lactic strains we got from the original batch, and then put it in organic wine barrels. I believe they were both, they were from California, but both French oak and American oak. And aged it for about a year in those barrels. So the result, I'm gonna pour in my glass right now. I haven't actually tried it for probably a year, so I don't know if everyone's trying it at the same time, but
yeah, no, we're all pouring. We're all pouring, right?
We got the yeast from peach orchards. It's got some peach characteristics to this beer, so I'm gonna go and try it.
Yeah, I'll add a little bit of color to that. So in order to get it organically certified, we had to send the yeast that we collected to a certified organic, even though it was organic to begin with, certified organic lab that then sent it back to us. So talk about bureaucracy and regulations. But anyway,
that's amazing.
It was our own barley, our own hops. And as Steve mentioned, we do have a relationship. I'm part owner of a small malt house in Alameda that does all floor malting, so it's floor malted as well. And I don't remember which varieties we use in this. We've grown a number of them, Clogus, Harrington, and we also work with University of Davis, where they have a barley breeding program, and they're trying to breed some craft barleys for California.
And interesting, the hops that we used in this primarily were cluster, which was an old hop variety grown in California. Maybe Ken can give some more background on that variety. I think it was maybe one of the first hops you ever used when you started home brewing, I believe, because that was about all that was available.
Cluster was about all that was available back in the early years of American hop growing. It was more than 80% of the U.S. crop. But what's unique about this one, we actually sourced the rootstocks. They were wild, growing along a stream bed up north of Chico by about 50 miles. And a friend of ours who lived near the farm found them. And we went and picked them a few years, and then we made cuttings and grew them at our property. So the town was called Whitmore, and so we call them Whitmore hops. So we've done a little bit of history on them, and we're pretty sure they were raised by a German family many years ago, turn of the century, and then abandoned at some point, I think in the late 1800s, early 1900s.
That's pretty amazing detail.
That's history in a bottle.
That is history right there. I'm also going to say a huge thank you to you guys and to Wally in Grand Cru. The beer came to us at a very low cost, which helps us contribute to our regional charity, Stop, the benefactor of the festival. Came at a really low cost. This is a very expensive beer. This is a beer that costs a lot of time, energy, and effort on your behalf. And we're really lucky to have this. And the 500 people who've gotten this are really lucky to have it at home as well.
I think you got the last of it that we had in stock. As a matter of fact, I had to get a bottle air freighted out from our brewery in North Carolina yesterday to have one for the tasting today, and I think and Ken, I think, had to have.
There were 2 bottles left.
Yeah, there were 2 bottles left. So
holy shit!
Looks like Wally and Grand Crew has a inside track.
I think Wally.
Yeah.
I know you guys like Wally and you're tight with him, but you're really overserving the Irish market by bringing this here, and we're very thankful. This is an amazing beer.
We're happy to spoil Wally in the Irish market. We think it's a great market, and as I said before, I certainly enjoy visiting, and my earliest opportunity, probably now next year, I'll come and visit. See you guys. Come to Sligo, definitely.
We were so looking forward to having you. There was a pair of, down to the detail of having a pair of bikes, because you guys are into cycling, right?
Yes.
We had a pair of bikes lined up for a big trek through Union Wood.
For a Sunday,
Yeah, tomorrow. But look, they're waiting. They're there next time.
Okay.
Just let me ask something here, because and I'll let Paul in then. How much time and effort do you put into beers like this? Because you guys have a massive core range of beers. So to take the time and effort and to know the beers so intimately, like both of you do, because you've just talked ad lib, ad nauseum about the history of both of these beers, that has to take a huge amount of resource from you guys to make this, which is something small and not a big part of your portfolio, but like our Black Boar we just talked about is kind of maybe flagship. Maybe talk to that a little bit.
Yeah, I think Ken can answer this a little bit better, but we love experimentation and love trying new beers, and I'm sure Ken can attest after 41 years now, doing projects like this are a lot of fun. So I think Ken can maybe talk on the subject a little bit more. Is Ken there? We might have lost Ken. But
we might have lost Ken. We might have. He'll come back. I think the iPad was at 10% battery, so he's going to come back.
Projects like this are a lot of fun, and we're always experimenting. You back, Ken?
Yeah, you hear me?
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah. Did you hear the question, Ken? I answered it partially, but you can add in.
Yeah, I think it does make brewing what got me interested in the beginning. It's fun. It allows you to experiment. It stretches your boundaries as far as knowledge, and our team really enjoys it. We've got a great innovation team. We taste beers together every Thursday and taste all the new stuff that we're trying to develop. So it's why we brew beer and why we've been doing it for so long.
And I did have a chat with our innovation brewer a couple of days ago, and he's looking forward to the next estate beer that he's going to make again this year. So we look forward to it. Our brewers certainly have a lot of fun experimenting and seeing what they can come up with and challenging themselves to come up with new ideas.
Yeah. I think on that, we've just had 2 more tanks arrive this week on Wednesday.
Yeah. They're outside.
And just balancing that we're obviously 7 years now, celebrating our 7th birthday, but that growth of core beers and volume growing, and then trying to keep the innovation going is always a challenge at small scale that we're at. But I definitely feel we need to, once these tanks go in, we can start experimenting a bit more. We have about 250 barrels in our warehouse that we're experimenting with and seeing what's coming. But definitely, we found it a challenge the last probably 24 months, trying to keep especially the barrel aged stuff true.
Yeah.
It's really a challenge, But it's definitely something we'll probably keep going, because as Ken says, it's all about the innovation and experimenting.
I'm blown away by your knowledge of the innovation. That's what kills me, is how you guys are on top of that.
Yeah, Ken might want to talk about a new project that he has coming in, some special fermentation. You want to talk about Cool Ships, Ken?
Yeah, we actually, I bought a 10 hectoliter German copper Cool Ship about in 2012 from a defunct brewery, and it was riveted together, and our fab shop has now completed welding it, because the rivets had gaskets under them, and even though cool ships are not necessarily made to be totally sterile, this was the opposite of sterile. And so we welded it up, and we're going to be having it on a trailer that we could tow out into the field starting next year.
So that's along the line of continued experimentation. Yeah.
You know, the regulations in Ireland,
so that'll be a fun project.
if we told our...
It's on a trailer, it'll have a tank, so we'll tanker the word out with the cool ship into the field, and then fill the cool ship up, and then pump it back in after a couple of days, and then ferment it in our building.
If we told our alcohol authorities that we were bringing a load of beer out into a field.
Yeah, we don't want to tell them about everything.
Yeah, it would be easier to get the authorities to let us bring the field into the brewery than the other fucking way around. Right? That's exactly what they would tell us to do. That's amazing. That is amazing. And you're right. There's 41 years of brewing experience. Do not tell them everything. Tell them nothing, Tommy. Tell them nothing.
Just ask for forgiveness.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
We're learning from the best. Home brewers, if you're watching this, you're learning from the best. Do it, ask for forgiveness afterwards.
Yes. We can't help if it actually develops some alcohol. It was just work when we moved it out there.
When you come here next year, there's you should, and we're going to say this, Steve and Ken, let's just book the flights and put the time in and book the rooms and the bikes and just say, right, we're all going to be here next year because we're hoping for a better year, right?
Great.
Let's just positive thinking
here.
here.
To use up this year, so I have the flight ready to go.
Yeah, we're going to let's pull out the dates there, Paul. Let's just make it happen. But there's an estate near us, and they want us to work on their orchard. They want us to do something with their orchard and our wild beer and our barrel aging program. They want us to do something, and we should just think about that and try and make something happen next year with that ethos of let's get a cool ship and pull it out into an orchard. I love that.
Maybe Ken can put the cool ship in his luggage compartment and then try it over in your orchards.
Yeah, I think that'd be a little bit difficult at this point, but
we can help with the cool ship. Maybe
it would fit in a container, so we could consider taking it on a European tour as well.
Can you imagine bringing a cool ship on a container tour would be one of the most innovative things you could ever talk about.
Actually, that's an interesting idea.
That's a great idea.
I'll take a picture of it and send it to you. So
we'll put it on one of Wally's containers.
Yeah, put it on what Wally won't mind if half of his container is cool ship that he can't sell to anyone. He'd love that. He'd love that. I can just see him now.
Well, we can talk about it. We would send it back with empty kegs, so maybe it wouldn't actually be that horrible of a cost. Maybe probably cheaper than this one, which I figure every bottle I sold it only cost me $10 per bottle.
We figured out during the week that Black Boar was costing us about 10 quid a case to sell our barrel aged black beer. It's a lost leader that keeps giving. So yeah, we feel your pain on a tiny scale of what you do. We feel your pain.
It's for the love of it.
It's for the love of it. For the love of the people.
Yeah. No, this is a great beer.
That's a phenomenal
beer. The beer was from we bottled it in 2019. It was bottled, so it's got a couple years, year and a half of age on it.
It's like white wine French oak. There's that white wine French oaky.
Yeah.
I didn't hear you start.
I'll give you a little bit of background of how the estate evolved. So I planted hops at the brewery probably approaching 15 years ago now, and I went to Germany and found a old Wolf hop picker that was in a barn of a farmer, and we shipped it over in a container and sort of rebuilt it, but it scared the death out of me. It had open chains and belts and electrical components from the 50s. And so I ran it for a couple of years and decided the liability was too great. So I went back to Germany and met with the Wolf hop picker company, and I imported the very first new Wolf picker into the United States. They said other people had contacted them, but nobody had ever followed through with it after they realized how difficult it was. And actually, the Wolf company really didn't want to sell equipment into the United States because of the concern over liability. But after I bought mine, then a lot of hop growers actually up in Idaho and Oregon and Washington started importing wolf pickers. So there's not now a lot of those in the U.S. And then a couple years after that, we were growing hops. I wanted to grow barley, so we bought some property and got it organic certified, and we expanded that. So we have about 100 acres that we can grow barley on, and about 10 acres for hops. But as it turned out, the Chico climate's a bit warm and a little bit challenging to do all the different hop varieties we wanted to do. And so rather than doing a hop-centric beer, we sort of morphed it into more of a farmhouse style beer. So going forward, the beers will be more in the style of wild and variety of ingredients we grow on our own property. So fruit as well as the barley and the hops.
And can you tell us a bit about the barrels itself? I just maybe you said at the start, Steve, but I might have missed it. But the barrels, just where do they come from?
Shane, I know you can't see the video, but I just popped another bottle. Right, that's another $10 gone.
They're wine barrels from California Organic Winery. We got them from a broker, so we didn't know exactly which winery it was.
Yeah.
But I believe they're white wine, both French oak mostly, and I think there was a little bit of American oak in there. I'd like to add a little bit to Ken's story about his original hop picker. You know how equipment always has, if there's some danger involved, there's a warning label on it. So the interesting warning label on the original hop picker was a person's hand there with severed fingers and blood dripping off of it. So that was the warning label for that hop picker. I'd never seen anything like that before.
That's a great label.
I'm actually not surprised to hear the story.
That came from the manufacturer, not from me.
What's that?
That came from the manufacturer.
I know, exactly. Yeah, it came from the manufacturer. Yeah. Exactly.
No, there's a sales catalogue right there from a manufacturer. Yeah. Blood on the labels.
I've read your book, Ken, and I'm not surprised to hear this type of story because your book is great in terms of the whole story from day one, and I'm not surprised to hear that story about the hop picker. It's recycling, upcycling.
After looking at all the chains and belts and no guards or minimal guarding, I was out there every time we ran it. Then I got just a little concerned that it wasn't worth the potential risk. And so, we have a brand new American approved, UL approved wolf picker we've had now for probably close to 10 years.
Where's the old one now, Ken? I don't remember.
A small, actually, I just saw it about 2 months ago going river rafting up by Yosemite. And it was at a small hop farm along the side of the road, and I can see it in a shed. I'm 99% sure it was the one I sold.
You are joking me. You were driving by Yosemite and you saw your old hop picker.
On the way to Yosemite, yes. There's a small hop ranch. I don't know how well they're doing, but I remember him telling me where he was growing them, and that was in the area where I drove by. So I'm pretty sure it had to be mine.
That is such an agricultural thing. That's something that a farmer does when he sees like old trailers or old tractors that he had in the past and looks back and says, oh, hold on a second, I remember that tractor, I remember that trailer, I remember that hop picker. But Yosemite's 6 hours from you guys? 8 hours?
No, only about 4.5.
Oh, okay. Not a trek at all. That's like us seeing something in England and saying, I used to own that. That's brilliant.
Ken did get his original brew house back about 3 years ago now, 4 years. His original one, Tim Barrel, that he built. And
after almost 30 years, 29 years or something, they had the original bill of sale too when I sold it to them.
And that did go on a tour. Talking about the cool ship going on a tour, the original brew house went on a tour.
Oh, remember that?
Actually still. We put wheels under it. It is truly a mobile brew house. It's got. We put axles under it, built the frame, and it's fully able to brew remotely. Just hook up water. It's got its own propane tank, and we can make beer. And we took it down to Berkeley and brewed with a group of brewers down there, and it's actually up in Quincy right now, Quincy, California, near where the current fires are happening. and it is up there because the person's brewery burned down, and we loaned him our brew house to allow him to keep brewing. So he's had it now for about 6 months. He hasn't rebuilt his pub yet, but he still brews beer on it and sells it in the local community.
Yeah, that's great. It's great to have people out like that. I need that more than you.
There's a bunch of guys. Wally sent down a bunch of your gear with the beer, and there's a bunch of people walking around with really good Sierra Nevada swag around Sligo today.
All right.
Yeah, that's always important. Always important.
This one was meant for your head.
Yeah, no, I just widened it. Young Stephen Harty's walking around with it there now. If the cool ship's coming over, you should probably just send over the brew kit as well. And Wally's going to be able to pay for the container, right?
He can go on his
Now
European
that's a whole
tour.
container. Now we're talking about a whole container load.
Listen, what's a container between friends at this stage? It would be a transcontinental brew. It would be amazing. I know you brought. I followed that on social. I see you brought around the States and did some brews.
I think that would be.
So if anybody was at the Great American Beer Festival the year before COVID, our brew kit was there, and it was its maiden voyage. We towed it out behind a trailer. Well, towed it out on its own wheels and pulled it into the GABF hall, and so it was in there for that event.
Mm-hmm.
I think we all saw that. It was amazing.
You're giving me ideas now. We've just signed the contract on a new brew house.
That would be the first collaboration beer where the brewery came to another brewery. The brewery itself. That would be interesting.
There's space here for this shit. There is space here for Sierra Nevada every day of the week. People are saying this in the chat, and we're saying it now. There's obviously space for collaboration where you bring your own brew house, as opposed to bringing a bag of yeast or maybe some sample hops.
Well, we had the first week of COVID start in the U.S. We had planned to brew in Berkeley, which we did, and the next week everything shut down. But the original intent was to drive it around the country and visit our brewing friends at various places and end up in North Carolina at the end of a couple of months tour. And so that all got put on hold. So maybe we'll do it again, and maybe going global is the next step.
That's an amazing idea and amazing concept, and I really hope you get to do that, because I remember reading about that. But also, if you do think there's something in bringing it to Europe, we'll receive it. We'll get it into the warehouse.
Well, the beer we brewed, so we brewed at the Fieldworks with the Fieldworks Brewery, because we couldn't ferment it, so we had them bring over a tank truck, and we filled it from the brew house. But we brewed our original 5-barrel stout recipe that I brewed November 15th, 1980. So we duplicated that recipe as close as we could. Didn't have exactly the same barley, but we did use the same hops, and made our original recipe, which we brewed at every new brew house christening we've done all these years. So we'd have to brew stout for you over there, and then you could ferment it and barrel age it or do whatever you want with it.
Yeah, let's do that.
That'd be an interesting project.
It's a great project. Now, here's what's going to happen. We pushed you guys back till the end, right till the end of the festival, because we didn't want you drinking beer at 8:00 in the morning.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, but it's gotten to the stage where we're like 23 beers deep. Speaking personally, my liver is screaming at me here. And Paul's been out front doing tours and doing the hospitality. This has been amazing. Really, for like the third year on the trot, you've added a huge dimension to our beer festival, and we really, really appreciate you joining us. Let's hope that we can see you guys, a cool ship, maybe a brew house on wheels.
Just see you in person here would be great.
See you in person. Just come, because everyone would love to see you here again.
That'll be awesome. Well, thanks, guys. Thanks for putting on the festival. As I told you before, it was one of the best festivals I've ever attended. It's so much fun, and let's do it in person next year.
Absolutely. That's really nice to hear that.
Sounds good. Thank you all so much.
Thanks, Ken.
Take
Safe driving.
Bye.
Eyes on the road.
Okay.
See you guys.
I am.
Cheers.
Talk to you later.
Cheers.
Bye.
Well, that's how to finish a beer festival.
That's it now.
A half an hour with Ken Grossman driving across country, shouting at the phone.
After drinking bourbon Blackmore, and then, yeah, it's perfect.
Unbelievable.
This is a really nice beer.
That's an unbelievable beer.
Yeah.
We stole a beer out of someone else's box that's supposed to go out next week. A second one. That's dedication, right? After 41 years, he could tell you about machinery he's bought and sold and where it is.
Yeah.
Like, that's just unbelievable.
But just, we all know Sierra Nevada, or the size they're at, like
pacemakers.
They probably don't need to do this.
No. Ken Grossman doesn't need to take a phone call on a Saturday evening or Saturday morning from a brewery in Ireland, but they do it.
But just brewing this type of beer and putting the effort into it just shows their commitment to what they started the brewery with, innovation and trying to do something special.
That's what I thought was amazing. They know, but both of them. So Ken's the founder. Steve's his brother has been in the business all the way, but they know everything about each of the innovation beers. It's like he said they have a meeting every Thursday. They talk about the beer that's been planned like weekly. Like, they haven't taken the foot off the gas for 41 years.
Yeah, no, that's great.
Yeah, that's just phenomenal.
It just shines through. Yeah, it's unbelievable.
People are saying
that's aspiration.
People are saying in the chat, it's fascinating to listen to them. They're trendsetters, and way before anything else, they were experimenting and producing top craft beer. The chat is phenomenal. It's worth the whole cost of the box. You don't hear from the likes of. So we talk about Brewdog, we talk about McKellar. I've never really heard them. I've never had a conversation with them. I've never really heard them turning up at a beer festival. I haven't seen them at any beer festivals I've ever been at. This is the third time we've seen the Grossmans engaging with us and other beer festivals. This is, it's dedication to the cause.
Absolutely, yeah. No.
Family owned and argued over. And on that, we're out of here. We'd like to thank you, anyone who's still alive. There's 88, somewhere between 88 and 91 of you still there at home. There's been somewhere between 200 and 300 of you over the course of the day. We've another 150 of you out here because you're drinking this box next week or the week after, and you're enjoying this beer now 3 weeks later, right? This is the Matrix. Thanks a million for joining us. Thanks for coming to the tap room. Paul's done all the tours.
And hopefully next year it's going to be in person with maybe 2,000 people. If we can get everyone there.
2,000 people out the front. There is no fucking Boxtravaganza next year. You met Leanne earlier on. She's never doing that again. Ailish said the same thing.
I think you've seen the image online, the waterfall, as we're calling it.
Not happening. We're going to have to work our way around Brexit, or else it's all going to be American, European beers.
But thanks for everyone for the support, and really appreciate it. And
it doesn't happen. This would not happen without all of you sticking 105 quid into our website and saying, send us some beer, trusting us to send you beer that we handpick. It's huge.
So
thanks.
Let's hope we have another good year.
Here's the Boxtravaganza. Cheers, everyone.
Slán.
And good night.